Good morning and welcome to the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful city of Quebec in the Eastern Cape. This is your Sunbet Poker Tour, the fourth stop on our nationwide tour. We're at the end of the series now. You've just seen a wonderful recap of all the action that's taken place during this series, and an absolutely amazing series down here in the beautiful Windy City. The Blue Ribbon event has reached the last 14 players. 18 players got paid. We had an incredibly long bubble. It went to and fro for a very long time. A lot of players all in that survived. And eventually Stephen Courtney was unfortunately the bubble boy. But he did receive a wonderful bubble prize from K-On Capital of a 15K online trading voucher on their platform. So thank you to Greg Ronaldson and his team for doing that. So we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty now. The last 14 wanting to get to that final table where the big money will be, and that wonderful bracelet that's been on display all week. So in seat 1, starting the feature table this morning, is Zlatko Dobronic, Dobby to all of us, 178,000. Seat 2, Matt Mulal, 662,000. Seat 3, Jesse Rosen. He's had an amazing series, 829,000. Seat 4, Henny Appel, 326,000. Seat 5, Ahmed Karim, 470,000. Seat 6, Rudolf Fari, 322,000. And in seat 7, Darren Kramer, the leader at the table, 1,036,000. So a very interesting feature table straight out. The 7 players here, 7 players on that outer table. We can see Sean Bloom in the background. We can see Baden Spies, who was very short and survived and managed to chip up a little. So we off to the first hand with blinds of 6,000, 12,000, big blind ante of 12,000, and Jesse Rosen will be under the gun. Henny Appel under the gun +1 opens the action. He makes it 26,000. Folded past Rudy Fari. Darren Kramer has folded. So round Dobby has folded. So just Matt in the big blind now. And he folds. And Henny gets the first raise of the morning through.
You'll remember last night that Henny had a big hand against Jesse. And there was a huge swing of chips just on the very last hand last night.
Yeah, good morning, Gaz. You're back from briefing the players. Was a massive hand, and Jesse flopped the nut flush.
And got paid.
And he got, nice, eh? Yeah, must be nice. He put a pot-sized bet in on the river and got called.
And now Mr. Random poker rules put them right next to each other.
Absolutely.
Sick man. But it is a random rule, by the way. I was there when they did it.
Just rub things in a little for Henny, but Henny will walk it off. Experienced campaigner, performed incredibly well over the last few years. So no doubt that he will look for his spots this morning. He's already taken down the first spot.
Okay, so we're off and running. Second hand here.
So there's that bracelet that they're playing for, along with a big over half a bar first prize.
So it looks like the action is on Ahmed with ace-8 here. People enter into the fray. Rudolph gets out of the way. Darren also out of the way.
Dobby is reasonably short stacked, so he'll be looking for spots. He's on the button, but he realizes any shove from him now to an open is probably getting called. So he's going to wait for strong holdings if he's not first to open.
I wonder if we could qualify that unicorn as a metal object and get it off the table.
Just for your visuals, Gaz. You're tired of the unicorn.
I love Dobby.
The unicorn was talking to him last night, and
Apparently so.
Darren was a very bemused onlooker.
I'd just like to put the disclaimer out there that Cardstream in no way, shape or form has any responsibility for the mental status of the players, particularly those who speak to unicorns.
Oh, goodness. One of the real characters of the series and the circuit always.
Indeed.
We haven't seen any of his famous coloured wigs this week.
He's in sensible mode, strangely enough. So our dealer, good morning to him. And of course the staff here, still working tirelessly. Thank you to you guys.
View of the outer table, JP Oakes, Bozo, Basil David, the back of Barron Spies, Sean Bloom, Mark Christie in the top left corner.
Queen 9 for Arvid. Derek Kramer, King Jack here. He's folded already. Not interested in playing that. Round to Dobby. 10-6 in the muck. Matt with the King 3. Follow. Jesse with pocket 6s here. Let's have a look what Jesse's going to do with these. Been raised to 25k by Ahmed.
He's going to 3-bet it quite heavily.
I don't know what the bet size was. Looks like he called.
Did he call? He picked up the green chips and then took them away. He just got the yellow underneath.
So just a call. Look at Shed Mining and Henny with the ace 2, 13,000 a call in the big blind. So soldiers in the field here. I think he's just going to put his money in. He does have the only ace that's out. And there we go. Hits it straight off the bat. Queen for Ahmed. And Jesse's 6s are not in the races. You see already 0% to win the hand. And as of course we develop on the turn.
Yeah, Ahmed being the pre-flop aggressor has hit the second pair. He will probably continue, yeah? Jesse was set mining or nothing, folds, then he makes the call.
And he says, I've got an ace.
And checks dark on the next street. And unfortunately for him, as Gary says, 2-pair for Ahmed.
So, question where someone said, what is checking dark? Basically, he checks before the card comes down, or he checks in advance of his action. That's what checking dark means. More often than not, it's before the card comes down, because he is in the dark to what is going to happen.
And as Gary knows, the reason he does that is so that he's not giving away any information about the card that comes. It takes away the position from the player that has position on him.
Yep, and he's with some good discipline there, falls to the bit of Ahmed. Ahmed will pick up 82,000 to add to his starting stack at 470,000. Darren Kramer is our chip leader, as I'm sure Mark read out earlier. Hopefully Sean Bloom isn't wearing some sort of top with coordinates on it again, because I'm going to spend half the morning looking it up.
And Googling it and trying to find it.
Yeah.
So there's Mark Christie.
JP in his Johnny Cash outfit. All in black and looking very mysterious.
Boza and Faisal sitting very comfortably in this top corner. No easy spots around the table now, I guess.
When you get to the sharp end of tournaments, there shouldn't be. Rudolph first act, sitting in C6, just opposite the dealer there. Through them. Jack 7 for Darren. Darren's been pretty quiet this morning. Under the gun +1, so early spot here for him. Gets out of the way. Darren's got his game face on this morning.
Yeah,
which is nice to see.
Not all jovial and joking, he's serious mode.
I think Matt Mulholland have something to say about these two. Suited King Jack in the cutoff, so reasonably late position.
30k in the pot. Raises it to 30. He folds. Ahmed will set mine, yeah.
What price to raise?
Yeah, that's very much in the armory as well of Ahmed Karim.
What? Really? Good action. Hello. Nice.
Goes for the smooth call.
Pays the entry fee, and we will go to the flop.
Looking to see a 3 and to check and trap.
Top pair for Matt. So this will go check, bet, fold, I would have thought.
I would imagine so, Gaz.
No real action stations here this morning just yet.
He's got no draws there, no back doors really, only 2 outers. So
35,000.
quick fold. Didn't even take his normal time.
He knew exactly where he was there.
6,000, 12,000.
No need to be messing around, that's for sure.
There's Mark Christie. What timepiece is he sporting there, Gaz?
I didn't actually notice, I was busy looking at some notes.
We have you as the watch aficionado. We have Brad as the brand aficionado and comics and things like that.
Hey, that waits inside there.
So Darren Kramer, 7 figures in chips. They'll be returned.
Okay, that's good. Same amount what I'm going to win if I go out now. Oh, that's great.
Dobby, I think the prize pool is guaranteed 18,000.
0, 1, and 2, and 3.
I think it's a little more than that.
We did have it written down yesterday. Must have get thrown away. No problem. I know it's. I think it's 30k is the guaranteed prize at the moment.
Yeah, the thing, the first 2 that went out got 25 each, and then 30. So he may be in slightly more than that now, with the 14 left. We'll see it on the screen, and no doubt tell the viewers shortly. I think we're contemplating the 3-bet here, looking at how much Dobby has behind.
Oh, he'll put Rod Dobby all in.
No, we raised to 60.
Interesting, Rudolph folds the same hand.
Dobby moves it all in.
The only good news is that Rudolph folded King Jack.
So spades
The
and
queens are more available.
spades working for Dobbs as well. No No help there.
It's a queen.
Only 2 of them available to him.
Oh.
Needs a queen.
River's a king.
Case king. W will be out. We'll quickly go to the timing screen if we can.
Dobby is eliminated in 14th position, 7th off the feature table, but 14th in the tournament. Takes the walk to go and get his pay slip.
While we're shuffling, I'll just get them to bring up the timing screen.
So there it is. Top prize of 550. So we've got 13 players left now, so the average stack will move to over $500,000.
Exactly the same situation.
You go back there to off sleep. You were sleeping.
So
No, I'm saying it's
30k for Dobbs.
Yeah.
It was 30k. Okay, thank you to the timers.
I did.
So like that, same story. Same story, bro. 5,000 chips. Everybody's much better than that.
So Henny Appel in the cutoff with ace-5. Going to raise.
Ace to 27 now.
Ahmed and Rudy are quick folders. So round to Darren in the big blind now. Queen deuce off. He'll give that up quite easily.
Not the first one, it's like the others. The first one is great.
So Henny will take down that hand.
Yeah.
So you see Darren, 1 million chips, 84 bigs, and Rudy's the short stack at the table, but still got 24 bigs, so not short by any stretch of the imagination, big blinds wise. Still a lot of play left for all these players. So action will be on Jesse Rosen.
Go.
Oh.
Folds. On to Henny, he's out the way.
That's so nice you watching the TV, the action flop out. I swear, I just watching the TV now, the action. It's like watching live.
Pocket jacks for Ahmed.
See it on the face through.
It's in the raise.
Raise to 25,000. Come on.
Nothing for Darren. 10-4 off. Thought about pulling something, would have been inadvisable. Matt with 9-5 suited in the big blind. He's out the way.
Huh?
Thought about it.
Yeah, I did, huh? Oh, wow, huh?
Says to Darren, you thought about it, and he shows him the pocket jacks.
Yeah, fool. 10 of hearts, 4 clubs, huh?
You never have breakfast with a
So the next player out in 13th will be guaranteed 30k, and then we'll pay jump to 37.
Tastes bean.
The first breakfast you had this trip?
No, about 3.
Okay.
I had the same thing pretty much every morning.
Yeah.
Eggs and peas.
Yeah. Oh, it is good. It's a great location there, isn't it?
Looked like they had good brownies then.
Well, he saw the brownies, fruit. He looked at me like he could eat it at 9 in the morning.
Looking at those brownies.
So Henny Appel under the gun.
So what time do they get moved at 7, 9 in the morning, 8 in the morning? The brownies, huh?
Jacks again for Ahmed. 2 in a row. Opens again. showed the previous one.
Little folds, Darren folds around the mat.
Okay, here's action stations.
This could be an interesting development.
He raises to 100K. Jesse has folded.
So Ahmed is very much good enough to get away from this if he thinks he's behind. And they'll know each other's games. They're both in Cape Town. They've played together before many times. I mean, Ahmed has got every option available with him here. Depends on how his read is. If he thinks he's coming at him with a smaller pair, of course he's going to bounce at him. If he thinks he's got like an ace king, ace queen hand, he can smooth it off maybe. Or if he thinks he's dominating him, he could re-raise. And a 4-bet would be a pretty juicy one if that was the option. I suspect he's going to fold.
All in.
Oh, he's all in. Well, he smelt it.
So now Matt's left with a big decision.
That's huge. He doesn't really have a choice, Charlotte. What's the chip stacks? So Matt would be out if he called here. All in the call. Matt's doing the math in his head that we've already done electronically.
Right in the hand, just give him a break. Yeah. Please, sir. Right in the hand, just give him a break. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Army. Just take it out of the section.
I'll get a 3-head.
Ace queen, you don't shove. Jacks, I don't think you shove either.
Interesting, he says, Jacks, I don't think you shove.
I think Matt's going to fold this.
Yeah, he's trying to work it out. I think he's not liking it. Wow, 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 wow. Ahmed max pressure.
You can give me a call as well. You don't know.
Back in my box.
So Ahmed putting it all on the line and putting all the pressure back.
And then not listening while people are talking, telling him what he's doing.
Great play by Ahmed and very disciplined by Matt. You know, we could see that Ahmed had Jacks here and Matt was miles ahead. It's not as easy when you sat at the table. Two premium hands of beating you.
You Jesse were like in the.
He went through the process in his head and said, you know, as Mark pointed out, you know, he's never pushing for Jacks here. Of course he was. Wow, nice man.
Yeah, so he was thinking kings or aces, or at worst ace king, and he was only racing with one of the three.
So Ahmed's up to 890 and he sat down at the table this morning just short of 500.
He's chipped up very quickly.
And that will not be missed by any of the other players.
Ahmed changing gears on day 3. Yeah.
So I spoke to David Rosenthal and I said that the curse is broken. You and Ahmed will cash in the same tournament in South Africa. And he said, you know what? Now we're going to crush it, both of us. Good old David. Love him. So So what do you think of my camera guy? Sends out for drinks just for him. No, nobody else, just him. Doesn't consider his boss, doesn't consider the other commentary team, doesn't consider the GFX guys, just his own. What do you think about that, Mark?
Yeah, I think he might be on a yellow card from you guys.
Yellow, I don't think he's ever coming back. I blame the parents. So Rudy was 6'2". Rudy's not had much going so far for him this morning. Rudy has folded. Darren Kramer enters the frame with 4-5 suited. Been very quiet this morning, Darren. In a hijack.
To Henny in the small blind.
Henny might fancy a bit of this. No.
The weird thing is Henny's 6 hours ahead. So Ahmed in the big with 6-3 of spades. Look at that. They've got 4/5 of the straight flush between them. So he makes the call. So the 5 for Darren, gut shot for Ahmed. Sitting with 4/5 of the straight flush between them, yeah? Darren has hit his 5 and it's checked to him.
He's got a monster.
When he continues, Ahmed has got the gut shot to consider now. And he's got the big blind range. He gives it up quite quickly.
So, well, Ahmed's picking up chips there. We'll quickly go through the prize pool again. So the next player will be 30k. 12th and 11th will get 37k. 10th will get 45,400. 9th 60k. 8th 75k. 7th 90k. 6th into 6 figures. 115,000. 5th 143,000. 200,000. 3rd 275,000. 2nd 400,000.
It's like a pretty big event.
Up top in first place.
They used to like rent a one and only and whatever. Yeah, I know.
Oh, very nicely done. And the price pool of 2 million was exceeded, the guarantee.
Yeah, there's so many different areas.
Yeah.
Loads of money.
Your company should have been doing it, guys.
Matt with a 7 deuce. Remember Dobby trying to get that through Matt yesterday, and Matt ended up with queens.
Oh, can you imagine Matt was running and we get to go, oh, my word, nah. We're trying to get
God, I'd be out of it.
Bruh, yeah.
Fold.
I'll be sitting on the tables randomly.
Henny on the button with an ace.
You see, there's a crypto conference in the Grand. It's very nice.
Grand?
Crypto festival. Speakers and what.
Calvin Pereira?
I want to say. I want to say like mid-October or something. But it looks like
The raise?
well. The first thing was like proper.
Almond has been very aggressive this morning. 3-betting and shoving back over the top, so you can imagine that he's going to re-raise Henny here if he's continuing the trend for the morning. Just checks Rudy stack out. Rudy trying to look disinterested. moves all in.
Well, Rudolph falls the big blind.
Really had ace-9 as well.
And he relinquished those cards back. And the rich will get richer.
And Ahmed keeping up the pressure. And he's twice put it all in with a weaker hand than the razor. And got them to fold. Just using the pressure.
Nice. Still water. Yeah, still water. Still water for me. Get the vibe going.
There's the outer table. Baron Spies. Sean Bloom at the top there. Faisal Dawood. J.P. Oaks. And Mark Christie. So, I don't see Bozo stacked there, guys. Bozo is out.
Here is he open. So looks that one.
David has been eliminated in 13th position then. There are 12 players remaining.
Tell you what, 4 cups of the table and all that. I got broke. I mean, people never go home. The Saturday keep them.
So 13th place, David R.
Ahmed raises from the button with Queen 8 suited. Rudy has folded. Action now on Darren in the big blind.
Just a reminder, we've played 2 hours with the tables as they are. Depending on how many players are left will depend on whether or not we'll swap the tables out after the 2 hours. When we get to 9 players, there will be a complete redraw for the final table.
Both players have checked the flop. Darren's ace high still in front. Checks again. Ahmed come with the delayed c-bet now.
Take the mess up with this reading thing. Yeah, I did it.
No, I'm saying, is it that they don't like your screen? You see it on camera, but I don't know what you
Puts in the bet now, and Darren gets out the way. There's a view across the other table in this main event, across to the feature table.
Anyway, I think
Just see under the gun and folded. Around to Henny. 10-7, they're going to muck, I'm pretty sure. Can't be playing from the hijack with that. Nope. Around to Ahmed. 6-2. Rudy folds. Darren Kramer. 9-5. Terrible cards this hand. I think we've seen a picture. Here's in the walk.
Why? It's going to come back to ruin you.
And even Matt only had 7 high.
Absolute garbage. Who's this dealer?
Yeah. The single hand amongst the 6 players.
Another one. It takes skill that, you know, to be able to do that.
And then in the other hand, you're dealing 4 pairs.
and the moves about 6-7%.
Yeah. 2, 6, 7 all down the flop, man. He was like, oh, that's very good,
Start
man.
opening the gold chest in live.
If Penny didn't raise it, then you.
As I say, you can't beat the variance. Penny Apple's under the gun.
No.
Yeah, buttons, small
He needs no invitation or introduction. Well done to us all in the poker world. 9-3 for Henny. He'll return these to dealer, I'm sure. Must be keeping any picture cards at the bottom of the deck. It's still
I think that is a compliment.
Rudy out of the way. King 4, there's a king, look at that.
Diamonds.
There we go, now we've got a bit of a hand.
And they would expect him to raise from there anyway.
Nee, dat is gonna storm me nog. Is that time?
Raise to 29,000.
Let's fucking cuz.
Matt folds. Action on Jesse. Jesse in the 3-bet.
102,000.
And he gets Durham to fold. And Jesse had pocket queens.
Very nice.
29.
So nice hand for Jesse. Picks up the raise. Saves his own big blind and empty. And the small blind's money to root.
I didn't realize you announced your bets.
I thought maybe the last one ain't Berlin, you know?
It's a nice little angle there. Someone's not concentrating, they just do 35. They were actually folding.
With your flat for 29.
Man in a bag of tricks.
Tricks,
All the way from Berlin.
I did well for both of you tricked. I mean, thinking for Jesse,
I wasn't in the hat. Maybe if I was in the hat.
I thought the dealer said 25 and I just assumed he made a mistake. So. Slowly, I'm not a morning person.
I'm also
So Ahmed raising the queen 7.
raise to 25,000.
Rudy's a quick caller.
King 10, first time we've seen Rudy with a half a hand, to be honest.
Yeah, he's had nothing. He had ace 9 in the bigger, but had to fold because of the 3-bet. There was a 3-bet shove by Ahmed. Darren with a decision here, 9-8 suited. Also in diamonds. Darren won't flat with that. If he enters it, he will 3-bet it.
88.
He does so.
They raise to 88.
I'm going to put more in first. One more.
Jesse with pocket kings. Wow, he's running well.
Incoming.
He's just 3-bet Darren
One more.
with queens. And now he picks up kings.
And I'll tell you what, having had several conversations with Darren, he has the utmost respect for Jesse's game.
Absolutely.
The utmost respect.
Everybody tries to avoid him lately. He has
Well, he
upped his
spoke,
game.
he spoke highly of him when he came in here and did his first stint earlier in the week on commentary with me. And he was saying that when he came to prominence, having won the Poker Stars tournament, Darren went out of his way to find out who he was. And, check him out. The guy's got a South African flag against his name and he's winning Poker Stars tournaments. You want to know.
Absolutely.
And but Darren has the greatness and most respect for Jesse's game. As do most players now, he's proved himself over and over. What is the size? Yes, 168 in the middle.
Yeah, he's going big.
That's a big handful of chips there. Some greens in there as well.
Because and the reason why is, I mean, he's been an open and a 3-bet already, so when he's 4-betting, he's making a big statement. He's telling them I've got kings or aces.
It's a quick fold from Ahmed and Rudy. And Darren will spend a few seconds just giving his hand some credibility before he folds. Here comes the fold.
And he does.
And Darren knows that he can be going up against Jesse there in that spot. Jesse's never 4-betting him like, not into 3 players.
And Rudy says kings. And it's strange because he had a king in his hand, yet he still puts Jesse on that hand. He says kings.
Rudy the Clairvoyant, another title. How does he know that?
Really working out the sizing and saying if you've got aces, you're raising slightly less, so if you must have kings, protecting your hand. Rudy folds. Darren out the way. Round to Matt in the cutoff. Folds. Action on Jesse. 10-8 suited in the button. He raises.
Raise to 25,000.
And he folds. Action on Ahmed. 10-7 suited. Makes the call.
So welcome to everybody online. The stream is online, and okay, we've got a few followers already on there. Don't forget, today is our last day to break that 1,000 mark for our subscribers. Currently sitting on 959. 41 more needed. So if you've not subscribed already, we'd really appreciate it. And of course, hit the like button, helps us out a ton. Anyway, welcome to our live stream. And we will be watching this through to conclusion. And I can see there's been no knockouts yet on the stream, so we're very early into it.
So Ahmed missed the flop. Jesse flopped the flush draw and continues after Ahmed checks and takes down the hand. So that's a couple of big hands for Jesse. He's
started the day on 8.29
yeah.
and just coming up for 1 bar.
Yeah, he's moved very nicely. He had queens and kings, and then he's made work the button.
That'll help. There we go. He's top of the pops. Henny Apple with 19 bigs and Rudy with 22 are the only players that are even seeing a glimmer of the danger zone.
And this serious Darren, because he got 3-bet twice. And Darren doesn't like to be pushed around on the table.
We shall see. We shall see.
You can see the demeanor. Folds. Matt folds. Round to Jesse. 8-6 suited in the cutoff. Raises.
Jesse's reputation is in very good shape here, so this will get through quite quickly. Oh, Rudy's all in with his pair of twos. Jesse folds.
I've got to pay.
Then he shows the twos, I believe.
Jesse folds so quickly and Rudy says, why? So I just had suited connectors and Rudy said, I got suited pair.
Just follow that 3-4 clubs and I thought, shit, I don't want to see a 3-4 club.
So that's the first sign that Rudy's going to be unloading fairly soon. Looking to spin this up. You know, Rudy's all about trophies here. It's not about the prize money.
I was so happy to see the first.
And our live stream is just we'll just be seeing the Ahmed Dobby hand,
He's paired.
which resulted in the first knockout of the day. And by the time you hear this, you'll know that, so I won't be giving anything away. As Gordon Patterson says, I am in the future. I am in the future. In the space-time continuum that is the 30-minute delay.
People like feelings.
Or like a big blind. Let's see.
Yeah, see there.
Ace Jack for Henny Apple. Standard 4 chips on the back of the cards. In the cutoff, so latest position. Standard raise here is what? Looks like he's overbet the pot.
29,000.
Look at that, 29 just on the pot. Ahmed with the ace 8 offsuit in position on the button.
It's out
I'm
the
going
way.
to Rudolph and find a pair.
Pair of fours.
That's not a pair, Darren, trust me.
Shakes
When I
his
shake
head.
mine, I'd probably do that. There's nothing going. Okay. Anti-climax.
So no challenges to the Ace Jack Open from Henny
You got the
Apple.
notification, huh?
Action to that outer table. All the 6 players there after Bozo was eliminated, yeah, between Faisal and JP.
Gives us a nice camera angle there.
Yeah, sad to lose Bozo, but does open up there. There's Harold Brooks on lookout. No doubt he'll jump into that last chance tournament. Loves to play poker, Harold.
Best is to give somebody a bet.
No, he 2 minutes before the end, he gave me a herbal beat.
Any folds.
I think magnesium is quite cool. Oh, melatonin.
Armored with the Rockets.
It's prescription in South Africa. In America, you buy it from Target.
25,000.
25k I think was the raise. Folded round. Matt Mahal.
25, yeah.
So Matt says I'm defending my big blind here.
No help.
5-4.
No help from Matt. Backdoors only.
Well, as they say, is that.
You can't fold, huh?
Still picks up 43k. Not to be sniffed at. Warren Speaks is holding court out there.
And having a ball. Glad to be in the money. And now he said he wants to spin it up. That's what he said last night. Now I'm in with a chance. I doubled up late last night. I'm fighting now. And he's 4 chips on the back. Means he's playing.
go. The aces have moved house. They've gone from Ahmed to Hendricks. Hendricks.
Well, straight flush.
29,000.
So 25 was Ahmed's raise. 29. Oh, here we go. Pocket 10s for Ahmed. Ahmed is quite possibly going to re-raise this.
Absolutely.
Re-raise to 75.
There is the re-raise.
That'll be music to Henny's ears.
Let's see if Andy gets tricky here.
134 in the pot, and he doesn't have a lot behind. He's got 234 behind, comparatively speaking. So he's either flatting or 4-bet shoving. I don't think there's a 4-bet raise in there. Could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Flats,
Tricky, tricky.
deciding to try and get max value.
He sent the message, borderline, but I'm calling. I don't want to be pushed around. Little
Dealer sorts out the chips.
two ways the flop. Checks dark.
Which is normal any
And you're giving a stare down to Ahmed. He wants Ahmed to put some chips in there, and then he can check raise him.
and he often does the check dark thing, so it's not giving away the strength of his hand.
What about Ahmed just leaning forward and just tapping the table in front of his chips? What about that as an option?
One overcard to Ahmed. He'll be worried about the ace queens and king queen suited and things like that, so I think he's going to bet to protect.
There we go.
60,000.
There's the all
Snap
in.
all in.
Cancel, call. Yeah. And Ahmed would appreciate the play by Henny there.
One out available for Ahmed. 10 of clubs was folded. No help for Ahmed there. Henny holding up.
And he doesn't make the one outer, and Ahmed will play him off. Well played, Henny. Unlucky, Ahmed.
And he gets max value for his aces.
Yeah, and the players will appreciate that.
Yeah. Very tricky pre, just flatting it off.
JP on his feet here.
Yeah, he was an interested bystander. As you know, Henny and him are good friends.
The baldies. Who's that with their wallet open up there?
Mark Christie.
That in
Oh,
right?
that's okay. We're not going to get stuck in the mark. Could have
Yeah,
been one of the
Matthew,
normal
right, 'cause you raised
mobsters
it
would have been out there checking. Okay, so welcome to the new watchers on the stream. Numbers climbing. A lot of people tuning in this morning to find out how this is all going to turn out. If you're in Port Elizabeth and you've got time, don't forget 12 o'clock is the semi-freeze. That's a 4K entry, and there's a 4K add-on or one life option in that tournament. That's from 12 o'clock. If you can make it down here, then if you can dodge the load shedding, which is hectic today everywhere, then tune in, support us, support the players, and get settled in. Strap in for some nice poker. Just don't use your kettle. Wouldn't want you overloading the grid. I'm telling you, this is serious, this load shedding today. I mean, it is absolutely hectic.
Darren raises with the ace-4 suited from the cutoff. Matt lets go the button. Jesse's a quick fold out of the small blind, as is Henny out the big. So Henny tipped up nicely there, over 500,000 again.
Yeah, so continuing the same theme, we had on the drive in this morning, we were discussing how we could fix it. And Brad had some great ideas, but unfortunately we'd probably go to prison if we implemented them. Oh dear. Yeah, it is. We live in such a beautiful place and we just can't do the electric thing. Such a shame. Back to the action.
Folded around quickly to Matt.
So we're hoping for a little change in the commentary box later. Max Devison and Joe Steggers said that if they're available, they'd come through, and there will be more poker pommies in the house. So it'll be interesting to see what their spin is on things.
Oh no, we're being invaded again.
So I'm getting chirped here in the back by Mike Collett. He said when the pommies come in, he said you become more pommy-ish. The inference being that I speak more with an English or British accent than I do with my South African accent.
The Anglo-Boer rivalry will be continued.
Anglo-Boer. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
21,000.
Pommyish, there's the new word.
Michael
Mike
word.
Collettism. Pommyism.
So, meanwhile, back in the hand, it was raised by Jesse from the button, defended in the big blind by Ahmed. Ahmed has okay, so it's a bet and a call.
We're just quickly going to switch across to 8 to see this. I will stay with the action on the feature table. And yeah, looks like a double up there for Sean. Or was it Byron? Okay, we'll go back to the hand that's carrying on in the feature table. Turn card is down, it's the ace of hearts. Checked by Ahmed. Jesse with king 7 here with the option. Jesse needs to play at this if he wants to win.
He's doing so. Ace hits his range very hard, having raised from the button.
Yeah, and it's worthy of note that the flop brought 2 overcards, the turn brought another overcard, all of which can be in Jesse's range here.
Good to stay down from Ahmed. You don't often see him doing that. He normally looks straight ahead and just gives you little furtive glances from the side.
It's a strong move by Jesse, 82,000. So I think Ahmed can find a fold here with a pocket 4, so let's see. I've seen Ahmed come over the top and go all in here as well in the past, so we'll see.
setting up something for the river.
Next level stuff here, folks. We're not going to cut away from this.
Oh, that's the bingo card for him anyway. Checks now.
Yeah, he binks the river. He was already ahead. Jesse wants to win the hand. He has to bet, of course, in his mind. He won't realise that there's no version of Ahmed folding here. This is going to cost Jesse a few chips, unless he can find a check. Looks down at his chips, calculating what he needs to do.
He checks.
Wow.
Well done, Jesse.
Dodged a bullet. Wow.
He dodged one.
Sure.
Good
How
Rudy.
did he know that? He told a story, taps the table, and he smiles wryly, but he knows that he dodged the bullet there big time.
And the wow wow's coming from Rudy. Look at Jesse shake his head there. Oh.
Ooh, I walked into the wall on the river.
Yeah.
Yes, this man. He was behind anyhow, but that was a hell of a call by Ahmed on him. Let's not get away from that
Yeah, no,
on the turn.
if Ahmed didn't get the 4 in the river, he was making a play for sure. I mean,
Still hell of a play.
it is, no, it's next level stuff, these guys.
Very good.
You know, most other players are giving up on the turn there with the 4s. Ahmed flattered to make a move on the river and then dinked it, so he didn't have to. He could check to try and induce. And Jesse's spidey sense is working, and he checked back.
Well, that's definitely our buzzer. The blinds will be up in next hand, I'm sure.
So action on Ahmed in the small blind. 10-9. And Rudy will expect him to raise regardless if it's folded to him.
So an hour's play today, and we've lost 2 players from the field. Going out 14th place, Dobby, and he earned himself 30,000, and 13th place was David Rosenthal. He earned himself 30,000, and we will now be playing 12th place and 11th place, both of which are 37,000 South African rands.
So Ahmed elected to limp there, and Rudy moved all in straight away.
8,000. Must be honest, this is my level, huh? You put 16s in there, I tell you what. You can't have the 8s all over that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure the feeling is going to be, man.
If we go back to that hand with Jesse and Ahmed, I think that wry smile by Jesse wasn't only the fact that Ahmed had the set, it's the fact that Ahmed had called him on the turn.
Exactly, that's what I was alluding to.
Yeah, I know. I'm just replaying it again in my mind. And
Yeah. Did I get water?
Jesse would have appreciated that.
But Jesse still has 800,000. He's not dead yet. And of course, Ahmed's just repairing the damage done by Henny with those aces. So Ahmed back up to just under 800,000.
Yeah, but the previous hand, he fucked
Ace
it
is
up.
75,000.
Use your left leg. Start shaking.
Is it? Well done. What do you think you're going to
Ahmed raises the button. Queen deuce. Darren with 3-2 suited. He says, I have respect, and he folds.
Nuts, boy.
Mad respect there, I tell you. Yeah, 3 on.
I had a free as well.
Ready. Happy up on.
Nice.
Yeah. And it's tighter. Pretty high.
Jesse under the gun, he folds. Any king deuce suited, out the way.
16,000 score.
Almond in the cutoff with queen 10, no doubt raising.
Raise to 35 now.
Darren is 4 deuce. Back to the dealer. Queen 9 suited for Matt though.
The raise was 35. So Matt's going to come along and defend this. Queen 9 suited versus Queen 10 suited. Hardly a fair fight. Let's have a look. See some spades up there to give us some assistance to Matt. Not really. A pair
pair
of 9s
each.
for him and a pair of 10s for Ahmed. So
I think that'll keep Matt interested for at least one more street.
I don't think it'll get too far out of the line. So you're right.
Oh, Almond checking for the, even though he's hit the 10.
Straight possibilities on board.
Up and down for both. Both got a pair and an up and down. Almond checks back again.
What's the size of here?
42 call.
40,000 calls obviously.
Snap cool.
Did you bet 40? You don't think a pension?
No.
He gets the 40k extra on the for when Matt bets
That's
at
what
it.
made you play.
If you want it, you
I swear that 10,000 was missing earlier, you know what I mean? It's so
Rema.
used to it now.
sleep at night.
Yeah, exactly.
So just another reminder that the 4K 73s will be on 12 o'clock. That will be a
4,000 small bag.
One Life or add-on, I think it is, I'm not sure. And so essentially 8,000. Come down at 12 o'clock, join in the fun. I'm sure there'll be plenty of that. And of course we will be seeing this through to its conclusion. This group of players will be with us for the remainder of this level, about another 50 odd minutes. And then if we haven't had any significant knockouts, we will swap the tables around. If we're getting near the final 9, then we will leave them where they are. Logistically, it just makes sense. And yeah, back to the feature table. Darren Kramer on the dealer button here. Ace-2 offsuit. 16k to call. That looks a little bit more than 16k.
Raise to 35,000.
Yeah, so looking to get through the blinds here. King Queen for Matt. I think he might meet some opposition.
All in.
All-in option.
He said to me, you use bunny when you did
And Matt will take that hand down. I think it'll be very interesting to see the VPIP. You'll see that Ahmed's going to be the most active, and normally Darren is has been the most active when he's been on the tables.
I will speak to my Supreme Commander, Allied GFX. We were I'd like to see a VPIP screen when you have a moment, please. Brad will cue that up, I'm sure, for the next end of the next hand. And we will continue on hand 27 of the day, 8,000, 16,000. 16,000 on the big blind ante. Ahmed Karim, 10-2 off, under the gun. Round to Rudy. Rudy folds. Darren Kramer, Jack 3. Darren not been blessed with too many hands today. Tried very hard to play his position and make something happen, which I think is what he's going to do here. From the cutoff, around to Matt. Matt with ace-6 gets out of the way. Jesse in the small, Henny in the big. Henny's another 20k to call. Henny just recently doubled up for those who are joining us through Ahmed. Played his aces brilliantly.
He makes the call. Eight for Henny. Checks. Darren will continue.
26,000. 26.
So middle pip for Henny here. Incoming from Henny Apple.
Raised to 60.
Across for Darren.
Johnson with Jack 3 off.
Darren has told a story. It's whether or not that story will continue. Darren looks down at his chips. 755,000. Don't want to give away any more of these. This is an opportunity to.
He's going to 4-bet. Watch him.
Is it an opportunity to fold, or is it an opportunity to get involved with Henny Apple?
Here comes the 4-bet.
Anyway, he's going to win the hand.
Up to 100.
Nice play, Darren. I think Henny might have to reconsider now.
Jack 125.
Yep, give that up. That's the look of resignation. Well played, Darren Kramer. A little tap of the table from Jesse there. And as we said at the beginning of this hand, you know, Darren's having to make things happen because he's not getting cards.
Absolutely. Just using his skill. Opening with Jack 3. Continuing and then 4-betting.
So there's your VPIP. Ahmed with 62%, Henny next with 25, and then Rudolph at the bottom of 14. And probably that's according to form, huh? I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's according to form.
Yeah.
And you can see it in the top stack of Ahmed, even though he doubled Henny up. Jack 9 suited for Rudy is folded. Darren is folded. Round to Matt.
They show my hand as jacks.
Yeah, that's what I thought you had. Because Calvin's been
I had
talking.
ace king of diamonds. I swear on my mother's
Really?
life.
I'm sitting here thinking to myself, oh my fucking
Calvin
God.
just told me now.
Yeah.
Bro, I had ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. I swear on my life.
Thank fucking God.
But how's it
sitting here
possible?
thinking-
That's weird, guys. That's
How's that possible? Where?
I had a jack, so yeah.
Please tell me what jack you have.
Might have been a club.
That's a jack of clubs in the hand.
Yeah, might have.
So
Where's this stream? This is actually a joke.
that is bad,
That's what
eh,
we pay
guys. That is very
16%
bad.
for.
yeah, because
Where's,
imagine we didn't know each other.
Yeah.
Then the other, then you know,
I'm just saying. That
Calvin
imagine-
just went on my phone now, right?
Calvin messaged me dark fold against Ahmed. Screen.
It's on you.
No. I'm right there.
Actually, worth none of them.
Can you,
Chad.
who's the stream here? Oh, Chad, what's Chad? Chad's
Well, you can go in the
fine.
back. We can't go in the back. I can't go in the back.
I mean, it's a joke.
Can you leave Gary for 2 seconds? Thank you.
Just flatten out the pool and pay 16 fucking reg. Can't put the hand on.
Raise to 35,000.
That's a huge mistake. Bro, I have ace of diamonds,
So,
king of diamonds.
Matt in the cutoff.
Jack of clubs. Sorry?
I mean, that's mad. They should have want to change the meeting thing. Then they must put it on.
So
Just looks so bad. You know? You look like you're making a wrong
go
call.
back to the action, yeah?
It's crazy. Radio again, the Jack of clubs. Because the picture shows that Jack of diamonds, Jack of clubs.
Thank you.
Which is ridiculous.
What is Shamai?
It's insane. You just sent me a picture of the hand.
I mean, as long as you're not lying on it, then we, yeah. I know you would also.
I mean,
Well, what?
I would lie, but not to
So
Matt.
we tune the hand here between
but what-
Matt
what
and
do you
Jesse. The 8s are ahead. There was a raise from Matt and a call by Jesse pre-flop.
What's winner? And this one is one.
So Jesse will continue. He called the raise of Matt pre-flop.
10,000.
Matt makes the call on the bet by Jesse. Action on Matt. He checks. The 8s of Jesse are still ahead.
Who are we waiting for? Gary?
3 on the river. So the option, the check mark is by Jesse.
Bad for him. It's bad for him. They can't just be changed to deck. Full of hand.
I know what the leader obviously picking up just
The 8s are good on the showdown.
obviously the reader's just literally taking from like Henny or from Jesse's card, it's just going anywhere.
I can only look at it later and go.
No, it's just weird that that would even come. That's so
Very good. I mean, we did have an occasion with the dealer was coming.
Henny, you didn't have a jack or a jack in
Yeah,
that hand,
the jack.
I know.
Well, he thinks he has the jack.
We had an occasion when box one was getting caught by the dealer.
No, because that's a pretty mad thing. I swear, if you're a jack, that makes more even sense.
I definitely had a jack. I had jack 4, but I don't know.
Because,
The picture has a club and diamond, so she had the club.
I know, that's why if Henny has it, just, you know.
Basil folds there.
I mean, that's like quite bad.
I'm not sure.
I kind of want you to have the jack, because it would just mean there's just the reader's just
So ridiculous.
So ace king of clubs here for Darren under the gun.
Let me and Rudolph play a pot.
Oh, Darren's not under the gun, he's in the blind.
Not that it stopped you.
Never stop.
Yeah, I never stopped him.
Never stop.
So
All in.
he's raising from the button.
All in.
All in by Rudy, and he's going to get looked up by the big blind of Darren for sure.
I'm all in.
35,000.
Darren's all in as well. So we've got two all ins here.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, shit.
So ace king of clubs for Darren versus the queen jack of clubs for Rudy. So they've got most of the royal flush there, 4/5 of it between them. Rudy needs help. No help for Rudy there. Still needs a queen or a jack. He finds the jack. So now there's redraws for Darren. And Rudy won. And he says, I never won on this table, I'll win again. And Rudy gets a slice of luck his way. Darren can't believe that.
300. Huh?
So Darren in the big blind picking up the ace king of clubs. And Rudy from the small blind shoving. And he gets lucky on the turn.
Yeah, cool, yeah. I need 75. No, I still was happy with my read. What potential outcomes were. And if I'm up against kings, aces, or jacks, still fine for hard time against jacks. I don't think that's good.
Grandma, you the small
Well,
blind.
they showed him
That's
for
all
the,
in.
they showed him for the queens to me in the hard and the big one. And also the back, he had queen.
Small, big. It's
No, I'm just saying this back.
I'm happy people start shoving more pairs into me because I think I'm going to block it. It works fine for me.
From the big. No, the main reason it's bad is because we pay a lot for the fucking stream. We
Yes.
pay 16% break. Not them, we pay for it. That's the actually the thing that's tilting me.
So round to Ahmed. Folds.
You're 400 match, I haven't looked.
370, 390, yeah, 400.
So lucky they have.
So action on Darren in the small blind with the queen 4 off.
So
Fold.
it's worthy of note, I walked past the other table and JP Oates has got most of the chips.
Oh wow. So he's been on a mission there this
So
morning.
I think it would be nice to get Simpiri, our mobile camera guy, to go and look at JP Oates.
That would be very good. He needs to resume his seat. The view from here. You can see the players can watch themselves up there on the big LED screen.
So we'll commence the next hand, which I believe is 31. Henny will be under the gun.
Pocket aces for Henny.
Like the flop. So like the flop. Yeah.
I was
And there is JP's chip stack. Told you he's got lots
Wow,
of chips.
that's a lot of chips there.
Yeah. And then we'll go back to the feature table with the aces of Henny.
Race. 30.
32.
now you stuck with me.
Blind of 16.
King 10 here for Matt in the small blind. He folds. So action on Jesse in the big blind. Got cards behind the box there. Makes the call. Nine, queen, four flop, two hearts, and he has the ace of hearts in his hand.
Guys, phones.
The screen's not working. What difference does it make?
You had that moment.
So Jesse has flopped two pair here.
I'm here. Also got some complaints. You can hear me? No joking.
39.
Ridiculous.
Doesn't seem possible that they could exactly. What would be the explanation?
So, 2 days ago, me and him were in the harbour looking after the guy. His hand, there was a hand that went
Really, that far?
over the reader. And then he picked up
Oh,
half
when
an
it
hour
got dealt.
later that he folded
95.
under the gun over in the big gun. And he said he had queen 4.
But I'm
Obviously
saying the
not folding.
explanation is that the cards are getting too close on the way out from the dealer.
I don't know, I assume so.
Because his jack went nowhere near your box.
But he could have had a jack and he could have had a jack.
That's what I said. Jesse had a jack.
Just his first word was he had a jack of clubs. In the picture, I don't know, he said he might have one. That's what could happen. In the past, he used to be on all the time. That was when
All in. Call.
So all in a call.
Because just
JP.
So big hand here, all in call.
What an hand?
Jesse flopping two pair. Get the aces for Henny. Henny needs help. He needs an ace or a 4. Ace, 4 or a jack now for Henny. And Henny loses with the aces, and Jesse's rich vein of form continues. He flops two pair and cracks the aces of Henny Apple. And the unfortunate exit for Henny. He's eliminated the 12th spot.
yeah. Such a bad test. Smashes very good. Inverse and so.
that's another symbol.
Lots of combo goals as well.
Mr. Korea. With the big one. Mr. Korea.
So Henny unfortunately losing with his aces there. Jesse chips up another huge amount. So they're 5-handed on the table now. Rudy under the gun is not there. His deuces are folded. It's round to Darren.
The man could. JP's said you got aces 3 times or something. It's true. You won 3
King
times.
4 suited. He raises.
He said, okay, I'll get aces or something.
36,000.
Action on Matt with King 5. He folds. Round to Jesse. Jesse folds. Round to Ahmed in the big.
Oh man, to get aces twice. I don't got, huh?
Is it big all in there?
Yeah, pays off.
You came to the table with 120,000. 800.
Car and pick over there. No,
So Jesse there, 1.3 million chips now.
16. Sure.
I mean, after tomato sauce, Jack, you must have really sent fuck off.
I don't think she's watching. She's going to my cousin's 21st now.
Oh,
Don't lie, you're going to play the 800 rand Grand West
I
free
thought you
dart.
wasn't going to go without you.
Action on Darren.
Yeah, my fam get on really well.
Rudy's not there for his big blind. We'll be eyeing that vacant big blind to take it down. Matt with Queen 9 in the cutoff. He's got the big stack to his left. And Ahmed after that. So tough lot to get through to get to that. But Jesse with Ace King suited. He's going to raise. Action on Ahmed. Jack 6. And he knows that Jesse would be opening with a wide range to steal that vacant big blind, only having to get past him. But Jesse has the goods this time. Ahmed makes the flat call.
Penny.
Wow, and look at Ahmed's flop there. Flops trip jacks. He's checked. Jesse checks back. Now, Jesse might think that his ace is good on the double paired board. Ahmed goes for a small bet. It's 25,000. And Jesse's going to call, believing that his ace is splitting with those two pairs there. Wow, and he's never going to believe now. So Ahmed with quad jacks here.
Does anyone else want a nice coffee while I'm ordering? DK.
Sorry?
Ordering a nice coffee from a machine. Do you want one?
Yeah, please. Just, can you
milk?
make it? Not so much coffee, but a special milk. Last time I came to this top. Yeah, cappuccino.
Yeah, I also don't want lots of milk. Just like...
Cappuccino.
No, cappuccino. Not all the way to the top. Maybe a half. You have to
Ahmed
go as well.
reaching for chips now. He's going to see how much he can get paid. It's 160k. Look at the little smile on Jesse's face. Folds it. He smells the rat and he folds it. Ahmed picks up plus 92k.
And Jack story.
We'll have a look at this. Then I can do it at the moment. I can go back on it.
No, just be interested to know what the possible
Yeah,
reasons
Yeah,
could be.
we'll try our best.
Just 8,000 would be
I don't know at this moment in time. And it's a new one for me, and I heard your discussion about the...
Oh, no, you might. Yeah, I'll take about it, please. No. Huh?
No, man,
You're right, yeah. Big blind,
Then
yeah.
stop B.
Me, I'm wrong, yeah.
Stop B. I'm getting texts. Everybody said, Matt folded queens against that. I swear.
Oh, great, thank you.
I mean, it doesn't bother me in the image or what people think.
Would have been ace king. That would have been a bad bet.
Darren with a 5-2 suited.
Double.
What?
Bad fold. That would have been a bad bet.
You could have had 8s.
Yeah.
So Matt with 7-4 in the hijack.
Same.
They're not involved.
Jesse folds the cutoff, round to Ahmed.
Rudolph!
Wait. Let's get medical advice. I was calling her, right?
Oh, and Rudy, he says, let's get medical advice. He puts his hand to Ahmed's forehead saying that Ahmed gave him a walk. He must be medically ill.
Must be fast. 400 can on there.
No, it was his fault.
Oh, it's his fault. Can you go to raid? I'll put any fault.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I'll probably...
No.
They have way more bluff. Bad.
2x pot.
There was 146
Yeah,
players
that's what I was
with
going to
us.
say. There wasn't too much.
1.5. No, there was 146. I bet 160. There was 146 in the middle. I mean, I would never
King,
fold
queen
that.
suited
I
here
had
for
it,
Matt.
but I would never fold it. But I still would have. I mean, think of it.
That's nothing. He folded fucking jacks against queens against.
Raise to 36,000.
Raised to 36,000.
King on, king 10.
How do you call the turn?
You can't have a hand. You can have king 10 at best. Best, you have king 10. You don't bluff the river. You can never win. The hand. Just not to the window there.
Yeah, exactly.
Lead you to the pot.
Jesse makes the
Really
call.
thought as soon as the full came, I was like, when I was planning to call it come in. Full came, I was like,
Action
okay,
round to Darren.
actually have
Ace-10
ace queen
suited.
for some miracle.
In a raise and a call.
Lots of more flush cards out there.
One in.
Darren moves all in to make the squeeze.
Just a match.
So all the hearts were there. King, queen of hearts, 9-8 of hearts, and ace-10 of hearts.
Sure. Are there any other suits in this deck?
Shows the king, queen of hearts.
I was beating that.
Look at that, they're all showing the hearts.
Yeah, I know what. Hang on. 2, 4, 7, 2 odds,
They want to see the flop now.
2, 4, 7, 2 odds. Huh? No, better.
I had ace.
Yeah, ace, huh? Okay. You want to raise? Cool.
I was raised if I fold.
And I was
Nah, I'm saying about my life with the
pocket forward.
Yeah, he's threatening in the river.
I mean, I can't believe he's a bluffer. I'm saying
I
about
was
my life.
close to bluff.
The Jack 7-7 hand.
You got him on tilt, the man of quads, and he's blocking. You never. I mean, he's going into the upset. I like the short stats though.
Jacks, 8s, 9s. Bluff.
Action on Jesse. He's now got the ace-4 of hearts.
I could be a sicker, a reshove.
I was thinking he must be thinking something on the side.
Either that would be sick, huh? I think like repping quads. No, like rep one hand. Here we go, quads.
Raise to 35,000.
Raised by Jesse. Ahmed with ace-queen of diamonds. Flat calls. Rudy comes along as well with queen 10 of spades, so 3 suits there.
Juicy little spot to pick up a wide pair of tens.
To Matt. Out the way.
How much you play, Rudy?
Henny was our 12th place player, huh?
He was indeed.
I did see him outside.
King, King, Jack. Rudy flops an up and down. Ahmed's got a gut shot. Nothing really going on for Jesse. Jesse's got to play into two players on that board. He's going to check. Ahmed has Rudy behind him. Ahmed going to bet into this. Rudy's not going anywhere. He's up and down. Jesse gets out the way. Four, no help for Rudy. But it does give an extra option to Ahmed to strengthen his equity with the flush draw now as well as the gut shot. So if he believes Rudy's got the king, he might check here to see the free card for the river. It's gone check, check.
Brick.
It's a brick. So Ahmed's ace high is ahead. Checks, Rudy checks back. Ahmed will pick up another 140k. He's up to 1.2 million now.
King 7. I know, King 7.
Big pot here. Sean Bloom is all in.
The second part would have been when the offsuit 5 comes, he bombed like 280 and I'll go call. So.
JP's got cards in front of him. It's a 2, 3, 3, 10 board with 3 hearts.
The hand got a wow, sick ass. At least your eyes got that, you too. Increased your value in life.
Bloom all in. Action on JP. Counting it out.
Up to you too.
All in with over 320 there because there's 3 stacks of 100k plus that stack of 20.
The action continues on the feature table. Looks like Jesse bets and takes that one down over the big blind. So you're not missing anything on the feature table. Button will move around to Matt. Small blind for Jesse, big blind for Ahmed.
That would have been so sick. Was it offsuit 5?
Before, yeah. Before.
Wow, that would have been. I know that, but I wish wasn't before. Like, you know. Yeah. Offsuit 5, he bets. And off it goes.
So JP been in the tank for a while there.
Play continues on the feature table. Action with trading. Folds around the mat on the
With the
button.
shadow of King Eye.
Might have 10 jack on.
Yeah.
Rudy's already
That's
folded.
what I was thinking. 10 jack on one time.
Matt folds. Small blind Jesse. Jesse sits his cards in front of him and thinking what his next action will be. Reaches for chips. Looks like he's raising it up. Ahmed looks at his cards.
And JP gives it up
Puts
and
them back in the box.
Sean Bloom takes across a big pot.
Ahmed will contemplate his next action. We'll go back to the feature table and bring up the graphics. Ahmed with pocket 8s here.
Raises. Jesse folds.
Just over 900 before this time.
You got the same, right?
1.1.
You and me equal, Jesse.
So we're approaching the break time. That'll be in about 15 minutes. Players will swap out with the other table, and of course we get down to almost to the 9. You'll hear David in the background announcing the buy-in times. It's open for registration. The semi-freeze, that's a 4K entry. The 4K One Life brackets, I think, is an add-on. So that is now about to go live. Buy-ins for that are now open.
Can they even do it?
Robert Crowley over there, so it's 2 for sure. Darren Kramer, 6-5 offsuit under the gun.
Round to Matt in the cutoff with King 9. It's in the raise.
The numbers climbing on the stream. Thank you for your viewership and the support. Please make sure you click on that subscribe button, and if your notifications are active, you get notification when we come online. And of course, like. Appreciate you. We're trying to get up to 1,000.
Who knows what the reader would have picked up?
The
Probably would have said 7 and you go, what is it?
We're well into the 950s now, so not too far to go before we hit the magic 1,000.
Yeah. I mean, the man, no, but just mad that they picked one hand below the queen. I mean, it was like...
Never a dull moment with Mr. Kramer. Really looking quite subdued. Normally he would be leading the charge on the table. Okay, so...
yeah, 82% for the real cards, you know.
I was going to get a 1-round penalty.
I can't believe they got a 3-hand penalty yesterday.
All here.
Brother, I was on
Yes,
board.
maybe 1,000 rand.
Yeah. Brother, I'm just massive pressure. He put his arm around me. I said, wow.
I almost had to pay for the food myself.
Yeah. And I was in the big blind in 2 hands. I was on tilt.
Raised to 35,000.
Action by Jesse has raised to 35. Armored with Ace King suited. Clubs. Moves all in. Action on Darren.
Raised to 110,000.
I just re-raised to 110. It wasn't an all-in. 3-bet. Jesse with ace 10 here. He'll fold it. Ahmed will break in the pot with a 3-bet.
Ahmed up over the $1 million mark now, 1.3. So somebody marching with authority there in the background. Who's that? Is that really his brother? It's Billy.
Yeah, it's Billy.
You can just keep changing.
Oh, you said it's free.
Bry on the front of his t-shirt.
Yeah.
Hell to it.
Yeah, it's free. It was free to change.
Oh, you.
It's not like flex.
It's like 14
Almond
chips on
five,
the thing.
four.
That picks up the card as an inquiry, yeah. I swear.
No harm, no foul, KK.
Yeah, I did last time.
Yeah, no, you did. It's like the poor desperate.
Look at one. Do we have a sweet?
No, some close.
Okay. 6-4. Yeah, where's the entry?
Darren takes down that hand.
Trash.
He did well. You got distracted by the towers, yeah. Lucky man that, See, he didn't put his anti-mat, so it's like saying he got distracted by your towers. They pressed him.
You see?
He's a very lucky man.
So Faisal Dawood putting in a bet there on the outer table. Action back to Mark Christie on the button. Who had opened and Faisal has 3-bet him. And Mark Christie opening an ace and showing and folding. Pocket queens for Ahmed now. Raises. Darren folds, round to Matt. 8-5. Folds, round to Jesse in the big blind. Jesse folds. Norman will take down the hand. Bracelet. This Boardwalk Casino 2022 SPT Sunbet Poker Tour. Lovely piece to add to the trophy case.
It seems unreal what this. You like looked at it weird.
I'm talented, but not that talented. 8-16.
10-8 here for Ahmed under the gun. Really folding out a turn there. Action on Matt. Matt is on the button. So Jesse in the small blind. Limps in. Ahmed has 10-3. Ahmed checks back. Jesse has pocket fours. So gut shot here for Ahmed.
No, there is.
Jesse checks. Ahmed bets his gut shot. Jesse calls. Ace on the turn, no help to Ahmed. He's outside on the top of the screen. He has 4 of them. Jesse checks again. Ahmed has to decide if he's going to continue his story or check to take the free card. Continues the story and gets Jesse to fold. And there's the hospitality manager from Sunbet Poker, and they have a wonderful gift package for everybody that makes the final table of the main event. Gets this Sunbet Poker Tour gift package, and it comes with a whole lots of goodies inside, merchandise, etc., which is a nice touch for the players that make the final table.
Okay, we got 5 minutes or so to run on the level. David just preparing the paperwork out there to change the tables over. Kramer with 6-3 here. Pretty sure they'll get thrown away.
Matt folds the 10-3 off. Action on Jesse. Raises. Armored with pocket fours now.
Again against Jesse.
And the previous hand, Jesse had fours against him.
It's going around, as they say.
Armored eyeing really stacked.
When you I counted the chips on the outer table, and there are, I mean, Faisal's flying along nicely as well, but there's actually not that big a difference amongst the stacks. I mean, there are differences, of course, but it's not massive.
So it's evened out a bit there after JP had a lot of the chips, you said.
JP and Faisal predominant chip leaders there, but they're not followed far behind. But we'll see that shortly when they come on the feature table.
So here comes the re-raise by Ahmed.
3-bet to 145k.
And Jesse's already folded and Rudy's folded.
Quick reactions. So we started with 14 this morning, so by my reckoning we've got 11 left.
Yeah, we've got the 5 on this table and the 6 on the other table. 2 away from that final table where they will get those gift packages. The prestige of being on the final table in a big event.
Exactly, he's an actor, man. He's the owner of the ship of production.
I mean, the man owns the entire
And
production.
the whole production, brother.
Has all the directors on his payroll.
So Ahmed on the button with the Queen Jack suited. Raised.
35,000.
Rudy's a quick folder. He's upset that he can't pick up anything. Darren Cram with ace-4 suited has got something to defend his big blind with. So he's going to contemplate flatting or 3-betting, and he's counting out the 3-bet. Puts in the 3-bet.
We raised to 123.
Ahmed folds.
Got one now. Let's go on the whole deck. The whole deck. Alright, other one.
There's a view across from the floor. players up on that LED screen. Hands moving around fairly quickly with a 5-handed here.
Almost literally.
A whole lot of players out there by the cashier's desk for that last chance tournament. Stephen Courtney buying in there.
How do you know that?
Charles is there. A whole lot of others.
Ah, getting on.
So that will be
Yeah,
your
people
welcome
actually a bit older.
speaker
You know,
in the
Matt told me
background.
31 the other day. I got started feeling like I'm ancient. Almost like too young. I never
Go
asked
to
anymore.
a
Yeah,
15-minute
man,
break and change these tables.
6 months is a real idea.
Yeah, no, 40 is a tough one.
No, it's a hectic one to take. We're on time, we're on 39. And it's like, I don't like it. You know what the nice part is? You see? You looked at one.
One more.
No, don't lie now. Yeah.
Getting better, so I thought, fuck, let's not look at the other one.
Rudy folds, Darren folds. Action
650. 640.
Small, big.
Matt, and Matt gets a walk.
And we will shortly hear the beeps for the end of the round. And this will be the last hand.
Tell you what, you done well. 2 out of 3 walks.
Unfortunately, after break, someone's going to double me up. So unfortunately for you, I wanted to someone to double me up.
There are not many to look around at. Look around the room and you only see 3 people. 4. That's it.
So Ahmed under the gun, ace-3 of diamonds.
That's
Yeah, true.
Put the raise in.
Raise 80,000. 35,000.
Everybody folding quickly. They want him to go on their break. Round to Matt. He's folded. And Jesse gets out the way.
the TV table. Well done.
Really? Are we? Yeah. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes. We'll change the table.
I think so, eh?
Hi, my name is Clive Kikia. I'm down at the boardwalk supporting the Monster Jam Poker Tour. Sorry, the Sunbet Poker Tour, now as it's called. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, well known in the poker community. I think it's a growing sport. A lot of people look at it as a sport, and so do I. I think it's fantastic the way it's growing and it's taking off, and hopefully we can be one of the best venues in the world at some point. Yes, I've probably played all of the stops. Times Square, Carnival City, Wild Coast, Sibaya, and here at the boardwalk, and I'm looking forward to Cape Town at the Grand West. My favorite so far has been the Wild Coast Sun. Yes, I've made a final table that's I think 2 or 3. Of course, I'd like to win. I have won many of the tournaments, the smaller ones, but I'm waiting to win the big one, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it quite soon. Favorite starting hand? A lot of people ask that, and mine might sound a bit strange, but it's 10-2 of spades. A Doyle. It's called a Doyle Brunson. 10-2 of spades. Nobody sees it coming, and I've won many a big pot with that hand. Unfortunately, no. I was supposed to go to Vegas just before COVID, and I do plan to go at some stage in the very near future. That's definitely one of my goals, and I believe any avid poker player would want to go to Vegas. So I'm definitely keen to go and will be going soon.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, But it seems to me like it's growing. In the last year, I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg. So it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series. So this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City, and Sibaya. And yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker, and definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
Hi, my name's Ahmed Karim. Yeah, I'm from Cape Town and I play poker for a living. I'm a professional poker player. I don't know. What do I think about the poker scene in South Africa? It's very good. I mean, it's on the uprise. There's a lot of new players coming into the scene. Monster Jam's doing a phenomenal job with the stream to basically get out to a lot of, like, a huge audience. Brings out quite a lot of new players because of the stream. And yeah, it's good. There's a lot of new players, which is great to see, obviously, you know, because ideally we're just trying to grow the game. Yeah, have I played any other Monster Jam stops? Yeah, I pretty much play all the stops.
Hi, my name is Clive Kikia. I'm down at the boardwalk supporting the Monster Jam Poker Tour, the Sunbet Poker Tour, now as it's called. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, well known in the poker community. I think it's a growing sport. A lot of people look at it as a sport, and so do I. I think it's fantastic the way it's growing and it's taking off, and hopefully we can be one of the best venues in the world at some point. Yes, I've probably played all of the stops. Times Square, Carnival City, Wild Coast, Sibaya, and yeah, at the boardwalk, and I'm looking forward to Cape Town at the Grand West. My favorite so far has been the Wild Coast Sun. Yes, I've made a final table at, I think, 2 or 3. Of course, I'd like to win. I have won many of the tournaments, the smaller ones, but I'm waiting to win the big one, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it quite soon. Favorite starting hand? A lot of people ask that, and mine might sound a bit strange, but it's 10-2 of spades, a Doyle. It's called a Doyle Brunson. 10-2 of spades, nobody sees it coming, and I've won many a big pot with that hand. Unfortunately, no. I was supposed to go to Vegas just before COVID, and I do plan to go at some stage in the very near future. That's definitely one of my goals, and I believe any avid poker player would want to go to Vegas. So I'm definitely keen to go and will be going soon.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, but it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg, so it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series, so this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker, and definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
Hi, my name is Hagar Dayani, and yeah, I mean, love MJPT. About the poker scene in South Africa, it's small. It's not a number of players, but it's good to see some new players come in all the time. The nice thing about MJPT is that you always get new faces and new guys that form a love for the game. Yes, I have played. I've played all of them, and yeah, it's always something that we look forward to getting there. Sibaya is good, Sun City, and Pretoria is always big, which is quite nice. The fields are big, and the prize pools are always quite massive. Yeah. Yes, I have made a couple of final tables. I've won a couple as well. The ones that I've won tag team, I've won Diddle Slam, and there was one slow roll as well. I have made final tables. I think all of them, but I need to cash in more. Well, the best starting hand is the winning hand, but yeah, I think it's not about the start. Any hand is a good starting hand. It's what brings out on the flop, and that's where the game starts. I've been about 6 times. In fact, I went for 6 weeks this year. Vegas is amazing. It's awesome. Fields are amazing. Poker players' dream. I recommend for guys to obviously get enough experience, so then you can go to Vegas. But yeah, they call it a dream for a reason. The pots are big, and if you make it, you make good money. But it's always a chore.
And welcome back to the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful city of Quebec in the Eastern Cape. This is your Sunbet Poker Tour, the 4th stop on our nationwide tour. And we're in day 10 of the series, the final day of the series, and we're in the final day, the 3rd day of the main event, the Blue Ribbon event. The bubble burst last night after a protracted hand-for-hand. And we are down to the final 10 players, one more table away from final table. We've just switched out the feature table in the break. So in seat 1 will be Mark Christie, 805,000. In seat 2 where the button will be, JP Oaks, 647,000. Seat 4, Faisal Dawood, 337,000. Seat 6, Sean Bloom, 1,008,000 chips. And in seat 7, Baron Spies, 391,000 chips. In the background, you'll see the last chance event, the One Life 4K. There's a full table already sitting down. You can see Big Charles there. You see the back of Stephen Courtney. They've all taking their seats already. So we're waiting for all the players. There's the warning buzzer for the hands about to start. The blinds will be 10,000, 20,000 with a big blind ante of 20. So we'll move on to the first hand, and Baron Spies, short stacked, relatively to the rest of the table, will be first to speak under the gun. He's got 391k. The other short stack at the table is Faisal with 337. Everybody else virtually double that, and then our chip leader on the table over the 1 million mark. Gary's going to join me shortly after having briefed the players out there. As you saw, you could pick him up on screen. So action round to Mark Christie in the cutoff, and he has ace-6. So he's going to raise, because I think the blinds are vacant there. One of them is vacant. Player not there. So he raises. JP folds Jack-8 suited. Small blind Faisal is not there with ace-10. And around to Sean Bloom in the big blind with Jack-Deuce, and he's given that up. And Mark Christie will take down that first hand of the swapped out feature table. In the background you saw Rudy and Darren Kramer, who left the feature table at the break. So really down to the business end of this Blue Ribbon event, playing for that wonderful bracelet to add to your trophy cabinet, and the big check that comes with it for 550k. JP just sorting his chips out nicely where he's nice and comfortable.
He doesn't want to get too comfortable, Mark.
Yeah.
Because if we lose one player, we're doing a complete redraw. We're going for 9 on the final table.
Absolutely. I was just explaining to the viewers that we won away from that final table.
Who did we lose on the outer table? Who was it we lost?
I'm just looking. Was the local man that I'm not that familiar with.
Oh, okay.
He was short stacked this morning coming in.
48,000. Raise 48,000. 38,000.
So that was 11th place. So 10th place will pay 45,400. So that's the next payout.
So it's been raised here by JP Barrent in the big blind. It's only got 10-6. Doesn't have that many chips behind. There's a player that likes to see flops, but he might have to give this one up. You can see he doesn't want to.
My son-in-law's called Barrent, but we call him Benny.
Here we go. And he folds it.
Went for your blind.
Sporting his Cavalier
Keep on swapping out blinds.
lineage there from Wellington.
But I'd like you to call and miss.
They have the Duke of Wellington. Well, it's in England, wasn't it?
That's it. your part of the of birth or origin.
He was more Pommy-ish, as Mike would say.
Pommy-ish. Michael Collett's new word.
Pommy-ish. He says it's in Wikipedia. I'm not going to humour him and even look, you know that, don't you? Because he'll know.
I see Yuri Hartov has also jumped into that last chance. He's a total degen when it comes to poker. Can't miss a game.
Yeah, he greeted me just now. He was smiling away as usual.
Yeah, he's very friendly, happy man.
There's Mr. Azam about to fire 7
Oh,
bullets.
there he's in. Oh, they're in trouble there now.
I'm going blind every hand.
Bullets will be flying. So Faisal in the cutoff. Fold. Round 2, Sean. And we haven't seen much of Sean on the previous legs of the tour, but very accomplished player from what we've seen, Gary.
He plays very nicely.
From Cape Town, of course, so the Cape players all know him very well. But the rest of the country doesn't know him that well live, shall we say.
Probably one of these online phenoms, as they say.
45,000.
So, raised by Sean with the Queen Jack. Big blind of Mark Christie, Ace 9. He's going to defend his big blind. He's going along very nicely as Mark.
Yeah, quietly going about his business. And nice to see him back and playing.
Yeah, and won his seat in through a satellite, so good day at the office for him. Ace High is still ahead. Out of position, he has to decide, so he's deciding to lead into the pot. He puts in the bet. So let's see how Sean deals with that, with a donk lead from the blind. Often in these spots we see the more aggressive player just 3-betting to find out straight away. And he's doing exactly that. There he goes with the 3-bet. Back the pressure on the person in the blind who's out of position. Well played by Sean, he takes that down.
So I checked the Hendon mob. You have to check Hendon mob occasionally. Sean hasn't got a presence there. Also, while I was there, I just checked to see my cashes. I had 5 cashes in Vegas this year, and only one of them has been accredited to me, which was the Golden Nugget. The other 4 was some bloke called Gary Allen, who's American.
Okay, so
he got all my cashes.
He got your points and your recognition.
I'll have to fix that.
Yeah,
it wasn't the King's Fortune, but we'll have to fix that.
Yeah, but still, that's the anomaly of Hendon mob. I look back and a lot of the big tournaments didn't used to enter the results, so they've just lost, which is unfortunate.
I played for years before Hendon Mob.
Yeah, no, I was playing when Hendon Mob was about, and those earlier ones, a lot of them were not recorded.
Yeah, so some American chap got all my points. Thanks, mate.
I didn't know there was a Harry Gullen in America.
Apparently there's several. The good news is I've got all the payout slips, so I can
You can sort it out.
when I get time. So nice shot of Boren there in concentration mode.
So raised by Sean.
Boren might be pushed around. This is 2 hands in a row.
Yeah. And he gives it up. The problem is his stack size to get involved. And, Sean raised before and Mark defended with the ace-6. He's got another ace-6 here, but in the small blind, and there's the big premium one.
So we've had the preamble. Now we've got the main event.
Guys that are playing in the one-half tournament, your first 4,000 gets you 25,000 chips. Your second 4 grand gets you.
There comes the 3-bet.
You can buy the 50,000 chips at any time during the re-entry period. If you'd like to start with all 75,000 chips, you're welcome to do so.
So the free zone for your 4,000, you get 40,000 chips, or 25,000 chips, and if you buy the one life, you can use it any time and add another 45,000.
Yeah, either as an add-on later, anytime as a top-up, or immediately. So all options, as Gary said, available.
We used to call that a lifeboat tournament. Call it one life.
And JP will take that down with the ace-king of hearts.
That's there, Leslie.
Yeah, with a nice big premium hand, especially 5-handed. You're really loving to see that when you look down at it. If anybody else has got aces or kings, and when you are the two blockers 5-handed, it's just very bad luck.
So thank you to the subscribers who've pushed us up to the 160 mark. We still have 40 more to go. Sorry, not 160, 960.
Yeah, I think we know what you mean, Gaza.
The thing is, Mike, is I struggle with more than 2 figures, you know.
So action on Sean is folded. Barent is folding. He'll want to find a hand. He doesn't like to be inactive for long.
I think my colleague should come and do some commentary. He's got a lot of chirp.
Okay. Easy to chirp off camera, Gaz.
Apparently he knows something about poker as well.
All right.
Apparently. Only because he's on.
Tell him to come play our home game with us, Gaz.
That's by invitation. I don't know anybody who would invite him.
I would just for the entertainment value. Let's see if he can put his money where his mouth is.
Michael is my silent source of entertainment throughout the long hours of streaming. He's the guy that can walk out in the streets and nobody wants a selfie or autograph, but he is famous. He's that guy. As a lady once said to me, I enjoy falling asleep to the sound of your voice. And I'm like, you haven't seen my face.
Yeah. You know, that's like could be a backhanded compliment. Are we that boring, or are you that melodic?
I think it's the copper tone or monotone honeycomb voice that is very pommy-ish.
So pocket jacks here for Barent under the gun. And he's going to put in the raise.
Here we go. Good luck, Barent.
He raises a sizable chunk of his stack. Mark folds, round to JP. Ace King again.
So
offsuit.
JP being spoiled in the corner there.
And he's going to put him all in, I think. JP, if he looks at Barent's stack.
I think Barent has to call. You know, he's just he's getting pushed around.
See JP eyeing that stack exactly.
Yeah, I think Barent's got a good premium hand here. I don't think he's folding.
No.
I think the money's going to go in.
Please re-raise with no flat call.
Barent says you can re-raise them flat call. Yeah, there you go. All in.
All in. I knew he was going to put him all in. Faisal will get out the way. Still Sean Bloom in the big blind. He's quickly out the way of a 7 deuce.
And this will be a call.
All in call. He says, have you got aces?
Ace King versus Jacks. That's a 46%er according to our numbers there. We will have factored in any folded cards. Good luck to both gentlemen.
Hold up.
Oh, how's JP? Bang.
There's JP running. Still get a jack.
Come on, there must be one jack somewhere.
Diamonds are covered by the king.
Get a diamond.
That's a jack. Well, that'll be that.
And unfortunately, Barent is eliminated in 10th place. But it's well played and a nice cash for him. He picks up the 45k. And we are going to have a redraw. And they're going to set for final table. So they're just busy getting the redraw sorted out. There will be presentation. Right, and that's everybody busy, excited and happy, you can see, to get to a final table.
Right, guys, I'm going to give you cards. Please just move to these seats and stay in your seats. You guys will have a break.
Yeah, you got money on C5 from here.
Right, so Barent will message the bad news to his family and friends that he has been eliminated.
Well done to Barent. Right, guys, this is not a break. This is not a break. We'll be doing the redraw now. We're getting your chips off the table, doing the chip counts once.
Stage where he is. Christy, which seat number did you get so? Seat 3.
So if you listened in the background, there's going to be an exit interview with Barent, who bubbled the final table, but did get a decent cash of 45k. They're going to count the chips. They're going to, if their seat draws are being made, everything will be set up. There will be photographs taken for social media, and we're going to the exit interview.
Yeah, must have been this.
You know what, this is all the time you
We'll be going across to the exit interview very shortly. Meanwhile, as you see, there's the tournament directors moving the chips in, dealers helping to count, players starting to get allocated their seats. Looks like Rudy is going to be in seat 1.
900. 893. 893. 893. Yeah. Brother, how about
Busy setting up for the crossover interviews. Players are busy taking up their shots.
Right, that's 6.
Max, what number are you in?
Yeah.
9. Seat 9, yeah.
What's his name?
I'll give you a chip card now.
Oh wow, look at you drawing like a boss. Oh, that's no, brother, you.
Seat 5 of your armors.
Yeah, C5 is onwards.
And they're going to cross over now for that exit interview.
I am here with Barent Spies. First of all, well done on a great finish for the main event.
Thank you.
Finishing in 10th for the final table, how does that feel?
Oh, well, grinding from the turbo straight into the main event. Yesterday, grinding the whole day, didn't get cards. This morning, I actually got aces twice, so I doubled up. But at the end, jacks against ace king, pinch stack once again. I think I put my money in good, so tough luck, but it was a great experience. Thank you.
Fantastic. And we haven't seen you at many AT events lately. Are you going to be joining us on the tour? We'll see you in Cape Town?
Yeah, I had, I think, 3 or 4 cashes at the Monster Jam store. And took a 4-year break now, COVID, all that stuff. But now we're in a good position to play all of them coming, so it's good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed your stay at Boardwalk.
Thank you, very good. And we had a nice experience. And it was a great week. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Barent. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
And we're back now. That was the exit interview from the lovely Caitlin with Barent Spies, bubbling the final table, but getting a decent cash. And he says he's had cashes previously in the Monster Jam Poker Tour, now the Sunbet Poker Tour. And he will be joining us in the Cape Town series for a number of events. So we look forward to seeing him there.
Yeah, exactly. Give me 1 second to get jokes here.
So Rudy has taken his seat here in seat 1. We will get all the names and the chip counts for you shortly. They're just being edited and audited by the tournament director. 2 full tables.
Yeah, exactly, the full just everyone shift a little bit that way.
Basil, with it?
2 tables out there in that One Life tournament. The social media photographs being taken by Chad.
At 1:45.
Setting.
Now 12. At 1:45. Can I have everybody standing by this front table, please? I want to do a presentation onto the table, then we'll play.
Cool, 50-minute break.
So there, David Rolfe is announcing that they have a 15-minute break now, and when they return after the break, they will go in front of the presentation screen. There will be a lovely package given to them by the Sunbet hospitality team for making the final table of this main event, and then play will resume at 1:45. So we will join you in 15 minutes time after the break when everything has been set up.
Clive Kikia. I'm down at the boardwalk supporting the Monster Jam Poker Tour, the Sunbet Poker Tour, now as it's called. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, well known in the poker community. I think it's a growing sport. A lot of people look at it as a sport, and so do I. I think it's fantastic the way it's growing and it's taking off, and hopefully we can be one of the best venues in the world at some point. Yes, I've probably played all of the stops. Times Square, Carnival City, Wild Coast, Sibaya, and here at the boardwalk, and I'm looking forward to Cape Town at the Grand West. My favorite so far has been the Wild Coast Sun. Yes, I've made a final table that's I think 2 or 3. Of course, I'd like to win. I have won many of the tournaments, the smaller ones, but I'm waiting to win the big one, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it quite soon. Favorite starting hand? A lot of people ask that, and mine might sound a bit strange, but it's 10-2 of spades, the Doyle. It's called a Doyle Brunson. 10-2 of spades, nobody sees it coming, and I've won many a big pot with that hand. Unfortunately, no. I was supposed to go to Vegas just before COVID, and I do plan to go at some stage in the very near future. That's definitely one of my goals, and I believe any avid poker player would want to go to Vegas. So I'm definitely keen to go and will be going soon.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town, and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, but it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg, so it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series, so this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker, and definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points, but will certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
Hi, my name's Hagar Dayani, and yeah, I mean, love MJPT. About the poker scene in South Africa, it's small. It's a number of players, but it's good to see some new players come in all the time. The nice thing about MJPT is that you always get new faces and new guys that form a love for the game. Yes, I have played. I've played all of them, and yeah, it's always something that we look forward to getting there. Sabah is good, Sun City, and Pretoria is always big, which is quite nice. The fields are big, and the prize pools are always quite massive. Yeah. Yes, I have made a couple of final tables. I've won a couple as well. The ones that I've won tag team, I've won Diddle Slam, and there was one slow roll as well. I have made final tables. I think all of them, but I need to cash in more. Well, the best starting end is the winning end, but yeah, I think it's not about the start. Any hand is a good starting hand. It's what brings out on the flop, and that's where the game starts. I've been about 6 times. In fact, I went for 6 weeks this year. Vegas is amazing. It's awesome. Fields are amazing. Poker player's dream. I recommend for guys to obviously get enough experience, so then you can go to Vegas, but yeah, they call it a dream for a reason. The pots are big, and if you make it, you make good money, but it's always a chore.
The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever-beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sabaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved.
Kikia. I'm down at the Boardwalk supporting the Monster Jam Poker Tour, the Sunbet Poker Tour, now as it's called. I'm from Pietermaritzburg, well known in the poker community. I think it's a growing sport. A lot of people look at it as a sport, and so do I. I think it's fantastic the way it's growing and it's taking off, and hopefully we can be one of the best venues in the world at some point. Yes, I've probably played all of the stops. Times Square, Carnival City, Wild Coast, Sibaya, and here at the Boardwalk, and I'm looking forward to Cape Town at the Grand West. My favorite so far has been the Wild Coast Sun. Yes, I've made a final table that's I think 2 or 3. Of course, I'd like to win. I have won many of the tournaments, the smaller ones, but I'm waiting to win the big one, and I'm sure I'll be able to do it quite soon. Favorite starting hand? A lot of people ask that, and mine might sound a bit strange, but it's 10-2 of spades, a Doyle. It's called a Doyle Brunson. 10-2 of spades, nobody sees it coming, and I've won many a big pot with that hand. Unfortunately, no. I was supposed to go to Vegas just before COVID, and I do plan to go at some stage in the very near future. That's definitely one of my goals, and I believe any avid poker player would want to go to Vegas. So I'm definitely keen to go and will be going soon.
Right, hi, my name's Stephen Courtney. I'm from Cape Town, and up here in Boardwalk doing round 4 of the Monster Jam series. Well, I'm fairly new at poker. I've only started playing live from late last year, started playing at the beginning of lockdown, but it seems to me like it's growing in the last year. I've really seen a pickup in especially the Monster Jam series, but also the play up in Joburg, so it seems like it's growing. Yeah, I've played the whole series, so this is round 4. I've played the other 3 in Times Square, Sun City and Sibaya, and yeah, I'm planning to do the 5th one in Cape Town as well. Yeah, so I've really had a good series at Monster Jam. I've managed to cash in the main of all the first 3, which is quite unique. I'm not sure if there's any other player that's managed to cash in all 3, so proud of that. And made the final table at Times Square. So that was the biggest tournament, 501 players. So it was my first Monster Jam, and to get to the final table, top 9 was great. Unfortunately got knocked out in 9th position, but really stoked to have made the final table there. So that's an interesting question because everyone has their favorite hands. Some of them are not great hands. Some people enjoy King 2, or I really enjoy Jack 10. I don't like Ace King. It's a bit of a trappy hand. Often people overvalue Ace King. I like King suited, King X suited. Many hands I enjoy. Everyone has their own favorite. So I've never been to Vegas. I've traveled a lot, but never for poker. And definitely have ambitions. I would love to make the top 10 to join the team going across. I'm currently ranked 23rd on the leaderboard, so need to get some lucky cashes to build up my points. But we'll certainly go next year if I get in. Otherwise, I'm going to look around and see what small tournaments there might be in Europe or Southeast Asia, and definitely have a plan to go and play somewhere overseas and get some experience. Definitely.
So we have reached the final table of the main event here at Boardwalk, and I'm going to be announcing our final tablists in their seat order, and we're also going to be over a lovely gift from our Sunbet representative. Thank you to Sunbet for sponsoring our poker tour and making it possible for us to come out to you here in Boardwalk. In seat 1, we've got Rudolph Fourie all the way from Bloemfontein. Congrats, Rudolph. If you can just come this way and get yourself a box from Taz. Just take a little photo. Thank you. Rox will take it from me there. Then in seat 2, we've got JP Oakes on 1.129 million in chips. Just a pick, JP. Just to make you famous. Up next, we've got our first hometown hero at the final table, Mark Christie, with 733,000 in chips. Rox will keep it for you till you're done. And in seat 4, Jesse Rosen, who's had a fantastic series so far. He's got 898,000 in chips. Jesse Rosen. In seat 5, one of Cape Town's heroes and certainly one of South Africa's poker heroes, Ahmed Karim, with 1.062 million. Rox will take it from you. Also hailing from Cape Town, we've got Sean Bloom in seat 6 with 995,000. Everyone's from Cape Town. And no stranger to any final table in seat 7, we've got Darren Kramer with 893,000. In seat 8, the only player making an appearance from Durban, we've got Faisal Dawood with 327,000. And finally, our final player from Cape Town, Matt Mulhall in seat 9 with 488,000. Fantastic. Good luck to all of our final tablists. All of the action will be on the live stream, so stay tuned and see who our bracelet winner will be.
And welcome back to the feature table. The players have all been announced. Their chip counts have been given by Caitlin. Action is about to get underway. Gary's quickly briefing them. They should all know. They've all been up here. Just last little minute briefings. Tournament director in close attendance. So we set for an exciting conclusion to this Boardwalk series. The 4th stop on our Sunbet Poker Tour. It's been a wonderful series so far. Guarantees have all been exceeded in the Little Slam, the High Roller, the Aston Sunchong Memorial, and in this Blue Ribbon event, to the main event. All the guarantees been exceeded, and they're playing for that wonderful bracelet and the first prize money of 550,000.
1,062,000.
Gary going through the chip counts again for the players.
893,000. Basil Darwood, 327,000. Matt Mahal, 488,000.
So action will get underway. By default, the button will be on seat 9 for all the tournaments. So Rudy will be in the small blind. Players are told to shuffle up and deal. And we are underway on our final table. Big Cape Town presence on this final table. Nice to see local man Mark Christie there. KwaZulu-Natal as a representative, Johannesburg as a representative, the Free State as a representative. So Mark Christie under the gun has folded. Jesse Rosen has folded. It's round to Ahmed. So Ahmed puts in the raise. Raises with the ace-6 off, quick folds around to the blinds, and he takes down the hand as the blinds fold as well. So first blood to Ahmed on the feature table.
Thank you.
That was folded very quickly round, so we move on to the next hand.
Yeah, I know, that's a 10.
And Jesse Rosen will be under the gun. Blinds and antes are posted. Cards go across to the players. So Jesse folds under the gun. Ace-4, round to Ahmed, he folds. Sean is out the way. Action on Darren. So Darren counting out a raise. Darren puts in the raise. Jack 10. So ace-10 by Matt, been raised by Darren. He has ace-10 here in the cutoff. He's counting out 3 betting chips.
We raised.
He re-raises.
That is 125.
Makes it 125k. Rudy and JP are out the way. Round to Mark Christie in the big blind, and he folds. And Darren gives it up quite easily. He had just Jack 10 off. Matt knows that Darren will open a fairly wide range, so his ace 10 is worthy of 3 betting with there.
I wasn't gonna get. It wasn't from Matt, it's coming from you.
Yeah, I
Okay. I feel better.
Unless you think you can shove.
What? You shove on me? What must I do? I'm not getting anywhere there.
So Ahmed will be under the gun. Center of picture. Here it is, Ahmed. 5-4. Folds. Sean, he's out the way. Basil folds, action on Matt. He's out the way, round to Rudy. Ace-6 for Rudy, he raises. Makes it 50k. 10-7 suited for JP. Makes the call in position. Round to Mark Christie with pocket queens. So a raise and a caller, there's 150k in the pot. He has 683 behind. So let's see the sizing of his 3-bet here.
So JP limp called out of the D. And Mark is in the small. The original raise going for Rudolph. Okay, I've caught up. It's hard work clapping and cheering for players.
Absolutely, and doing all your other admin out there, setting them right, herding the cats.
Poker players, eh? Who'd have them?
So 3-bet is to 260 and quick for lights.
Respect is due, and Mark gets the.
Yeah, and he did have the big premium hand. There's a view across of that LED screen and all the players that have made the final table. Nice little picture of them that will flash continuously through while they're playing there.
One day they'll put a picture of the commentary team up there, I think, when we're famous. Black out our faces, of course. We don't want people to know who we are.
And there is the check as well, just the name to be filled in for that 550,000 rand.
In my day, they called that a blank check.
You'll pick it up and walk off with it, guess. Put your own name in.
Indeed. I have a Monster Jam check at home, believe it or not. Right. Ace-6 for Sean Bloom. Back of his head there. There we go.
Under the gun, early position. 9-handed. That's going in the muck. Darren folds. Basil out the way.
Basil, the lone Durbanite, the lone KZN representative on the table.
Round to JP in the cutoff. With your Jack-10 suited.
All the Cape Town boys had a nice picture. Did you see it?
Yeah.
They had a nice photo of all the Cape Town boys together.
Big contingency from Cape Town here on the final table.
And JP Oates, of course, from your hometown, Benoni.
That's it. Nice to see a local man come to the final table as well.
Yeah, of course. And nice for his recovery and everything as well.
Absolutely.
This is going to spell some danger here. Cowboys for Ahmed.
$150k in the pot now. See what his sizing is to raise. Makes it 195.
JP Oates will think for a while and fold, and I suspect Mark Christie might do the same.
Yeah, I think Mark will get out the way with the ace-jack.
Not quite strong enough to be fighting a raise that big.
Will take that down from the big blind. Action on Darren under the gun.
Can't touch the 9 10 at the slots, eh?
Faisal folds. Action on Rudy. Matt first. Queen Jack here for Matt. Early-ish position. And just as well, Rudy goes it, bangs it in with the pocket tens. So Mark Christie here with pocket nines, and Rudy's jammed it all in with the tens. It's half his stack to call. So he folds. Jesse out the way. Round to Ahmed. 4 deuce, he'll fold. And Sean Bloom will give up his big blind.
8.
10.
Pocket tens gets through.
He followed 9.
Oh, 9? Okay.
Against me.
So 9 players left. The next player out will receive 60,000. Not a bad payday.
No, not too bad at all. And if you like Mark that won your satellite in, bonus payment.
Here's good, you Rudolph.
That's pretty awesome, eh? If you satellite in as well. And good for Mark Christie, you know. He's,
109 to 8.
Well, I mean, I'm sure.
That's the
nice
only hand
gentleman.
that wants me to call. Not Ace Jack or Jack Queen.
I've seen worse. 8 10 of spades, you know what I mean?
It feels like a bad beat. I mean, 9 should snap. How much would you snap?
Rudy giving Mark stick for folding 9, saying it feels like a bad beat when you fold. You should snap me so I can double up. All rude. Matt folds. Round 2, Rudy.
Yum, yum, yum. Cape Town. Cape
Wow,
Town.
King Jack and 2 pictures, huh? Oh, wow. Look at these tight
Tightening up, boy. It's changed from last.
I know. When I sat down at the table yesterday, I tried to play.
Well, I promise you, you would have seen the flop if you did.
Yeah.
So Ahmed on the button with the 8-6 suited.
it's going to come along by the look of it.
He's put in the raise.
You raise.
Yeah, I'm not folding.
Sean makes a tight fold to the King Jack.
How's that?
Darren with Jack 10 in the big. He's out the way.
3 4 or what? Is it 3 4? 13,000.
Blank check.
Ready for the winner's name to be filled in. If only checks still work, Gaza. They're obsolete now.
Are they really?
Banks have phased them out.
I still have a checkbook. I haven't used it for years, but I still have.
Yeah, it was phased out by the banks during COVID.
I didn't know that.
Checks were phased out during COVID. No longer legal tender.
There you go. You learn something new every day. Well, the £20 note was phased out in the UK this week.
Oh, okay, can you make it 9, please?
I was like trying to work out if there was some like sick thing about it. Yeah, some sick joke there or what?
Matt folds.
Yeah,
Rudy
man.
folds. Round to JP.
I know that.
He's out the way. Round to Mark. He folds. Jesse folds. Ahmed's out the way. Round to Sean on the button. King 8.
Raise. 40,000.
Ace King for Faisal here. In the big blind. And the shove is there. Also the 15 big blind shove. Yeah, blinds were 20.
Now you wake up. Ace, 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 only play aces. I follow the ace phase or you fold.
Faisal picks up the plus 50k.
Faisal need to make a few moves now, getting down near the bottom there with his 18 bigs.
Yeah, but at least I had a pair eventually.
So hand 61 of the day. Rudolph Fourie will be your under the gun player. There's Rudolph to the left of the dealer, seat number 1. Queen 8 under the gun, into the muck. JP will follow him. And we'll flip round to Mark Christie. Mark will not want to play this from mid position, I'm sure. And, they'll go back to the dealer. Jesse flicks his cards immediately. Jack 8 suited. Ahmed might have different ideas with these suited 2 gappers.
Yeah, from the hijack.
Okay, so resistance is coming.
He'll make it about 110 or so.
There you go, well done. You all seen the movie before?
Must be commentating after the fact, Gaz.
That's it.
That's what they tell us.
We know the future.
I think you just get a feel for the players, watching them over a couple of days. And then over series, you get an even bigger feel.
Kramer's going to bang some in here.
And Kramer with the 10s.
This is a bit of a setup, this one. I think Ahmed will get out of the way with his 2 Cape Townian brothers following and raising. Like he's baking a cake.
Yeah, that's like 235.
235,000 is the bet. Faisal will get out of the way with his scabby little ace. And if Matt wakes up with a hand here, we could have some real problems. Oh, he's got one of his 10s though. Snap fold for Ahmed, and Sean knows a decision to make. Gets out of the way.
Giving Darren respect for the 4-bet. So that was a Cape Townian little interchange.
It is not unique, but it is unusual.
I think Ahmed is third in there.
I'll tell you what, put all your money in the world on third in there. Then I can tell you. Sorry? Really, huh? Third. Third. I mean, maybe not on the flop.
A nice pick up there for Darren.
Ahmed's his favourite.
I think so too. Tell you what, yeah, I know.
Folded.
To get him to fold, they got short
This
actually.
is folded.
It made my life a lot easier. Like a 100 calls.
Okay,
Exactly, cool.
Ahmed's got pocket jacks here.
Yeah, exactly.
That verse to 40?
Maybe.
Allegedly.
He'll watch this back and he'll chuckle at that one, don't worry. He had a point.
So Matt with the King Queen in the small blind. Looks like he's going to 3-bet him. Rudy moves all in over the top.
Oh, wow.
So, Matt 3-bets.
So 130,000 was the 3-bet.
Yeah.
And Rudolph is all in, and we haven't got his cards up, but that's okay. We'll sweat with the other two.
Yeah, just slightly to the right of that box. That box needs them in the center. How do you feel about jacks now? You raise, you get 3-bet and 4-bet shoved.
480. 413.
Ahmed was 1.2 million.
They're right, guys. It's 4
Both other players over 400. Gets out the way. I think Matt is going to have to let go of King Queen.
I'm winning by a mile.
Well, let's see. Back
Come
to
on.
Rudy.
You're unbelievable. I swear, there's not a
So
person.
if Rudy shows his cards, we'll look at them on the flop count.
Very hard to have kings or queens.
I'm ahead.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're like pocket sevens as I watch.
Sam, you got him back there.
Before the jacks, you know my show.
Bring him across.
Nines.
Pocket nines.
I just thought the spot was answered.
Okay.
Pocket nines.
Wow.
I said pocket
You are
sevens.
the, I see, you are the most.
You were not ahead, Rudy, unfortunately, but you got it through. Nicely played.
I only have to worry about that. You see, now everybody's going to think you're the same as you.
Jack, also known as Ace King of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Jack's also known as Ace King of Diamonds.
Your timing is immaculate. All I can tell you.
Next time I'll have aces.
Rudy said he saw that as a spot, and he did manage to squeeze it through. So well played by Rudy.
He's saying 100%. Brother, let me tell you what, you sharpen that. He beat you in the pot.
Yeah, yeah. So he's saying.
That's it. And he made you 200 now.
That's going to buy you doing.
Where's your fold button, huh?
Mark folds from early position.
Will that
Jesse
be your
with
first thing of
fours.
the day?
Says it's too early.
No, you told me.
Good that.
Ahmed folds. Sean folds.
Okay, that's the last bluff.
Action on Matt.
Come, I can bluff you again.
Rudy. Gotta love it. Gives a walk to JP.
Matt, you biscuit. What a time to make a play. You must go and speak up, Mark, the commentator from the floor. I'm with Phil Dick, that's the floor.
What did he call? Yeah. An inquiry. Jackson's been folded how many times?
Yeah.
That's right. The Jackson's like.
So Jesse folds under the gun, round to Ahmed. He's out the way.
I will probably fold Jackson.
Very tough.
See, this game is fun. Picking your spots.
Masterclass by Rudolph Ree. Here we are.
But you see, now I had my one. Now I got
Now you're gonna nut it up for that.
Now, locked shot, boom, bang. I took like 150k free money.
Oh.
I made it 130.
I made it 130 to 45 and then blind day.
175 plus the blinds is 200. Should I should play more fun like that? 5,000.
No commentary required, I guess.
That's it, just let them talk. We can go have lunch and they can come back.
So raised up by JP. Mark Christie with King Queen in the big blind.
Yeah. I've got the thing. Block.
So the flop has come down ace 5-8. JP raised pre, so he's going to continue. So JP has made the continuation. It was called by Mark. He didn't believe JP. And he is ahead. JP now has a gut shot. So Mark can now get this through. Well played by Mark here. Let's see if he bets enough to get JP off that gut shot.
That is 50,000. Yeah, Rudolph, I'll have a lucky brandy with you.
Huh?
I'll have a lucky brandy with you.
Brandy.
A lucky brandy?
Yeah.
We need it.
Well played by Mark. Takes down that hand.
No, the sweet thing gives me a headache. I don't know if I'm allergic to it or what.
Why are they sending that? Lessons. Single or double?
Double, please.
Sure.
Already ordering the Bloemfontein Cokes.
Wow. Okay, the flight was fully booked to Cape Town. Then have you booked in the morning? 7?
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I've got a meeting.
Have you booked?
No.
Yeah, neither have I. Well, unlucky for us.
You got a full-time job?
No, that's my
So
father.
why wait?
He's got a job. I have another.
I've got a meeting.
No, but
Hold
you
the
can't
drums,
get home,
Darren.
you can't get home. I mean, it's... What did you see?
Yeah, it's like a 9 o'clock to 7
Yeah, that's
o'clock.
right. That's right. The one you touched on? Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's fine.
Sorry, sorry. Okay, sorry. 5-12.
Basil folds.
Wow, probably.
Round to Matt. He's out the way. Rudy with ace 3 suited.
Is there 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
There's a 1:30.
He's raised to 50.
Action on Jesse here.
Yeah, in the big blind. Ace 8.
Oh, you can't travel in the middle of the workday.
Makes the call. A good flop for Rudy.
Yeah, 2 clubs. You might even see him put this in, or certainly bet big. He's coming heavy.
He's coming to bet this heavy, that's for sure. There it comes. And Jesse got nothing to play with.
I swear.
Really shows a lot.
It's so cheap to find a job, we're going to find a cape. Good.
No, but you're gonna land at the similar time, Shabby. Someone said someone call a shot.
Sold out. Man, even sold out is a detour by Job. Monday morning at 50.
How much is the 2 p.m. Monday going for? I could have a word for that.
Darren playing travel agent for everyone that hasn't booked their flights yet.
So there's no flights to Cape Town today.
No, it's not, but the LX is a small plane.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you've got to work. Cape
It's not that bad.
No, it's not that. You've been in it, man.
Where?
Boy, thanks. Cheers.
I'm happy. I'd go on there, but I
Jack.
don't see it.
Under the gun.
Jeffy, did you book? You
Oh.
said you booked, yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
Good job. Really?
Fucking see, I
What do we
could
do?
have done that. I booked one of those diamonds tonight. I think it's 22 nights. I was going to say,
No, I'm saying you can't even get a flight to Joburg. I might still make it. Wow.
Basil raises with ace-5 of diamonds. He hasn't been active. He'll get a lot of respect. King 10 by Matt. To a lot of other openers, he's 3-betting, but to Faisal, he'll give respect. Round 2, Mark Christie, 6-3, he's folding. Jesse folds. Just Ahmed in the big blind now. 9-5 suited. He might stick around.
So you have to keep it in mind, Matt?
Good drive to Cape Town. What do you think?
Yeah, well, if he could hire a taxi to drive him across Europe for 12,000 rand, he can hire a taxi to drive him to Cape Town.
750 kilometers, I reckon.
You can make a call at 5.
Both players check the flop.
I reckon it's about 750 k's.
Yeah, at least.
It'll almost due west of here, isn't it? In a straight line.
Ahmed picks up a gut shot here.
When you drive there, 8-9 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a fair old drive from here.
Yeah, so I reckon it's about 750, 800 kilometers, something like that. So Ahmed is with the option here.
Better 70,000.
Gonna bet his gut shot. Faisal's out the way.
No, nothing. No, I just don't want to flights sold out.
Gary Allen just googled it, and it is 749,9.
That was close, eh?
100 meters out.
That was 100 meters out. I mean,
Over that distance.
Yeah, I mean, I did it at Darren Kramer's house, of course. He lives and I said it's due west of here.
And you said 750 Ks, and it's 749.
That should be a game.
Yeah.
We're commentators, we know the future.
So,
So
Darren
they could get home overnight, 8-hour drive.
Yeah.
They could share that. Be home before the next flight.
Rudy raises with the 8s.
How much do you think an Uber is from Cape
And we're
Town?
driving back to
Darren's
Johannesburg.
asking now, how much do you think Uber would be
How much do you
from?
think?
10 rand a kilometer.
But you can also rent a vehicle, drive down and leave in Cape Town.
Yeah, that.
They're saying they could rent a vehicle.
Gary, been telling them.
Rather two residents. Really, I expected that. Jeez, 9 hours. I did a pet road trip recently and the drive back to Scotland. Just exhausting.
Yeah.
No doubt they'll be Googling it themselves now.
So Ahmed with ace-9 suited here in the small blind, raised by Rudy. Makes the call. One thing they know about Rudy is he can't be pushed around. 3 3-bet Rudy off a hand and shove him around like a lot of other players. Well, with a big flop for Ahmed, not a great flop for Rudy. Over cards and checks.
More overcards.
Yeah, and Ahmed hits his ace now. Still has the redraw to the nut flush as well. Checks. Rudy checks back.
Oh, well, that'll be the end of that.
Yeah. Only thing when Ahmed bets now is Rudy's going to think, what does he have? He checked twice to me.
Well, for sure, if Rudy doesn't believe him, he will call him.
So Ahmed could get away with one. Yeah, Rudy's never going to put him on the ace. Well done, and Rudy just says, my Sam, Maxi's now we square. Says to Ahmed, now we square. Oh goodness.
Faisal needing to get a little bit active.
Yeah, and Matt as well, but they're not in the danger zone yet, and everybody else 30 bigs and plus.
I think you've left me.
Was it 2020? 2020.
Imran and Manesh have jumped into that one life as well.
And you had the only hand that you can't call. We queens, kings, aces, you call. Ace king.
Action on Faisal. Folds under the gun. Matt with king queen.
Jackson's the one there. So Jackson pick. But you don't know what he's got. You see that?
Yeah. That was the problem. He's the problem.
So it was such a perfect spot. I should have showed 2 free picks. I've done that.
Now Matt's raise gets all the way through and he'll take that down. Faisal in the big blind now.
I saw those, yeah, chickpea things, yeah. All this morning, yeah.
That transaction of Willie to find
Yeah.
I mean, their selling is on point.
Unbelievable.
They get you with the pretzels.
Yeah.
That
way it's unbelievable, yeah. You can never, this is like, yeah, you're never getting through that aisle. That's it. It's impossible. There's always like a queue, like second or third. So what do you do for 25 seconds?
They get you with the ball ticket. Portion of beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. A little snack. That feels so
Matt
bad.
under the gun with the ace 6.
We've seen those little wasabi sheets.
Yeah.
Fucking nice. I mean, you're buying 6 grams worth of something. 40 grand. But that's a seaweed. It's
Round to Mark Christie. Folds. Jesse folds. Action on Ahmed in the cutoff. 9-5 suited. He'll fold. Round to Sean on the button.
Oi, me and you, not the music.
Darren 10-8. Makes the call. Faisal 5-4. Oh, Darren moved all in.
Yeah, Darren's on it. Not Faisal.
Darren moved all in and takes that
You
down.
did. Look what happened, and I think. So yeah.
Darren telling stories that he had ace king.
No, 8.2, just 0.2. I was about to say, like, what do you think? He's so marketable. He's like, yeah. Enough.
So Rudy under the gun. He folds up to JP. Jack 6 off. Mark Christie. Nothing there. Round to Jesse. Jack 7 suited from early folds. Ahmed in the hijack for the King Queen suited. Puts in the raise. Sean's a quick folder, as is Darren. Faisal was pocket 8s here and short stack, that's going in.
Yep, for sure. Might call him off here. Mind you, Matt's in the big blind has got a nice suited ace jack here. Might be concerned that he's got Ahmed with a raise
behind him.
Yeah. And in the background there's the lovely Cindy cleaning up tables. Worked hard all week for us. We appreciate you guys.
A tough spot here for Matt. If it was just him and Faisal blind on blind, he would have snap called.
Right, we have another all-in.
There we go, he's isolating.
Round to Ahmed. He's folded Ahmed. King Queen suited. Also known as pocket jacks. Just kidding, mate. Pocket 8 versus ace jack suited. So almost a fair fight. Good luck to both gentlemen.
Ahmed would have hit the queen, he's going to tell them. Irrelevant now. 8 still holding up. And no Barry Greenstein. And Faisal gets a welcome double up, and that will damage Matt.
Well done. So incidentally, the current Uber rate, Cape Town and Port Elizabeth, is £7.50 a kilometre. So if you times that by 750, that's 5,625 rand to Uber from here to Cape Town. I mean, you'd have to include a tip, I'm sure.
Yeah, divide that by 4, then...
Is it 4 of them?
Yeah, cheaper than flights.
Divide
If you
by
get the bigger
4,
Uber.
we got ourselves a road trip at $1,400 each.
The button is moved. JP will be under the gun.
So he saves somebody again?
No, I know that. I know, Dick.
Matt is pretty short stacked now. He's the shortest now, down to 170 odd. That put him over just 8 bigs. Folded round to Ahmed. Jack 10. Mid position. It's in the raise. Sean's out the way. Darren King Jack suited. Makes the call.
Thank you to the 2 new subscribers. We're now up to 962.
Getting there.
If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Trying to get up to 1,000 by the end of today. Queen, queen, 6. A monotone board almost. Okay, action with Ahmed.
Ahmed puts in the continuation.
She doesn't play the main event. You have one drop, 12,000, 24,000, 24,000, 12, 24, 24.
Darren folds. Was interested onlooker. Won the big shot. Nice heads-up battle with Max Devison. Folded round to Ahmed. 8 deuce. Folded round to Matt. He's looking for a spot. He's got 161k. That's not it. He's got 8 bigs. Less than 8 bigs with the blinds that have gone up. Really betting 50k here, blind on blind. JP has hit the jack, so he calls. It's a second jack, so there's no doubt now. He'll bet and Rudy will just go away.
Rudy will definitely be folding. So Mark will disappear for a little while, go and have some lunch. And we will continue here on the feature table. Jesse will be the under-the-gun player. One of the Cape Town Massive. There he is.
Every single day. They make money every
Jesse
day
with
in
ace
Australia.
9 here.
Every time there's money put, it's even worse.
And
because
he'll
they take
fold.
20% whatever.
Action goes around to Ahmed Karim.
Make 25.
Ahmed's 10-6 suited. Continues with the pressure. So Sean with the pocket nines. Looks like a raise to, raise to 60. Kramer out the way. Round to Faisal. It's folded all the way round to JP. JP was 7-5 suited. take that down. Knocking heads there with Sean. I don't think there was anything to be achieved, so well done, well played. So currently got we've got plenty of viewers online. Don't forget, if you're on YouTube, put your name in the chat there and tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting. A lot of support for the Cape Town guys. And Mark Christie, of course, local man. Been not too well of late, so it's nice to see him out and about and made a final table. We are down to 9 players. So the 9th place person will be guaranteed 60,000 rand. The next person. Ahmed folds, round is Sean, ace 9 for Sean, offsuit, under the gun +1. Darren Kramer will have something to say in this round of betting. Ace queen suited, under the gun +2, mid position. Quick folds all the way around to JP. JP with ace 7 suited here. Decides not to lock horns from the D. Mark Christie out the small blind. Gets away. So only resistance from Jesse with 5-2, who opens his cards and says, I'm not playing. So all the spare money in the middle will go to Darren Kramer.
He don't take all gold stuffy. The man in this simple day. The last thing he is stuffy.
And he will get another rotation for free. Alright, so we've got a new hand coming up. People gathering in the background there for that 4K brackets, 1 life 8K. The first buy-in gets you 25,000, the second one gets you 40 odd, so worth potentially what is an add-on. Okay, Sean's our action player here, 7-6 of hearts. So these suited connectors. Darren folded out of turn, so those cards should be dead dealer. Can't take them back. Darren will know that. So Darren will know that, and he'll now make that position right. Round to Matt with ace queen here. Money's going to go in here. Yep. Rudy a fold. Round to Mark Christie, and Mark's got to call this. He's got to put it all in or call one of the two. Jesse will be out of the way very, very quickly. And then last but not least, Ahmed Karim, 5-4 folds. So we'll be going to the flop box, and it's pocket tens versus ace queen. Percentage wise, obviously the made hand is ahead, but the 2 overs here. So ace queen flops well here. But the hearts are still in play for pocket tens. So a heart or a 10. No help. Matt Mahal will pick up 221,000, and Mark Christie will be down to 652.
Yeah, 161. 161.
I bet Kramer was a prefect at school. He just comes across as being prefect material. I reckon he was a naughty oak who just got away with it though.
Okay, good.
But I reckon he's still a prefect. Right, so we're just sorting out what has to be slid across the table from Mark to Matt in terms of that. Standard call with the pocket tens. And obviously there was a sweat there with the 3 hearts, and Mark was holding the only heart, which is the 10. So flush ability was there, but it didn't come to fruition, so Matt will survive and he will be doubled up, and those chips will be very welcome into his table. Okay, new hand. This will be hand number 76 of the day. Darren Kramer will be your under-the-gun player. And your blinds recently went up, if you didn't hear, which was 12-24, 24 the big blind ante, and that means you got 60k in the middle, dead money from the outset. Day 3, the main event here in Port Elizabeth, Sunbet Poker Tour. Players are playing for quite a healthy prize pool, culminating in a first prize of 550,000. Not a bad day at the office. Okay, I think our dealer is ready. The first card off the deck will go to Ahmed Karim. Okay, Darren first to act, Queen 10. Right back to the dealer, Brad Faisal. Lone KZN representative. Matt Mahal, 5-4 suited. Really not interested in playing those cards. JP Oates, 9-6 off. Mark Christie is worn out from the last hand, so his 3-2 will go in the bin. And, Ace-9 from Jesse in position here on the dealer button, so he's going to come in for a small raise, see if we can get through the blinds. Ahmed with the mallards here, 2 ducks. Any pair's a good pair short-handed. Jesse's already raised it up to 55. Ahmed never flats here, but he certainly can raise them. Even fold, to be honest. He might give Jesse a bit of respect here. Let's see. Yep, there's the raise. So it was going to be one or the other. 3 bets. Sean Bloom with the King 9. I suspect that'll be fold. Yep, it's already gone. Back around to Jesse with the decision to be made. Another 120 for Jesse out of a stack of 635. He's not getting a price. These are going in the money. Little helicopter spin of the cards, and the best hand will win. Albeit, may have been short-lived as the best hand. Okay, so it's worthy of note that whilst we're waiting for the dealer, we should mention some people who've been very helpful during our time here. As you know, the tech team and us, we've been here well over 2 weeks. We're staying down at the Garden Cottage at Seaview. So to Roz and her team there, thank you very much. If you're ever looking for a spot to spend a little bit of time right on the seafront, then Google the Garden Cottage on booking.com. Port Elizabeth. Next thanks should also go out to all the staff here in the venue who've been doing the waitering and cleaning, and security guards and the staff on the buying counter. The workers, as I call them. Well done, you guys, you represented your brand well. We appreciate everything you do. Okay, back to the table. Rudolph is, I think, folded 10 hands in a row here. JP Oates with the Ace-10 suited. There's no way that gets past him. JP Oates under the gun +3, so mid to late position here. Remember, we're playing 9-handed now, not 8. Oh, there goes in the raise.
48,000? Or is this 48,000?
People say, how could it be a raise if he's first to act? Well, the blinds are the force bets, of course, so you're raising the blinds. Flicks his cards back in, around the shore. Keep going, down Kramer. He folds, and that will get through. JP will get the respect he was due, and they will be in the muck. I'll get my mate Siobhan to get me a timing screen up so we can all have a look at average stacks, etc. Meanwhile, the thanks continue to the actual hotel staff at the reception here and the people out and about, etc., car parking and all that stuff. they're also doing a great job. Great ambassadors for the Sun brand. Just awesome having you guys around. I don't know, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but thanks to the gaming board. They've been here, keeping us on the straight and narrow. Limpy and Mags and Harry been doing a great job, and you know, we've appreciated their input and guidance as well, so well done to them. Anyhow, there's the timing screen, 45 minutes to go on the level. 773,000 is your average stack, so that's your midpoint. If you're not there or somewhere thereabouts, then you're below average and you're fighting. Okay, we'll go back to the feature table. Matt is folding round to Rudy. I've lost count how many hands he's folded here. He's super patient. JP with 5-3 offsuit. They'll be back to the dealer. Mark will follow suit, as does Jesse. Action is now on Ahmed. Jack 5. I don't know if you ever noticed, but it never gets past Ahmed. Never. It's just a very aggressive player. Sean with the ace-10 here. Sean has read the game really well this week, and I would suspect we may see a raise here. Yep, there you go. The raise is all in, and that'll stop all the flushers and crumb bums, as they say.
Yeah, yes, I got the same one, first one. I squeezed, I saw the ace on the first one. Then.
There you go, the squeeze will get through.
That's 100%. The worst part is the fold, the worst part
Sean will
is
pick up the profit there. Good for you, sir.
Mine
Well done.
ace and
Well played.
and you're still looking at the board, you're looking at
your spot nicely.
To make sure,
And
it's the worst card on the deck.
The lady boy.
Yeah.
Get your deserves.
Squeeze, I'm like, okay.
Good work, sir. Good work. Well played.
Not that it ever happens often, but you know, when you get that moment, you see how that thing's going. Okay.
Okay, Mark has returned somewhat heavier from the lunch break. And I'll just activate his microphone. You're back.
Thanks, Gaza.
How was your lunch?
Yeah, good lunch, Gaz. You'll enjoy it.
I will. Otters, spleens, badgers' noses, wolf nipple chips, get them while they're hot, as Monty Python would say. Okay, I will beg your leave for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'll see you shortly.
So Rudy will be under the gun. Ace-10 for Ahmed, he raises. Round to Matt. King 3, he folds. So Ahmed will get that one through. Continue to grow that stack of his.
Oh, wow. No, yeah, I don't think he's
I don't know if Gary's read this one out. Nishad Abdul, good afternoon, gents. Looks like all the juggernauts on one table. This is going to be quite exciting to watch. Most definitely. The culmination of the series here at the Boardwalk, the Blue Ribbon event, the main event. Always exciting at the end to see who's going to be crowned the champion, who's going to get the bracelet, and the prestige and everything that goes with it. And of course, don't forget the points to Vegas, the race to Vegas, that a lot of these players are on that leaderboard for. to get a package to go to Las Vegas next year.
I must pick it up and get aces now.
Just remember to get your visas in order if you intend going. There will be other packages offered for players that don't win one. MJPT, in conjunction with Sunbet, organizing a whole lot of packages that will be available to players to go, from flights and accommodation, entries into tournament, and you'll be able to choose from those. And they're going to run satellites as well.
Yum, yum, yum.
Pocket jacks for Ahmed. 1.4 million. He raises. It's amazing how many times he's had that hand there. Folds, round to Faisal. Nothing for him. Action on Matt. King 10. He's got 322 behind. Folds. Round to Rudy.
I'm at 50. Yeah.
Rudy's going to make the call.
Stop it all.
No, I did. My hat.
2 King 5 flop. Saw a king being folded by Faisal and a king being folded by Matt, so it's unlikely that Rudy can have a king here. Ahmed checks back. 6 on the turn. Bring some straight possibilities there that are in the blind range. Rudolph has checked. Option on Ahmed. He puts in 60k bet now on the turn. And bang all in from Rudy. Ahmed asking for the count. $430,000. Here's the case king that Rudy could be having. He could have a set. There are straight possibilities as well. He was defending out of the big blind. All these things. And Ahmed won't know it's the case king, so he can put Rudy on a king.
I don't know what you got, so I'm a 8.
Ahmed chatting to Rudy, trying to get some info. Ahmed's leaning towards a call here. He's counted it out. See what he's got left afterwards. He's got plenty. Whether he believes Rudy's got that king or not. Part of the thing. Count out the calling chips, hold them in your hand. Gauge the other player's reaction. Ranging really now, saying ace-6. Just trying to get info. I said he's leaning towards the call. calls. We'll see Rudy's cards now. Set at twos. I said it could be a set. And Ahmed needs a jack on the river, otherwise he's going to double Rudy up. And the river is the ace of spades, and Rudy will get the big double up.
You said you got king 9. Give Rudy off the chip.
Big double up for Rudy.
Sorry, I wasn't taking Rudy.
Well played. He checked it twice, got the action, put it all in.
You weren't doing that, but I thought you were doing it.
I think you had ace 5 or something.
No, he said
No, you said king 9.
I see. I don't think you're allowed to tell them.
It's a nice hand by Rudy.
I think it's up we can do it.
Even tell the truth. I think it's a rule. You're allowed to tell the truth. What?
No, it's
Might be a rule.
No, it's not a heads up you can do.
Discussing hand. You can't discuss hand, right? You can't tell what you had. Yeah. Yes, I know. I don't know if it's
In that situation,
can't open your hand. Can't open your hand.
maybe in that situation, sure.
Yeah. Then you could like do it to get a read. No way.
Your hand's dead.
Dead.
Really?
No, you can drag a reaction with someone. Accidentally folding.
So action on Mark Christie under the gun.
Yeah.
You never thought I had to say.
Well, I thought you had minimum. You ruled off already, brother. Neighbors.
Raised left us.
Raised by Jesse with a pocket 8. Ahmed folds. Sean, 6-3 suited, he'll fold that. Darren with a 4-3. Fold. For the newer players to poker, they might wonder why does he take so long with 4-3. He's never calling. No, he's not ever calling, but he's contemplating a 3-bet to make a move, and he's just trying to judge the strength of the other player, see who's behind. Is this the spot? He's never flat calling that. If he's entering, he's raising with it to rep something much bigger. Jesse will be under the gun. Button has moved to Rudy. So Jesse's under the gun. Pocket queens for Jesse, just raised with 8s, now he's got queens. So 2 raises in a row. He might get somebody to play at him. Ahmed 9-6, no good. Round to Sean, he folds. Action on Darren, he's out the way with queen deuce. Faisal's already folded, as has Matt. Action on Rudy, he folds. JP folds, so just Mark Christie in the big blind left.
Is it?
King 4 off. You'll get rid of that, and Jesse will get that through with the queens.
I didn't know where to do it.
Sabaya finished 11.
Yeah, I'm not finding him there, yeah.
Sabaya or one of them. No, I was there. I cashed an Harmony concept. Yes.
Did I read it?
No, I read a fun of it.
No, Rayla.
No, I just flew for the man.
View from this side across to the players. Behind them, where you can't see, tables that are rocking. You just see the player on the side there in that last chance event, the 4K One Life.
That's the thing. Exactly.
So Ahmed will be under the gun, hand 83 of the day's play. Ace deuce
You're not
suit
driving
under
tonight,
the gun.
That's what you're trying to work out.
What's that?
You're not driving home to Bloemfontein tonight. You're trying to
No, actually thinking about supper, but
Supper soon. Supper's in 2.5 hours. Never.
yeah, but I was thinking of going to George.
George.
Giovanni.
George.
George.
You drive to George.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be like. You're hoping this tournament finishes at 7 and then drive.
King 10 suited for Mark Christie in the small blind when it's folded to him.
Just chilling and have a practice.
Just listen in on the players when we're silent. So he's going to raise. Puts in the raise.
No queen of clubs.
So he raises it to 60. He put 60 on top of the 12 he had in there, so that makes 72. Just swim count up to 60. So Jesse with an ace here, blind on blind.
Dealers of 3, you are now on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break is your 197.
Jesse going for the 3-bet. There we oh, I thought he was going to shove it. He just did the forward motion to call. But when he grabbed the whole stack and put it, it looked like he was shoving there at one stage. Which would have been a great play. Made the call. He's missed the flop. So he's going to check to Jesse. And he moves all in. Very brave play here by Mark. Been 3-bet by the other play. He moves all in and takes down the hand. It's well played. Open shoving with king high into the guy that 3-bet you. Sean under the gun, Queen 6 suited. Will fold around to Darren 8-6. Up to Faisal. Faisal just quietly goes about his business, doesn't get involved in too much of the chit-chat. And when you look again, he's got a lot of chips. Mac folds. Mark Christie on the button folds, and Jesse gives Ahmed a walk. after 2 o'clock here local time, 2:15. Really coming back into the poker room. And we haven't lost a player off the final table yet. Going for some time. We've had a few of the short stacks double up.
You can.
Matt doubled Faisal up and then himself got a double up. Makanusi in the background there. Probably going to jump into that last chance if he's not already in. If they were on a break. Darren, 10-7 suited, early position, fold.
I want to spook you got 9 million from 200.
Matt with the Queen 10. Mid position, fold.
Rudolph.
Fold.
Rudolph folds, JP folds. Mark Christie 10 deuce. That's folded. As does Jesse. Ahmed with King Jack. He's going to raise that. Sean checks behind. Just limped in there, didn't raise. Took the tricky approach to the King Jack. We'll bet the flop now.
That is 25,000.
And he'll get that bet through. The blaster, Sean Skuman. So Faisal will be under the gun.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
I even watched it once before your YouTube brings it top of the list every single time. Just type in
But top blue.
No, so So Queen 10, yeah, under the gun.
Read the Facebook, it's like all there. Literally, it's hard to miss it. Actually.
It's gone round to JP Oaks. JP fold. So Mark Christie is raised to 60.
You win.
Action on Darren, and he folds. And Mark will get that one through. Faisal posting the big blind. Matt picture will be under the gun. Matt folds. All the to Mark Christie already. 10-9 suited. He's out the way. Jesse folds. Action on Ahmed. King Queen suited. It's in the raise. Sean's a quick folder. Darren in the small blind, yeah. 8-6 suited. Looks as folded. So just Faisal folds the dirty diaper. View across from the floor level. Jesse in the center of the picture, in the back of the other player. There's Rudy.
Stack was wobbling through. I'm like,
JP Oaks, center of picture.
what a thing, you know.
Prize pool scrolling up in the background there.
Yeah.
60k for the next player to go out. Barnsby's got the 45k for going out 10th.
Exactly, you got to get on there, right?
Do you guys think Jesse looks more like Stu?
Yeah, see that? Brody.
Stu.
I don't know, wow, nice getting upgraded the compliments, huh? Yeah.
He doesn't play like him, he looks like him.
He does look a bit like him. Stu had a bit more head. Right, 2000.
Ahmed raises from the hijack.
He's had a haircut, you know, eh?
Sean Bloom with the ace-10 suited, yeah.
A while ago, a long time ago. So what he did, he walked around the course. Yeah.
Counting up the 3-bet.
125. 125.
Action on Faisal with the ace-3 suited. And Sean will get that 3-bet through. Gets plus 110k, the 3-bet. JP very studious there in the center of picture, watching what's going on. Queen Jack suited for JP under the gun. Jesse raises with the ace queen. 55k. All the way around to Darren. Ace-3 suited. He'll fold that. Basil folds. Round to Matt in the small.
to spook.
Is 4.
Every time I go to 8 or 6. What do you think first?
As I said, that's my plan. Well, you don't hope for that, yeah. No, false hope. Now, what do you think it's going to do? Yeah,
A nice little pickup for Jesse there. Keep it going back up. He's got to rebuild after taking a knock. So hand number 90 of the day. Mark Christie under the gun. 8-5, folds to Jesse. He folds, Ahmed folds, Sean folds. Round to Darren.
How were those chicken burgers?
Oh, they were awesome, guys.
Lekker.
And great value. Pocket queens for Faisal, we can see already. Darren going to raise with the king 6.
Okay, you got me. Where's the pocket queens?
They flashed because they moved slightly ahead of.
Ah, okay.
There they are.
Sure, I didn't see that.
All in from Faisal. After the raise by Darren.
I think either of those guys are going to call.
Yeah, Matt won't call. Round to Rudy, he's not calling with that. JP folds and Faisal will pick up all that dead money there, plus 111k.
And they will continue to push chips around the table. This could be a long day.
Yeah, we're still 9-handed. Haven't lost anyone from the final table yet. Matt got quite short stacked and then doubled up. The other short stacks have all picked up chips.
Yeah, I see. You've read out Michel's message.
I did.
The juggernauts. There's a great word. I've known that for a long time. When I was a kid growing up, a juggernaut was a big lorry.
Used term in the World Wars for some of the aeroplanes.
There you go. See, learn something new every day.
Big transport aeroplanes.
What's the current largest airplane in the world? How about that? There's a trivia question for you. They'll just Google it, so we don't want you to answer. But my understanding is it's a Ukrainian aircraft called an Antonov. It was a 26 and a 36 or something. One of them was destroyed in the recent war. Ace King versus Ace Queen.
Yeah, so Bullock has gone down here. So Ahmed raised.
Kramer called.
Kramer just
no re-raised.
I was going to wonder that Darren wouldn't re-flat Ace Queen suited. Rudy folds King Queen suited. So
there's no way Ahmed would fold Ace King.
He hasn't decided.
So now back to Ahmed.
Ahmed will go through his thought process. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that Ahmed would shove here on Darren.
Yeah, he's asking how much he's got.
6.
If he does, he'll just pick up one chip, drop it in front, and he'll say all in. Put it this way, there's no version of him folding.
Yeah. They are. There it is, all in. Max and Joe wandering into the room.
If you cover me, he says. He does cover you. Strong hand. Darren will struggle to fold this. Queen suited. Big hand. Right, Darren's good enough to fold this. I mean, he knows Ahmed's game, but it's a very tough fold. Very tough.
I mean, you're making the statement when you 3-bet like he has. Then Ahmed comes back over the top.
There's a huge amount of water under the bridge between these two guys as well. They will not be unfamiliar to each other.
The thing is, he knows that Ahmed's capable of doing it light as well.
Yep.
But on the final table,
nice consideration. He can't believe he's folding it.
Yeah, he can't believe he's done that. Look at him. It's paining him.
One for the ages. Tune in 30 minutes. There will definitely be questions asked about that, trust me. Then Darren will know better than to ask us, but in 30 minutes you'll be getting his people who watch the stream to let him know what happened there, for sure.
It's a good fold.
It is a good fold because we see it.
Yeah.
But,
but even based on the action, once he 4-bet shoves you there, you got to call off with it. With an unmade hand.
I said 4-500 because then I just would have put it in. I swear,
He's telling you.
Something like that, you know? Very good, very, very, very good. Love.
You can see Darren's still a little rattled by that. I'd like to fold that after putting the big 3-bet in. So JP with the pocket aces after Rudy has raised here. So he has action coming. Rudy's raised from the button. From the cutoff. JP's 3-betting. Mark's out the way. Jesse's out the way quickly. So back to Rudy. Try to elicit something.
You had
Ace queen of clubs.
I think queen of diamonds.
You're in a hand though, Rudolph, huh?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, good. No, don't
Can I take down?
You can take a lot.
All right. And I'll go to hand.
Gotta love Rudy.
Huh?
folds.
I'll show you. Might have had ace half of spades. You see it on TV. I did have the ace of spades. I mean the ace of hearts.
TK's all over. I think Queen of Diamonds. What did you say you had? Oh, you didn't say. We'll watch it.
He said ace big, he said ace five, he said a few things.
You might find out on the break. You know what I have working for me though? That there's already been a fuck up with my cards. Now, I have to play around with this for the rest of the day.
True story.
True story.
Oh dear. He says, I've got it all going for me now because he left up my cards already. He said, so whatever they show, I can deny it.
In the blender.
You have got him like a...
Oh.
all over. Cool. Oh,
I mean, brother, there's 7 people to go.
Last year, everybody's looking at me.
Wake up brother. What?
Where do they show this on Facebook?
Yes.
So Darren with ace 7. Gonna raise.
I raised 58,000. If I do something now, I'll probably get more.
That has been inquiry, yeah? Angling.com.
Dealer tells him. Gets the A7 through.
No, I lost a big hand to Ahmed, but I won the pot.
So like Ahmed said, we keep messing his cards up.
Yeah, no, that's the worst part of the whole thing.
Well, you'll have to wait 30 minutes.
Can you confirm if...
I can confirm nothing.
Can you confirm the stream works? That's what I'm looking for. That the stream
Well, assuming we didn't cock up his cards again. The stream is working fine.
Ah, really?
You'll have to wait 30 minutes and we'll see.
Yeah.
There's a 5 of diamonds in his hand.
Oh, Farmer down there, I'll tell you what. I'll be tilt eating 3 meals from that Asian place. There's a farm down in that thing.
You guys will break in 2 minutes or so. We will be doing it for 2 counts. Okay. You'll see the move when you come back to the bus.
So Darren with Queen Jack here. Under the gun raising.
58,000.
JP folds. Mark's not there. Jesse folds. Up to Ahmed. King. Yeah, Jesse folds King 10. Ahmed pocket queens. He's picking up some hands. He's at jacks, he's at queens, ace king. So raised by Darren, and now Ahmed's going to 3-bet him again. Raises 200,000. Sean with ace queen in the middle. Wow, all the queens are out there. He gets rid of the ace queen quickly. Darren.
You win.
I'm at 5 down north. Rudolph 3, I'm at north.
I'll wait for the break.
To cool off.
To cool off, exactly. See what's happening, I swear.
You just want to see all good hands for you.
I just want to see the Farmer diamond.
I wish I never
mad that. Yeah, it's weird. It's mad if I don't have another gun to go all in. Yeah.
Action on Matt. Bangs it all in with Jack 10. His last hand before the break. He's factoring that nobody wants to get tangled or involved, but here's Mark Christie with Ace King. So it has been called. Everybody else out the way. Rudy standing up in there. We'll go to the flop box. There's the Ace King. So Mark Christie with the Ace King. Matt with the Jack 10. Oh, and he finds a 10. So now he needs a king or an ace or a jack for Mark Christie to eliminate Matt, or Matt will double up. It's another 10, so only no help now. It's locked. He's got the lock on the hand because the jack would make a full house for Matt. He wouldn't help. So Matt gets a big double up.
We're going to be chipping up the pinks for your way, guys.
Yeah. No, I didn't know who had one. I thought
So a big double up there. They're just sorting out the chips. Both players that were involved in the hand. Carry on onlooker. And when you return to us, we will continue after the break.
The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever-beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved. The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our fourth stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel.
Okay, so we're here in Boardwalk Casino for the Sunbet tour. Me and Joe obviously played a lot of events here. How's it gone for you so far, Joe?
Yeah, it's been a good series. Didn't cash through Pie Roller, but the high roller obviously went very well. So I'm up for the series. What about you? Are you up or are you down?
I had a couple of seconds. I'm pretty much break even.
Break even?
No, I'm losing a little bit. Had a lot of entries into the main event.
How many? Was it 4 or 3?
I had 5.
5 for the main.
So 5 entries. Unfortunately, no good in this one, which is.
But you came close to the final table, though, didn't you?
No, yeah, 24th in the main, so unfortunately not successful there, but got a couple of friends on the final table, so it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, should be a good one.
We're going to have a chat about that for the commentary, be able to see their cards and stuff, so yeah, really well run event. Again, production, flawless, lots of new players and stuff, so it was exciting, progressing for sure in poker scene here.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I think it's been growing recently. Hopefully we can get some more international players. I think we're the only internationals here this series?
I think we're the only 2 internationals on this one, yeah. We do obviously have a couple of guys come over from Tanzania, Botswana, a couple of guys from there, but they're not here on this one. I imagine they'll be in the Cape Town one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, lots of new faces. I mean, I saw obviously the free roll that was running was absolutely crazy scenes.
Yeah.
People calling for chips left, right and centre. So
yeah,
it's good for poker, to see new people coming up like we were talking about when I was with Darren the other day chatting on there. It's what it's about. You want to get new people into the game and see what they can do. It's exciting for everyone.
Yeah. I'll see if I can drag a few more down from Tanzania. I stay in Tanzania in East Africa. So We've had a few people coming on some trips to Times Square.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get a group of them coming down more regularly.
Yeah.
Play these events.
We'll chat behind the scenes now and hopefully give you guys some fun.
Yeah. 2 more minutes.
And Gary's having a chat with us now or something. No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who's leading at the moment. Quite a lot of play left. I mean, they've been 9 for some time. So we'll get an update on where they've got to. Playing for a lot of money. What they're playing for? 550, I think.
I think, yeah, 550,000 up top, I think. And,
so, yeah, some big money. Hopefully, hopefully.
Plenty at stake.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be good.
So, Max, who's your favourite of the final 8?
I would like to see Darren win. But no, I mean, I don't know exactly who's left. So. One of the new faces. I don't know. I mean, we've got Ahmed on there. I've seen.
Ahmed doesn't lose flips, so I think he's got to be the hot favourite.
Yeah,
having knocked me out. Yeah, exactly.
Got you, didn't they?
Put it in with an awful hand and got lucky. But what can you do? Luck's part of poker.
We're flipping over now. The guys are just walking back in, so we'll get behind the screen
and hand you back to the commentary team, Gary and
Mark,
and crew.
And then we'll be over there.
Yes.
You are the commentary team.
Well done, gentlemen, and thank you.
All right, and welcome back to the main commentary team. Joe and Max will come and join us here in a short while. So they will take over the commentary for a session, and they will bring you through the next few levels of this main event at the Boardwalk Casino in the beautiful city of KwaZulu in the Eastern Cape for Sunbet Poker Tour. And this is the 4th stop on that nationwide tour, and we're in the 10th day of the series. We're in the culmination of the Blue Ribbon event, the main event, playing for that beautiful bracelet, and as they said, that 550k up top. We've had an exciting final table so far, no eliminations. So we're looking forward to the conclusion of this main event. And I see Joe and Max are coming in now, so we'll get one of them to take their seats first, and then I'll hand over my seat as well. So if we could ask either Max or Joe to take their seats in seat 1. and welcome them in. Hi Joe, welcome into the commentary team.
Thank you very much.
And I'm going to be handing you over to Max. Max has spent some time here before, so he knows how it works. So we look forward to listening to your insights and to your viewpoints on the final table.
Okay.
70,000.
Yep. I can't see the card. I think Mark will be folding this. Jesse folds. Ahmed will probably open this queen 10 offsuit here. Oh. Folds. Folds round to Sean in the.
Jesse, you went back.
What's going on?
You're in bad shape.
Okay, so we've got the updated chip counts here. And Ahmed is in the lead. It's got 1.295 million. Closely behind, we've got JP Oates here, just over $1 million as well. And then you've got a lot of guys around the same. We've got Sean, 870, Rudolph on 870 as well. And then a couple bit lower, Darren on 640. Matt's on 585, Jesse on 560, and then Mark just behind 545. So
very close stacks there.
Yeah,
makes for some tense poker, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what do we got now? 15, 30 big blinds. So I imagine there's going to be a few all-ins on this level.
Give me some water. Is it nice?
Very nice.
Thank you, boys.
Jesse not happy with something.
Yeah.
Something wrong with, oh no, what's he got there? Chocolate bar or something.
Yeah, I've been seeing him eat those things all week.
What are they? Energy bars?
I don't know what they are. But maybe we should try eating them on the next series. He's done very well so far. I think this is his third cash, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean he's been on a bit of a rampage. Him and Ahmed have been on a rampage this series.
Yeah, I think Ahmed's going to go on a rampage with this ace queen suited in.
60,000.
Here we go.
Here we go, a bit of action, straight in.
Yeah.
Let's see what Darren does.
You fancy a 3-bet, or are you just going to flat this, you think?
He's gone for it. He's gone all in.
Oh, all in, there we go.
So yeah, he's got what there, 20, just over 20 blinds.
About
So
21 big blinds.
makes sense, go all in. Yeah. Got an all in and a call straight away.
Oh, no. Ahmed's folded. He's folded the ace queen suited there. I'm looking on this to chooses all in moments carefully.
Don't want to go against your friend, do you?
I think that's the turbo we're looking at there. I think that's a 4,000 rand buy-in turbo event. So if you're in the area, pop down, jump in. I'm sure it'll be fun.
Yeah, Imran's in there, and he was trying to drag me and Joe into play, and we said, no, we're gonna come in and chat some stuff about some of the friends on the final table,
yes,
and see how they get on.
Yeah.
All the regular faces. Rudolph, fan favourite.
Yeah. Rudolph is actually my nemesis. I don't know how many events he's knocked me out of now, but I'm starting to lose count. I would guess somewhere between, I don't know, around 10, I would guess by now.
That's the key. You always have those nemesis at your table. For me, actually, mine has been Faisal and Imran. Played 2 or 3 tournaments with Imran, and 2 or 3 times he's got me both times.
Yeah.
So yeah, not the favourite for me. Definitely the nemesis.
So we've got some action here. Mark's open the 7th, early position. Matt's got a nice hand here. Not nice enough. And Rudolph goes all in for quite a large shove there. That's $1 million. That's almost $1 million tournament chips. Mark just deciding if he wants to make a stand with this hand.
Mark at this stage is in last position, so he's probably weighing up whether this is his opportunity to try and double up. I mean, he is in last place, and if he does win this one, he'll go up into about 2nd in chips. So, you know, it's a big swing situation for him.
Yeah, he's only got 500. A few more rounds, he's going to be starting to get very short, so he has to make a stand at some point. But maybe this is slightly too early.
We'll see now. I imagine if he could see Rudolph's card, he probably would have called. He probably would have taken the 50-50.
Yeah. Well, he can't make a flush. No. Oh, he's called. All in on a call.
There you go. And off to the races, 50-50.
Yeah, well, 45-55, but you need to win these if you're going to win tournaments. Some people are better at these than others.
Yeah, so the pair the slight favourite, I imagine that's to do with some of the cards that have been removed.
And a king on the flop straight away.
Ooh,
He's going to need a
takes
7.
the lead.
A 7 or an 8 now. He's got a gut shot. And that is not going to work.
And it's a 9, so we lose Mark in 9th place. Well played, Mark. And he collects how much for 9th?
9th place, he collects 60,000 rand.
Well done. Great tournament, Mark.
Yeah, well done.
That will take Rudolph into the chip lead, I imagine. Very close to Ahmed. I think that will push him just into the lead, won't it?
Yeah, Rudolph's got a very healthy stack now. It's 1.5 million. I think that, I think that makes him chip leader. So let's see if he can apply some pressure. There we go.
Top of the pops, 1.5 million.
50 big blinds, plenty of play there.
And you see there, you got Matt there down 17 blinds, so
Faisal about the same.
He'll be, you know, him and Faisal, they'll be looking around to take the opportunity to double up soon. Get in the mix, see what they can do. Faisal's not actually in his seat there at the moment, I believe.
Yeah. I'm sure he's out having a cigarette break or something like that.
So tell us, Joe, how has Rudolph got you 10 times?
Oh, right. I've lost count.
Tell us your highlight one.
Oh.
Cutting over to Mark there.
I was very happy to get where I got, considering I only had I won a seat.
I was going to say.
So yeah, probably one of the few that are sitting there with just one seat.
Definitely. And what was the series like overall for you? Like you said, you won a satellite in here at Boardwalk.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's waiting for to come back to the Boardwalk. So yeah, for Elizabeth, I think everyone enjoyed it.
Definitely. And just on that note, are you going to be joining us on any other stops?
Probably go to Cape Town because my son is there. So I'll probably.
Okay, awesome. And tell us a little bit about the exit hand.
Exit hand, Rudolph went all in with ace king, and I was getting short stack with 400, and I had pocket sevens, and he hit his ace. So that's poker.
Yeah, that's poker. You did the best you can. Congratulations on a great finish. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Kathleen, for everything. Your girls are great, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations, Mark. I've not seen him or played with him before, so yeah, good achievement there to get to the final table. Unfortunately, dropping out in 9th, but takes away 60,000. So
it's well done.
Nice couple of days there.
Hopefully, we'll see him in Cape Town for next tour. Maybe he'll bring his son-in-law to play as well.
Yeah.
Back to the action.
Yeah, come on then, Joe. Let's have your story. Your highlight of Rudolph's story.
Oh, the Rudolph story. Well, the first one was the first one springs to mind was the high roller at Times Square where he trapped me nicely, blind on blind. I made 2 pair, which is a very strong hand. And unfortunately, he turned his straight and trapped me.
Oh dear.
There's a white box. I have to give him credit. It was a very nice play on his part. Definitely with no escape options at all.
You missed on both cards, huh? Quite interesting.
Rudolph just telling the family I got someone, eliminated them.
Yeah.
So now he's leading, yeah. And Jesse, yeah, he's not really. I've not really played too much with Jesse, but this series he seems to have found the right button. I mean, he's been quite a strong player for some time. Like I said, I've not really played with him too much, but this one, he's just hit the nail on the head. Seems to be every time he's in the pot, he seems to, you know, get the most out of someone that's got a worse hand, or when he's got the worst hand, he seems to get away to lose the minimum.
Yeah, he's done very well this series. He won the Little Slam, right?
I believe so, yeah, the Little Slam, and he came third in the high roller, right?
Yeah, he came third in the high roller, actually. He was on the final table with me. I actually, I think there was a few hands where I actually was quite lucky against him.
Okay.
And I held over him quite badly there. But he played a very solid game.
Yeah, because I saw him on day one, when the only time that I was in the event. He had a lot of chips, right? I think the average was around 500, and he had around 2 million or something.
Yeah, he was very, very deep for a very long time.
I mean, when you get off to these fast starts, you seem to go quite far, because of course, you know, then you can sort of time your run a little bit. You don't have to take, you know, such close opportunities or whatever. And you can
choose your spots.
You can choose your spots and you can time it, so you don't have to risk too much. And there is the bracelet for the winner. We're going to see who collects it.
He'll be wearing that at the end of the day. Whoever who's wearing it will be 550,000 rand richer as well.
Whiskey on the rocks.
Whiskey on the rocks.
What do you got? Some nice whiskey?
Yes, I actually remember Jesse from a few years ago. He was actually in Tanzania playing for a while, so I knew him from back then.
And what was he playing there? Was he playing cash games, or was it tournaments?
He was doing mostly cash games, actually.
I know that, obviously.
A solid player. Winning nicely in those games. I think he travelled to South America. He was playing there.
Oh, really?
Somewhere in South America for a while as well.
Very interesting to hear what he did there.
Yeah.
To ask him.
The man drinks.
Plays all the king six. Says no, thank you. Ace nine, something to play with. Maybe he'll raise this one. We'll see. Matt's another one I've not played with as well, really, but seems to be very, very solid.
Yeah, I've not played with him either, but from just following the streams a bit, his play seems very very sound.
And of course, these guys know each other very well, so there's a lot of history between all of them, which means, you know, it's not just everyone's waiting for aces. You know, everyone's trying to push the marginal hands, let's say, and playing against each other. So there's a lot of battling because they all know each other, you know, quite well.
Yeah.
It's also this Sean as well. I've not really played with, but I was on his table shortly before I got eliminated.
Here we go. Interesting. Ahmed, both of them are open-ended here.
Can't see Rudolph's cards just yet. Hopefully we'll pick up those in a second.
Be a dynamic here where Ahmed and Rudolph will be tiptoeing around each other because both being deep stacks, they won't want to be risk getting eliminated in 8.
Exactly, yeah. You'll see this a lot of the time when you've got the shorter stacks, the two, like Joe's saying there, the two big stacks, they don't want to tussle too much, because if someone's got you just covered, that's the only time you can get eliminated. And you know the difference between Ahmed's stack and, let's say, for example, Faisal's only on 600, you know, Ahmed's got double that. So he's going to be trying to keep those chips close to him.
Yeah, maybe he should be stepping lightly, but he's better into this pot.
He's having a go here. So he's got the king 5, he's got open-ended straight jaw with the king, and he's decided that he's going to have a little bet at this one. Maybe trying to get a 10 to fold, or even a jack.
Yeah, it's an awkward spot for Matt here. He has a reasonable hand, he has a draw, and obviously we can see, we can see he's got 76%. Is Rudolph in the hand?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Rudolph has cards in front of him, so he's still there.
So the percentages there are just worked out just because we can't see Rudolph's cards. So the percentages wouldn't be as much as 24.76, of course, because Rudolph would have somewhat of a percentage. But we're going to see what Matt does here. A very tricky situation because he's got Rudolph behind there and he's decided to let that one go. So this might get through here. Yeah. Nice play from Ahmed.
Yes, very nice.
There we go, seeing all the table now. The fan favourite there, Darren Kramer. And I would say probably the other favourite would be Rudolph, I would imagine. But yeah, everyone seems to know all these players. Again, very strong final table, similar to the Sabaya one actually.
Yeah, I would say even stronger myself.
You'd say stronger, yeah.
Well,
is that because you're
the
not?
final eight certainly stronger.
Yeah, of course, Joe making a nice light-hearted joke there because he came ninth in the last one.
I was hideously unlucky in Sabaya. Yeah. I think I lost most of my chips trying to bluff Ahmed.
That's always a tricky one to bluff Ahmed.
Yeah.
Faisal, not interested. I don't know if he's looked at his cards here or not. We'll see. No. Yeah. Okay, he's going to fold.
Nothing there for Matt.
Nothing for Rudolph. Nothing for JP. Round to Jesse in the cutoff. Quickly folds as well. Round to Ahmed.
Jesse folded the button.
Oh, the button. Sorry.
Yeah.
My mistake. And Ahmed.
I think you'll want to see a flop here.
Yeah, we'll try and play this one for sure. Whether he goes for a call or a raise. He might go for a raise here because he's going to want to put a lot of pressure on, as he's now one of the chip leaders. Probably him and Rudolph are nearly the same stack, I would imagine.
Yeah.
What's he going to go for, a call or a raise? He's gone for a raise.
Yeah, I think he wants to apply pressure to Sean here.
Yeah.
Because Sean is the one at risk with holding the shorter stack.
Yes,
so
that's true.
holding the shorter stack, he's going to be feeling the pressure a lot more than Ahmed in this hand. Because if all the chips go in, Ahmed will still be alive, where he will be going home in 8th place if it goes wrong. He's shoved.
Sean with an all in here for 780 with the Queen Jack suited.
Strong play.
And good play there because he's going to take that one down. Sean up to 900,000. So short stack now is Matt on 14 big blinds after just losing that ace-9 hand. Faisal just in front there, and obviously Jesse just in front of that, and then you've got quite a big gap there up to 29 blinds. So they'll be, pretty comfortable for a while. But the game is no limit, and you can lose all your chips in one hand. That is possible.
Yeah, as we saw.
Just so you all know, at the next break, you'll have a 45-minute dinner break.
Chip money goes in. Flip a coin. Even if it's not your day, it's not your day.
It's an hour and 42.
45, not an hour.
Hour and 42.
Yeah, an hour and 42, so about 5 o'clock.
I think Faisal must be one of the most improved players that I've played with in the whole of the Sunbet this year.
You think so?
Yeah, to be honest. I mean, the first time I played with Faisal, you won't mind me saying this, he was a little bit crazy at the beginning.
I seem to remember you having some choice words after he knocked you out. I think calling your 4-bet with pocket twos.
Yes, a freeze, pocket freeze, yeah.
Yeah.
And I had ace king, and he won.
Yeah.
And then since that day, he's massively improved. I mean, he's made back-to-back final tables here. This one and the last main event final table came 4th or 5th, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's on another final table again.
Yeah, I think his patience improved. Sean shoving here from the small blind with ace king.
So yeah, as you can see, Ahmed raising the 8-6. Not that strong a hand, but he is literally, what he's trying to do here is put a lot of pressure on these shorter stacks.
And the blinds, he's trying to steal those blinds.
Trying to steal them blinds. Of course, now the blinds are 15-30, so if he'd got that through, he would have picked up 75,000 chips, which is a lot of chips to pick up.
But you would be raising with very weak cards from the button.
Yeah.
Because you have the advantage of playing in position post flop.
Exactly.
So you get to act last, which is a key advantage when you're playing poker, because you are acting on every street with more information. So that factor lets you play a lot weaker hands in position than you would have to playing out of position. JP Oaks waking up with a hand here.
Yeah, nice one. Playing this.
Perk up,
Yeah, it's a strong final table. I mean, all of these guys have been on final tables before, so they all know what's, the story. Yeah. The only ones that I've not really seen play is Sean and Matt, but they both seem like they know what they're doing. So
certainly,
it's going to go on for some time this final table.
He's got a very, very playable hand here. Jack 10 suited.
It'll be interesting to see what he does there. So JP with the 10s, Darren with the fold.
I think all options were available there. Even raise, call, or fold.
Phaser with 9-4, so we'll get rid of that one. I think they're getting champagne. Well, they're going to send some champagne to us. Thank you. Yeah. Gary bought us this nice bottle of red wine. He didn't say we couldn't open it, so
yeah. I'll hold that for the champagne. It's champagne, not this JC LaRue South African stuff.
I think it's champagne. Yeah.
Okay, proper French champagne.
There we go.
Us two with the spot. Us two along with the hairstyle.
Jeez, you got Juno. You're like a brother.
Nice conversation, as you can see. I mean, all these guys know each other, so there's a lot of light-hearted joking around. Of course, they're playing for big money, but it's it's all jokey and friendly.
Yeah.
When I was doing this the other day with Darren, obviously we were talking about a lot of new people coming into the game, and of course people find it intimidating to be on the TV screen and their friends are watching back at home and stuff like this, right? But you do get used to it very quickly, right? Like, what was the first time you went on one of these things?
The first time I was on stream. I think it was the Carnival City stop.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I remember actually. It was the Carnival City stop, and I'd flown down from Tanzania, and I actually struggle a lot with insomnia, with jet lag when I come down.
As I know.
And I remember basically being awake the whole night, and then into the morning, and then being called to go straight onto the streaming table after
awake.
After about 24 hours of being awake, and just the sense of dread of all the horrible mistakes I'd be making that would be recorded for posterity.
How did you get on in that one? I presume swiftly exit.
I think that was a fairly swift exit, actually.
Phaser on the Red Bull. So now, actually now thinking of it, that stat the other day of Ahmed and Bozo cashing, it's now done, isn't it? Because they both cashed this event, didn't they?
Which?
So did you know, this is what Gary told us, that a few guys at home as well, Bozo, David Rosenthal, and Ahmed Kareem had not cashed in a single event together for Sunbet Monster Jam.
Really?
You wouldn't believe that, right?
That's quite remarkable.
Yeah, but I'm fairly sure David cashed in this one. So.
Yeah, I think. Let me see. Yeah, he came 13th.
Oh, okay, so
30,000 rand.
Nice few points there for him.
Yes, he's definitely keen to chase those Vegas points this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The high roller, he was very keen to score. I think a couple of points to get him. I think he's behind someone on the.
Last I checked, he was third or fourth.
Yeah, I think it's a few points behind Kanesh, I believe.
Right.
He's making a push to try and catch Kanesh.
Yes.
To take this Vegas.
Kanesh very hard to catch. I mean, he got a lot of early good cashes. I think he even got some wins in the early part of the year. Yeah. Sun City, I think he had a win, or was it in
Times Square. I think he won an event. Times Square, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know the results.
Just to see what happens with the golf non-juicy.
Alright, who are we going to bet on? Who do you want? I'll bet.
To win this one,
yeah.
Well, I think you'd have to be a fool to bet against Ahmed.
Okay, so let's count out Ahmed. So no one can have Ahmed.
Okay. Let's look at the stacks.
Let's wait till they come up on the screen again, and then we can have a guess. Because these will be a little bit. These were from the when they refreshed on the break. So they moved around a bit now. Like Sean is already up over that. And Matt is quite a lot lower than that. Yeah, he was on 600. Now he's down to just under 400. So he'll be trying to get in the mix soon, trying to get that double up. Nice one there for Sean. Didn't pick up his card, but he'll be happy to tee up now. It's 1.1 million, so that's a nice start off the break.
I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say Matt is going to make the comeback. He's going to come storming back from the short stack.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Let's do 2 people each.
Okay. I'll take Matt and Jesse. I think my
Jesse.
my picks.
Okay, I'm obviously going to have to take Darren because I wanted him to win when I said in the interview, Mr. South Africa Poker. And I'm going to go for JP Oaks.
Okay, solid choice.
So we're going to bet 500 rand on that. Yeah?
Raise. Make it 1,000.
Okay, 1,000 rand. Okay, cool. Booked. Yes, my horse. Here we go. Here we go. Great start. Pair of queens.
Okay, don't Faisal's going to make up with kings here. Don't worry. Come on, Faisal. Squeeze those kings off. Matt. Aces. Oh, he's got something.
He's got something here.
He's got something.
So Darren raised in the earlier position.
He doesn't have 4-2 offsuit. Nothing in for JP Oaks.
JP Oaks 930. Okay, Jesse. Okay, so you've got the 2 short stacks basically.
Yeah, I've picked the outsiders.
Yeah.
We can't see Jesse's cards.
He's called.
There we go. He's got a live card.
So Jesse's going to need his ace.
There it is.
Terrible flop for Darren there for his 2 queens. I mean, good for his raising cards, but unfortunately, when you got the queens, not the flop you want to see.
Yeah.
Darren goes ahead and bets. Continues for 40.
And Jesse's going to make the call. Ace high. With a pair of aces, I'm sorry.
I imagine this one slowed Darren down quite a bit, this king.
Yeah, although it's actually not a bad card for him because it reduces the chance of Jesse holding a king himself.
That's true. Does go for the check back. He's got the showdown with the queens and the kings.
Yeah.
We'll see now whether Jesse will bet or not. I imagine he'll check, but
yeah, Darren will certainly be hoping for a check, I think.
Yeah. Especially on this card. I mean, if Jesse had a 4-3, for example, he would now make a straight as well.
Yeah, and the hands that he's beating that Jesse would be
interesting
calling the flop with. Would be hands like
Darren going for an all-in.
Oh wow, here we go, putting Jesse to the test here.
So he's decided I'm not sure. Has he decided his queens are no good? What do you think?
I think he's bluffing, trying to move Jesse off for an ace here.
You think so? Yeah.
I can't think Jesse would call this with a pair of 5s.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Joe. I think he is trying to bluff here.
I don't think Darren wants to call here.
Jesse weighing up his options.
And this will be for his tournament life.
If he was to call here, he would win. He doesn't think so, but if he was to call here, we'd be right up into the mix, up into about 2nd or 3rd place.
And then your horse would be in trouble.
Yeah.
Become almost the short stack, I think.
Yeah, he would, definitely. Yeah, 710, he's got 480. Yeah, it would put him down around 300, so it would be the short stack if Jesse makes his call here. Very tough to make the call. It does look like Darren has played like a king this way.
Yeah. Yes, he would play a lot of kings this way.
Yeah.
Even
maybe even an ace queen.
A strong ace, yeah. Would play a similar way.
What do you think? Jesse going to make the call or not?
I think Jesse's going to call.
Darren putting the maximum pressure on here.
Yeah, it's not. This is not an easy call to make.
Would you call here, Joe?
Oh yeah, straight away.
Yeah, because you can see his cards. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that usually helps.
No, but do you actually think you would call it if you couldn't see the cards? It's tricky, right?
Yeah, it is tricky. Yeah, it's a tough one. But I think even with the ICM pressure, I think I would still have to call.
Yeah, I mean, you would be second last in this position, right? Because Matt's the shortest stack at the moment.
Yeah.
If he folds, he's still just in front of Matt.
Yeah.
And the pay jump we're looking at is what, 15,000, and then another 15,000 after.
Yeah, 15,000 extra soldiers.
Yeah.
And he folds. And your horse gets the result he wanted.
Darren gets it through.
Yes.
One for Mr. South Africa. It's like Captain America, but Mr. South Africa poker.
Yeah. Your horse taking chips off my pick.
Really good play from Darren, though. I'd be interested to see what he thought there. I would guess that he thinks that Jesse's got an ace with a small kicker, and he wants to get him off.
Yeah.
Which he did. Like we say, I can't imagine Darren thinks he's going to get called by a 5 there.
Yeah.
So I imagine he was bluffing there, trying to get him to fold that ace. And if he was, then it got him to work, because Jesse...
I want to be low again. You got to get my father. You're right. Wow. Okay. Well, you get to see it. No. Oh, another almond hand we had over here.
A few folds around, not too many cards for anyone there.
Another blind-on-blind confrontation between Jesse and Ahmed.
Now it's tricky for Jesse because he's now he's the second shortest stack. And he's got Ahmed on his left with all the chips.
Yeah.
Not a great situation.
Looks like he limps in there.
Makes the call. Let's see what Ahmed does now.
Ahmed checks his option.
Yeah.
We'll see a flop. Jesse's going to need some help, I think.
Without ace queen,
Both flop nothing because they've got each other's cards.
Yeah.
Let's see if Jesse wants to work.
It's probably going to come down to whoever bluffs first.
Yeah. Yeah, because most of the time it's, they've got nothing. They're not going to hit each other's cards very often.
Yeah. So I think it's unlikely we'll see a river. Although they both check the flop and an ace on the turn. Jesse might take the opportunity to try and bluff this card because he will have more aces in his range, limping the small blind.
Yeah.
Ahmed will have checking back, so he might take this opportunity to try and bluff.
Stab it, yeah.
But if he does bluff, he's going to have to shove the river and hope that if Ahmed is called, that he hasn't made a flush if that comes.
It's going to be a quick foul.
Yeah, much to do here.
Yeah,
with
well played
7-6.
from Jesse.
Yes, well played.
Picks up a few chips there, gets on to 540 again.
Yeah, that's
so
quite a difference. He was, how many chips? He had 60,000 chips then.
Yeah.
Quite a large proportion of his stack.
I said you put on, you look for the clock.
Yeah, it's just level changes.
So how long have you known Gary?
Oh, yeah, too long.
What stories you got about Gary?
Oh, Gary. Gary was...
Where to start, probably.
Yeah. I've known... When did you come to Tanzania? So, 11 years ago.
I mean...
Yeah, I've known Gary. Well, actually, I came to Dar es Salaam in 2013, I think it was. So he probably arrived at similar times. So I've known Gary from the cash games in Dar es Salaam. He was well known for winning just about every session he played while he was there.
Wow.
I think it was something, as I recall, it was 90% of your cash sessions were winning. Yeah. My
sounds like Spence, one of our friends.
Yeah.
Turns up, never loses.
Yeah. My most vivid memory of playing with Gary actually was a hand where there was a mutual friend of ours, an American guy called Mr. Kinsey, who had raised pre-flop, and there was some banter between him and Gary that night. And Gary.
What's the game you were playing? What was it?
Oh, I can't remember now. Maybe it was. I think it was 5,000, 10,000 Tanzanian shillings,
so
which
that,
is
about 1,500 rand?
it's about $2-4 roughly.
$2-4. So
I don't know what I
so 100, 5,100.
Yeah,
rand.
about
5,100 rand.
Yeah, about that sort of size. And James had opened pre-flop, and Gary chose to 3-bet, and there was some banter between the two of them that night. So it folded around to me in the big blind. I looked down at Ace King and put in the 4-bet.
Oh, lovely one to find there.
And James calls, and because Gary, I think, was chasing Mr. Kinsey, he chose to call as well. And the flop came Ace 2-2, so my Ace King was looking very, very strong on that board. But unfortunately, Gary was in the hand with 7-2 offsuit, and promptly stacked me. And I wasn't quite
that one coming.
I wasn't quite aware of the dynamic between Gary and James at the time. So Gary had to explain to me what he was doing in that hand with 7-2 offsuit. apart from taking all my money.
And he collected all your chips.
He did.
And sent you to the reload station.
Yes.
And when Gary played, how many people were playing on average on the table?
Oh,
because I don't know if you guys know this, but Joe plays this silly cash game. It's in a casino, so it's all legal and everything. But sometimes they have 11 players.
Yes.
Which, if you know me, I can't think of anything worse. 6, 7 is enough for me. 8 players is enough.
Yeah. Well, it is usually 10-handed, but sometimes we have some VIP customers who come along who qualify for seats automatically.
Okay.
So occasionally you'll find 12 players on a table.
This is a very. Oh, here we go.
Matt's gone all in.
Matt's got the pair of 4s. So we're now 8 players, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So Matt's going all in there from first position.
And Jesse has woken up with a hand here.
And so it's your horse against your other horse.
Yeah. So I get to choose another one when if one of them gets knocked out here.
So Jesse's of course been making the call here. I've just heard Gary wants to get in on our side bet.
Jesse reshoves.
No, he's got it all in. We bet 1,000. We had 2 players each.
Oh wow.
And
he's got Jesse and Matt.
Matt will be
Darren and JP.
Matt will be at risk, and Darren has folded a 4, unfortunately. So
someone folded a 4 there, did they?
I think Matt has a snowball's chance in hell here.
He needs to make some sort of funky straight.
Yeah.
Or a flush with the spade. That's tough. He's going to find the only 4 left.
Yeah, there's only 1 4 left in the deck, I think.
All right. Slow river, Dylan.
One out for his tournament life.
Oof.
Oh, close, but no cigar.
Crossbar.
Yes.
Crossbar card. So we lose Matt. Good tournament, mate. Well done.
Yeah, well played.
Comes in 8th for 75,000.
Obviously, I wasn't going to say it.
So now we've got 7 left. There we go. We lost 2 people.
Yeah,
Tell us, didn't we lose 2 people in how long? Not very long.
Yeah. Knockouts coming thick and fast now.
They know we're watching now, so they're just putting all the chips in, you know?
Yeah.
So nice chip up for Jesse.
5-6. You had 5-6? No, you.
So now I think Faisal is left as the short stack now.
Yeah, Faisal short stack, but not too short, huh? Was it, how many blinds do you have there? 15? Was it less?
Yeah, I don't. Faisal doesn't strike me as the type of guy who'd be feeling the pressure. I think he looks very relaxed and laid back at the table.
Yeah.
Always a very calm demeanour.
Yes, definitely. Nice pick up there for Jesse.
Yeah. Puts him right back in the
980. Yeah, I mean that's
fight,
a massive pop for his chip stack. You know.
Yeah.
Got him right back in the mix. Round to Sean. 5-4 diamonds.
Playable hand.
See what he does here.
Play it.
65,000.
And Darren has a hand here as well. You 3-bet here, or are you just going to call?
The ace jack?
Yes.
955. I would just call here with Faisal being so short. What would you do? I mean, you could raise it as well. Yeah. All options are possible. All options possible there to raise, to call. I wouldn't be folding, but yeah, raise or call would be fine. I would probably just play a little bit, maybe more there with Faisal being a bit shorter stack, so I might have called. But
yeah,
I think raising is
either
probably
option is viable. So now our players are playing for 7th place, which will they'll taking home 90,000 rand.
Faisal 12 big blinds there, 370. So you know, quite a way behind the others.
Yeah. So the other players will be hesitant to be fighting too hard while Faisal stands to fall off the bottom as such.
Yeah, I mean, one double up and he's back in there. So
yeah.
Or a clash of the other players, and you know, before you know, there's 7 left.
But he is very short, so his options are fairly limited. When you don't have many chips, you can't really raise normally pre-flop to see flops and to play turns and rivers. You have to choose your time and commit your stack, which is exactly what he's done. Looking very stoic there.
Ahmed, cool. I imagine that's a mistake. I imagine Ahmed's raised it. I would imagine, yeah, he got a green and a yellow there, so Ahmed's raised to 60,000 there. Yeah. And then Faisal's gone all in for 370, and Ahmed's going to fold it. Well done.
Well done.
Nice pick up for Faisal, up to 475.
Shows the cards. He wants them to all know that he's shoving with strong hands.
This is what's happened with Faisal. I mean, the first couple of times I played with him, like I say, he was very, very aggressive, and would put a lot of chips in with not very, strong hands.
Marginal holdings.
And now he's improved, incredible amount. He's waited, he's watched other guys play. Like I say, even when he obviously wasn't new to the game, but
his style's very patient now. I remember watching him play he played the final table at in Sibaya, and he was very patient and outlasted. I think he came 4th. Was it 4th he came?
I think it was 4th or 5th. Yeah, Anand was 3rd. You came 9th. Darren came 5th. So yeah, it must have been Faisal 4th.
Yeah, he came
Darren 5th, and I think Sully was 6th or 7th,
and
something like that. And then Nick Zaka was also on there as well. I think he was 6th or 7th. I'm not sure the exact standards. I just know you came 9th.
So I don't think. Oh, JP Oaks is called.
Another strong one for Ahmed. So
here.
he's gone for the raise again, of course.
JP Oaks is playing up Jackling's beef jerky wild hand.
Oh, he's called, is he, JP?
Yeah, JP's called from the small blind.
Okay.
And
JP says,
Ahmed has gone all in. What do you call here within in JP's spot?
Ahmed's gone all in, are you sure?
No. No, sorry. He's bet 45.
Okay. I was very confused there.
Looks like JP wants to see a turn.
What would I call with him? What scenario did you say that?
I thought he was. I was mistakenly thought that Ahmed had shoved the flop.
Oh.
And looks like Ahmed has turned his king. It's possible that JP can have Jack 10 though.
Or maybe even a worse king. Maybe Ahmed's licking his lips. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. see his cards. But
Ahmed checks back here.
yeah.
Little deception. Not a great card for Ahmed there. JP will have several 9s in his range.
Yes. On with a quick check. I imagine JP's got a Queen 10 there or something like that. King 10.
Yeah, I think Ahmed will bet this river.
Yeah. I think he'll go for about. I think he'll go for 150. What do you think?
I'm going over.
Taking over.
I'm taking the over.
Very calm, Ahmed, isn't he, when he plays? Huh?
Yeah, very stoic. You know, you're not going to get reads of Ahmed.
He's reaching for chips. Oh.
235.
Oh,
okay.
Very big bet. Oh, and a quick call, I think, is it?
And JP looks frustrated, so he's beaten there. Smucked his cards.
Can't see JP's cards. So a big bet from Ahmed, 235 and a quick call.
Most likely he flopped a queen there. He called that quickly.
And big pot goes over to Ahmed, so up to 1.6 million, I think.
JP's quite short now, only have 530,000 tournament chips. Oh, hello.
Look who's there.
Brits are taking over. Oh, we're on the big screen outside as well. The royal wave.
What did you say?
The royal wave.
If only they knew who we picked as the horses.
What about shares in it,
Well,
Brad?
the thing is, he's going to deny that he had jacks now. No, I'm worried.
They're all laughing along there, right there, enjoying themselves.
Live watching, huh?
Guaranteed at least 90,000 now.
Yeah. But they'll all be chasing that 550,000 up top, though. That's what they'll all be thinking about. They won't be hoping for that 90k.
You've been to Vegas, right?
I actually haven't. I've never been.
Okay.
Well, I'm going next year when I win the points race.
Optimistic. I like to see it. What position are you?
I think 13 and rising. I think
13 and rising?
Yeah.
Wow.
After my second place in the high roller, I'm sure I got lots of points for that.
Yeah, I imagine there was a lot of people played that. 62 entries.
Yeah. Nice,
Really
very
good.
nice prize pool.
Yeah, really good turnout.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice big prize pool there. Nearly 2 million.
Yeah. Very, very tough field. Not tough enough for me, of course, but you know.
No trophy though, Joe. No trophy.
Yeah.
Alvin won that one. Well played to Alvin. I watched a lot of that with Darren and
played a very solid game. He played a very interesting hand with me. He got me with 10 high. I'm not sure. Did you see that hand?
I didn't, but I have heard about it. I heard he was running around the casino telling everyone.
Yeah.
That he called you with 10 high.
Yeah. He got me. I had 7 high.
So there you go. Sometimes you can make a big call with 10 high.
Yeah.
Sometimes not.
Yeah. I try to apply the pressure. Sometimes they flinch.
What was the hand? What was the hand?
I think I'd opened the button. It was heads up with 7-3 offsuit.
Yeah.
He defended 10-7, I think. Yes, 10-7 offsuit.
Oh, there we go. Cutting back to the action again. See Ahmed there, Queen 4 raising again. And the small blind against the shorter stack. Just putting the pressure on. Pushing his stack into other players. Because he knows that they can get eliminated and he can't at this stage because he's got more chips. So he's just
using that as a stick to beat them.
Yeah,
Basically.
slowly tapping on their toes in the pots.
Just sort of steady, constant pressure.
Yeah.
The big stack.
Yeah. So go on, carry on with the hand.
Oh, yes. I raised. He called. Flop was King 2. And
this was a heads up. Right
it was,
at the end,
yes,
was it?
heads up, yes. And he checked. And I think I made the mistake of checking back in that hand on the flop.
Oh, okay.
And the turn came in 8, so we're both left
holding very little. And he checked, and I started my bluff. And he called. I think the river was a 6, so...
King, 2, 8, 6.
Yes, and I'm holding 7-3, so I couldn't really get much worse. So when you're holding a very, very weak holding, there's only one way to win the pot, and that is to make the other guy fold.
Yeah.
So I tried to apply the pressure.
And he called you.
The irresistible force met the immovable object, and he ended up with my chips. So Ahmed's
What's
got
happened to the laptop here?
Ahmed's got a strong hand. He'll want to see a flop here.
250.
And he's 3-bet Rudolph here. Rudolph's played very tight hands I've seen. Maybe he's just been getting bad cards. We haven't been able to see his cards.
Yeah,
So
there seems to be something not quite. The card's not quite going in the reader or whatever. We're not sure. There you go. There's the VPIP.
So Ahmed
What's
is
that,
top there.
Joe?
The VPIP is the voluntarily put in the pot.
What does that mean?
So that means that a player has either called or raised when they could have instead of folding pre-flop.
Okay.
So it's a measure of how active a player is.
Okay.
But not necessarily a measure of their aggression.
Okay.
Because if you're not raising into the pot, it's seen as a passive action.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Whereas if you're raising into the pot, it's seen as an aggressive action.
Yeah, so yeah, like you say, isn't it? So if you could fold and you called, your VP, you could play every hand. You'd be 100%, wouldn't you?
That's correct. Yeah.
But it wouldn't technically make you aggressive, would it?
No, you could be extremely passive with a 100% VPIP, or you could be extremely aggressive. It's just the
measure of when you put chips in the pot, basically. If you don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened to our laptop screen. Something. This one's gone off. I'm not sure why. Can't see our. We had 9,000 something viewers here. I don't know where they've gone.
Yeah.
I think we just have to reboot that screen.
Now, Ahmed's flopped the best of it here. Neither play with much going on that flop. Faisal does have a backdoor flush draw, but he's got a short stack, so it's going to be hard for him to continue.
Oh, there you go. 10,300 viewers.
And an interesting turn card here.
Live.
Because Faisal,
no,
although he's behind in the hand with a weaker kicker, he has turned a nut flush draw. Quite a few outs to chop. An 8 or a 6 on the river will see them chop the pot.
Yes. So
it's like Ahmed is reaching for chips.
I wonder if
and I don't think
Faisal's not going to fold here. He's got the flush draw. No way he's folding. There you go.
He's not folding. Raise was an option.
Doesn't want it to come ace. Interesting.
And now Ahmed is still winning the pot. And
I think it will go check now.
Yeah. Ahmed has showdown value here. So
he's gonna, Ahmed's gonna acknowledge that ace 10 is sometimes beating, the 10-9s or the 9-7 or the.
And really, if
7-5.
If he bets here as a bluff, he'd only Faisal to fold a full house.
Yeah. Well played from Ahmed.
Well played.
And well played Faisal. I mean, you can't really do much there. You've got the nut flush draw. You've got a call.
Yeah. And he's only one behind.
So Ahmed definitely the person that's playing the most hands.
Yeah.
And he's actually probably the most aggressive on the table. If we saw the PFR, pre-flop raise action.
Yeah, that would give you a measure of how aggressive the players are. Whether they're entering the pots with raises or with calls.
Yes, exactly. So now Faisal's dropped down even more now. So now Faisal will be down around the 300 mark, won't he? I think so. He was just in the big blind, wasn't he? He lost that one.
And he did call that turn bet, so he should be short stack now.
Ahmed putting on the pressure, nearly up to 2 million. I think there's 6.9 million chips in play. So Ahmed, nearly a third of the chips in play.
Yeah, getting towards that way. almost a third of the chips, 7 players left. You can see he's in pole position here for a big score.
Like Max Verstappen in Formula 1.
Yes.
Unstoppable
And,
with this guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Unfortunately, one of my horses has already gone.
So I'm now
done a Ferrari and retired early, I think.
Yeah, good old Ferrari. I mean, they're adding to the comedy value this year. I mean, it's done fantastic, this sport, with the Drive to Survive, and I mean, the viewing figures, I think they tripled. Is that right?
Yeah.
I saw a thing saying they tripled since Drive to Survive, and me and Zalmay, we watch it all the time, me and Mrs. And I mean, it's, I think, one of the best sports at the moment.
I think we're going to have to have a Netflix series, Fall to Survive.
Fall to Survive from Sunbet, or
yes, exactly.
Fall to Survive.
Following some of the regular faces around their day-to-day lives.
Yeah, I can imagine there'll be some interesting ones. Can you imagine you follow Rudolph or Faisal or JPO? Can you imagine what they do day to day? I don't know.
Goodness knows what these guys go to in their spare time.
Yeah, I did hear that Darren was saying to me that Rudolph, he recently retired.
Yes.
Well, apparently he'd semi-retired before or something, but he was still doing some stuff. Now apparently he's just on the board or whatever. And retired now.
Yeah, I think he was saying he's gone from 200 emails a day to 5, I think.
Oh, that's nice. So
Faisal in here with.
Oh yeah. What we got? Faisal, nice strong hand there. And again, Ahmed's raising the small pair. All in and a call. Quick call from Rudolph.
Yeah.
I imagine Rudolph here has a very strong hand to be able to call that quickly.
Yeah.
We can't see his cards, unfortunately, but we're going to see them anyway because it's going to get turned over.
I'm going to go with Ace Queen.
Ace Queen. I'm going to go with a pair of queens. I think he's got a big pair. 9.
Oh,
So
9.
I was right about the pair, but wrong about the size.
I was right about the approximate strength.
So we had this scenario earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we did
with,
actually.
Rudolph had 9s and Ahmed had jacks, but Ahmed folded the jacks, didn't he?
Yes.
So Faisal was going to double up unless it comes a 9. 4. There's only 2 9s left. I don't think any of them are gone.
Can you call me again?
Okay, and a queen. There you go. So Faisal's going to double up, and just like that, he's up to 760 from 300 and something.
350.
And Rudolph drops down to under $1 million again.
Of course, everyone at the table in a poker tournament is cheering for the player to be knocked out.
Yes, it's a brutal world.
It means an automatic pay jump for everyone at the table. If Faisal was to lose that hand and go out in 7th place for 90,000 rand, it would mean everyone immediately takes the pay jump up to 115.
Yeah, so everyone on the inside, they're not saying it out loud.
Yes.
But they're saying deep inside, they're rooting for the 9 there to be Faisal knocked out. But yeah, I mean, nice double up there.
And now I think
he's had 9s twice now, hasn't he, Rudolph? On this final table.
He has, yeah. Now I think is Rudolph left in the short stack?
Not quite. He still had around $1 million. He still had
it's
around
going to be quite tense now. There's several stacks around the 700 mark, so it's going to be. These players will be sort of avoiding any
760
difficult
there,
spots.
Faisal, yeah. JP, I imagine now is the short stack, right? Yeah, 970. Yeah, 450.
Yes, he is, yes.
So he's got what's that? 16 blinds, well, nearly 17 blinds. Jesse in the big blind with the 5s. Imagine he'll be calling this one.
Yeah.
See in the flop. See if we can make the 5. Or if not, maybe a low board and he can
hold on for dear life.
Yeah. Good flop potentially for Sean. Obviously, he's going to generally have the stronger cards.
Yeah, a lot of aces in the range as well, raising.
But he might not have, an ace or a pair or something. He might just have a king queen. Checked it back. Okay.
Interesting. And another ace. So that makes it slightly less likely that Sean is holding an ace. He would be inclined to be checking back some pairs on the flop.
Yeah, some middle pairs, 8s or 9s or 10s even.
Yeah. So
I imagine if he bets now, he's probably got one of those cards, right?
Yeah.
So. I think if Sean was bluffing, let's say Queen Jack or something, he probably would have bet the flop, wouldn't he? Do you think?
Yeah.
Another Jack. So I think he's got a pair of nines, you know?
Yeah, I think checking back twice, I'm gonna go and say that Sean has a king.
King high.
The question is, does he have King Jack? He also could have pocket twos, but they would probably be betting. They would probably bet the turn.
Yeah, probably try and get some money in when he's got 4 of the same card.
Yes.
I think Jesse's potentially going to win this unless he has got King Jack here, Sean.
Yeah.
And he's looking now. Yeah, I think this looks like King Jack, doesn't it?
I don't think he would
120.
bet this
Oh,
river.
he's bet big, quite big there. Huh? 150 into 175. Oh no, 120. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think Jesse will call here, won't he? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he would call here. He doesn't. It's unlikely that Sean would have King high and bet this for value.
No, it seems unlikely. I think he would just check it back
on the river.
Yeah. And it's quite tricky to see what Sean can have here for a bluff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you'd expect him to bluff before. Fortunately, can't see his cards unless they go in the reader now. Pick up for Sean up to 1.1 again. And Jesse back down to 8.10.
You're a lucky man.
Very nice, huh?
Lucky man.
Yeah, and you got it. Wow.
You see it, 14,300.
Oh wow, okay. Was Ronaldson
Flooding it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, where's he?
40,000.
Oh, when you're playing.
Good question.
Yeah.
How do you stay so focused at feature table, Joe, for all those hours?
I don't know. I never found it that hard to focus for that long. I remember as a kid I was taught chess from quite a young age, and that sort of trains you to be able to sort of focus quite singly on something for extended periods.
You're quite good at chess.
I'm okay. I'm okay for an amateur.
What ranking?
I'm no Kasparov. I'm sorry.
What ranking?
You mean FIDE rating?
Yeah.
I don't actually have an official FIDE rating, but I think my chess.com account is around about 1,700, 1,800.
Okay.
I'm about
That's quite
2,000.
strong, isn't it?
I'm about 2,300 on the puzzles, which I'm sure would make me a grandmaster.
On the puzzles?
Yeah.
How many pieces?
Oh, that's just they're just. Oh, hang on, we've got a hand here. Oh, JP Oaks.
Is that correct? We missed that one.
Yeah, we missed that one. It looks like JP Oaks has been eliminated in 7th place.
Well done, JP. 7th for 90,000 rand. I didn't see the action. Sorry about that, guys.
I'm chipping up, growing that stack.
Oh, JP's gone all in on the button there. That's what happened. Yeah.
Oh yes.
And then Ahmed's found the big boy kings.
Yeah. JP so short has to make his move there with the ace-3 suited.
Nothing either person could do.
Yeah, on the button it's a very strong hand.
Oh my god, it really is.
Shoving was his only option, unfortunately. Ahmed woke up in the big blind with kings, which happens in poker.
90,000.
Well done, JP Oaks.
We'll see him for sure in Cape Town.
Yes.
There's Bozo,
I think JP Oaks has been doing quite racing. He cashed the little slam he cashed, I believe.
Yep.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember his results at Sabaya, but he cashed
didn't
in
really play much of Sabaya because I got there late. I don't know if it did.
He did. He cashed the high roller at Monte Casino back in July.
Yep.
So on a good vein of form.
Which one was that in Monte Casino? Was that the one that you played?
That was the high roller, yes. That was
Tell
the
us
high
that
roller.
story, Joe. How did that go for you? So this is a poker tournament. There was. We'll just cut into the interview to talk to JP, and then we'll come back.
Yep. Oh.
We have to wait for a hand to finish. Hello. P. Oaks, our 7th place finisher in the main event. JP, a really tough final table. Tell us a bit about it.
Yes, I can't imagine a much tougher table. It was tremendously tough. You're playing against some of the country's very best, and they're getting quads. It's almost an impossible task for somebody like myself. But we gave it a good go, and it was good fun. Great.
It's a great result and another good one for you. You've final table plenty of our tournaments. Are we going to see you in Cape Town?
I'm going to try and come through to Cape Town. It's my wife's birthday on the main event, so I'll have to miss that, but I'll try and come through for the high roller and the little slam, certainly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Thanks so much.
Nice one, JP. Good score there, 9,000. Yeah, well done. And yeah, he said about his wife's birthday there in Cape Town, so maybe just join us for the high roller events. Yeah. But I'm sure he'll be there for some of it. I can't imagine he'll miss that one. Yeah, he'll be there. So yeah, I was going back to this story of Joe actually in the tournament. There was 5 people paid. This is a great story. Actually, I'll let Joe tell it. There was 5 people paid.
It was actually
6 paid.
Yeah, four places paid. It was the second day, no, the third day of the high roller, and there were 6 of us left, and
I came 7th, didn't I? So I came nowhere effectively.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
so I got eliminated. I was out.
Yeah,
left you in.
You were eliminated. Eliminated on day 2.
Yeah,
and there was 6 people left for day 3, and JP was there, and I was chip leader. But unfortunately, I ended up.
No, but then tell the whole story.
Oh.
Well, so at the time, actually, me and Joe were staying in an Airbnb just down the road because we didn't stay at the hotel or whatever. Anyway, and I've got eliminated, yes, because I got eliminated on the second day. So it's got to the evening, and then they've obviously gone to play day 3 the next day. And there's 6 people left. Joe's got a massive chip lead.
700.
Around a quarter of the chips in play, maybe a third of the chips in
play? Not that much. Just a modest chip lead.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Got an all in there from Darren. Okay, quick fob. Yeah, so we've gone back to the apartment, and then the week after it was a buyer, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. There's Sabaya.
And so what's happened then? So we were 6 left, and then what's happened from there?
Yeah, and unfortunately, I ended up coming 5th with 4 places paid, and got very unlucky. One hand against JP Oaks. Actually, he was all in with ace-10. I had him dominated with ace-king, and he found the 10. And then it all went horribly wrong from there. I went from chip leader to a bust with on the bubble in a very painful manner. But of course, I blame my wife. It was all her fault. She's been very particularly unlucky for me. I stay in Tanzania, and I was playing the Times Square Pretoria series, and I happened to win the big shot event for a nice score. So obviously, the missus called me up and said she wanted to do some shopping in Johannesburg. So I put her on a plane and flew her out to Pretoria. She joined me at the series, and from that point I basically lost every tournament I played for the next 3 months, and every time she came I basically lost every hand. I was doing okay obviously in that high roller in Monty, and then she was flying out to join us to go to Durban, and then as soon as she started heading towards South Africa, I started losing, and I ended up bubbling that tournament. She came with me to Durban. I promptly lost every tournament there as well.
Bad luck for you, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Sun City, I thought, lovely place to bring the family, so I brought the wife and kids, and didn't catch anything there either. And then she wanted to come down to see Port Elizabeth this time. I told her she'd best stay home with the kids. And
got some money to win, and then
probably had a big score in the high roller. So unfortunately, the people here won't be seeing my wife again.
Oh, great story.
So
Whereas for me, it's the complete opposite. I generally do okay when she's not here, but every time she seems to come, I win.
Yeah. Well, I do sleep better when she's here, but I don't come for these tournament stops for the beds and the sleep. So I think she can order something online or something and do her shopping online.
Yes.
So
can't imagine we'll see the wife in Cape Town then.
I don't think so.
Oh dear. But yeah, for me it's a little bit the opposite. Whenever my partner seems to come, I seem to win an event or second or something like that. I mean, she's come to 1, 2, 3 of the 5, and 3 of those I've had a win.
Yeah. Was it? Zami's a lovely lady. She's
Yes.
Very supportive.
Yes.
And understanding.
Yeah. Whereas when you play, and this is my favourite thing about you, Joe, because it's brilliant. Every time you get eliminated, he goes home and he says, "I've got eliminated," and she goes, probably as you guys know as poker players, she'll say, "Why didn't you fold?"
Yeah. She's not the best at consoling me when things haven't gone well.
So when I do eventually see her again, maybe in Cape Town, and I'll say to him when he gets eliminated, I'll say it in front of her, I'll go, "Joe, why didn't you just fold?" And then of course, and then she goes, does the shopping, and that's about all she wrote.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it is. It's one of these things in tournaments. You can't get too annoyed when you get eliminated, because 90% of the players do go home with nearly nothing, right?
Yeah.
Or 85% or whatever it is.
That's one of the things in poker. You have to be able to, meet with victory and defeat and treat those two imposters just the same.
Yes, that's true. Like I say, I mean, I think it was maybe 15% of the players got paid in this. Or was it 10%? 10%, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 18 paid, and there was 174.
Yeah, slightly more than 10%.
So, yeah, I mean, if you look at that, you're going to have 9 losers and 1 winner.
Yeah.
But then when you do win, of course, you get a lot more than your money's worth.
Yeah.
Like, I think the minimum payout on this one was 25,000 or something.
I think it was 30, wasn't it?
Was it 30?
Yeah.
Okay. So over 2 times your money. So it's definitely worth it when you do play.
Plus a lot of fun on the way.
Ace king of.
All in from Faisal and a quick follow from everyone else. Faisal up to $1 million there. See, only an orbit ago he had 450. No, 400 I think.
Yeah,
didn't
he's ticking along nicely now.
Yeah, so I think Joe's thinking that maybe his wife is a jinx or something. I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I should try again at Cape Town.
It will be what, 3rd time lucky?
4th or 5th, I think, maybe. Although that said, there was an excellent series held in Dar es Salaam in August, and where I managed to win the high roller and the main event. Not to toot my own trumpet, but it was a successful series.
Yeah, nice couple of crashes there.
And there was for the main event winner got awarded a very, very handsome bracelet, an 18-karat gold bracelet, diamond encrusted, which obviously my wife has taken and put in a cupboard somewhere. I don't know where it is. I'm not sure I'll see that again.
Yeah, it was a cool prize. It was the 2nd series they did there, because the year before I was there and I won it.
That's right. Yes, you did, and you got a very nice bracelet too, but just not quite as nice.
Not quite as nice as your one there. But looks very bling bling. It's like a Dubai print style bracelet, I would call it. I don't know what you would call it, but something like that, maybe
I did
a chic print or something.
Yeah, like some kind of shake. I did wear it out one night, and I felt that it wasn't really. I'm not really a gold and diamond encrusted jewelry kind of guy. But I'm told it was worth $16,000. So
best hope it's in a good cupboard.
Well, yeah, the probably better in a cupboard than wear it on my arm walking around Africa. I get it off probably at some point.
We've got a bit of action. Darren with the raise and Ahmed calling in the big blind with Queen 9.
Ahmed's flop middle pair here.
Darren gone for a bet. Darren quite a nice stack here actually.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Darren's going to go too crazy against his, Ahmed here.
He's not much going on that board for Darren.
I would imagine it will go check here now. There's a lot of cards that Ahmed's going to have interact with this 8 cards, you know.
Yeah.
And Ahmed says, yeah, I interact with this card a lot, so I'm going to bet.
115.
The 2 Betway sponsored pros having a little tussle.
Yeah. When I say interact, sorry if it's not too clear. What I mean is Ahmed's called in the big blind, and the flops come Jack 9-6 there. So when Ahmed calls a bet on the flop,
he'll be holding a lot of those kind of...
a lot of those cards that interact with that 8. So, you know, he's going to have a Queen 10, a 10-8, 6-7, all these sort of things that, you know, this 8 is going to help him a lot more than it's going to help Darren.
Yeah.
Obviously, Darren acknowledges that and a quick fold.
Looks like Ahmed's accumulating a very impressive stack there.
Yeah, I think it's up around 2.4 million there. Oh, and Johan's there. I lost a bet to him, actually. He's probably here to collect his money.
Okay, you better stay back here when he can't get you. Make sure the security's on the door.
We had a nice little bet, actually. We bet... so we were playing the turbo. Unfortunately, like I said earlier, it was my 5th entry into the main event, so pretty pricey for me, this one, unfortunately, but sometimes that's the way it goes in poker. And on my 5th entry, we were on the same table in the turbo, which the turbo is a lot of fun. There's a lot of all-ins and there's a lot of gambling because the clock of the blinds basically is only 15 minutes, whereas normally it's 1 hour. So it's 4 times faster to play, basically.
Yeah. So you're playing 3 hours to try and catch up with guys who have played 12.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly that. And we were playing, and I think there was 26 players that played the turbo. A lot of people had already gone through, and people had finished or whatever. So we bet on how many people would be left to go through the flight.
Okay.
And he said 40%. So I quickly, what would you take here?
Under.
Yes, I took under, of course. And it was over, wasn't it? So,
really? Wow.
So I lost out. Yeah, the line was, so if it was 9 people left, I would have won. If it was 10, we split. And if it was 11 or more, he won. And there was 11.
Oh, really? Okay.
So I owe him some money. I lost to him, which actually I forgot about because I actually eliminated him.
Oh, okay.
So
in a desperate attempt
yeah,
to get it under,
to get it
under 11.
I tried to get him out. So I'll have to pay him when we go back out.
Well, we'll be on the plane tomorrow. Don't worry, we can skip down.
Yeah, we can run away from that one. But yeah, I had a few bets with a few people this week. Actually, it's been quite good fun on some side bets. Another bet I had you against Alvin in the high roller. So
yes.
So I also lost that one.
Yeah.
And what was the other bet I had? Oh, I had a bet with Darren on the total entries of the main event, which he's won that as well.
Okay, so
I'm down.
You've lost all your bets.
Yeah. The only bet that I did win was I had a 3-way bet with Bozo and Harold on how many hands were going to get drawn at the end of the night.
Oh yes.
It was the options. So basically, at the end of the night, they stopped the clock a little bit before the time, roughly around 10 minutes before, and then they draw for the last few hands that get played. Normally 3, 4, or 5 hands get drawn, and then you play those entirety of the hands. And yeah, I bet on 3 hands would be left, and they took 4 and 5, and I won. So got a little bit back from that one.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna win our bet for sure because
nice bit of pressure there from.
I've got 2 people left, and you've
from
got
Darren there, applying some pressure from the small blind.
Oh, really?
Stealing Faisal's big blind.
Okay.
Made Faisal fold at ace-8 offsuit.
So we've both got 1 person left basically.
Darren v Jesse. And Jesse's got. Ooh, Jesse's very short again.
Yeah, getting
lose a
short.
hand, did he? Okay. Ahmed picking up some nice hands here.
Yeah. Certainly strong enough for a rate. Will he get any action?
Darren on 1.3 million, yeah.
I don't think Faisal will be
Faisal
calling.
900 basically.
Thank you. And Rudolph, want to see a flop?
Tell you what, Rudolph must have some fascinating stories, huh? Of his time.
Not a pretty board for pocket sixes. Rudolph's got an overcard and a gut shot. She can continue it. But he's going to play it safe. No. Not enough there for Rudolph to continue.
No, I've never seen a pace like that.
Bloody hell, there, straight for gut shot.
Gut shot, overcard.
Let it go, let Ahmed take that.
Double backdoor trips draw.
Some optimism there, Joe. Double backdoor trips draw.
Well, you know, some people are glass half full, some are half empty.
Johan, look at him. He's waiting for me, for the money. I should get someone to go and pay him now. It'll be funny. And then he's going to be like show it in front of the camera or something. Because I don't know when I'll see him. I don't know if he's fine. Oh, he's walking away again. So, 2040, the blinds have gone up.
And Rudolph's going to throw away his blind there. And Jesse.
So Jesse the short stack, and he's going to love getting that walk through there.
Yeah.
He's going to add to his chips up to 510, still shortest.
Yeah,
but,
I think he would have been shoving if Rudolph wanted to live there. So Rudolph saved himself some chips.
Diving to fold. Nice pyramid there for Ahmed. How do you stack your chips? Do you stack that like yours, like Ahmed's, or differently?
I don't think I ever get that many chips.
I like to stack it a little bit like this short guy's done. So I like to do lines in the front and then stack up the side like this.
Yeah.
But you see these big towers like this in Vegas a lot, like when I've been there before. And especially in the 5-5 cash games, you see it because most of the places in Vegas, they, especially in the 5-5 games, they don't let you use 100 chips or 25.
Yeah.
So you get stacks of fives. So and generally you can only buy in for 500 is the maximum in most places. So you just buy in with a rack of 500 chips of the fives. So I was playing actually in Commerce in Los Angeles. I played there a few years ago now, and back then the Americans were even more crazy than they are now. Apparently they've toned it down a little bit now, but back then you would get people, they would give $500 to the chip runner. The chip runner would go to the cashier, bring the rack of chips and pass it to the person. Back then the person would be all in before the chip runner was back.
Yeah.
So literally the chip runner would come back, pass them a chip, and they don't even take the chips out of the rack. They just put the rack into the middle.
Yeah.
So there would be like sliding racks into the middle. Yeah. And I've got some great photos of massive chip stacks because you didn't often get 100 chips in play back then.
Yeah.
So like Ahmed's chips there, I've seen chip stacks like 4 or 5 levels high.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how heavy that is on the table? It's a lot of chips. And then, of course, when someone knocks your chips over, it takes you about 30 minutes to clear it up.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's good when you have a lot of chips like this. Tricky for the box reader on the stream.
Yeah, it is.
So I've heard
it can be hard to work around them.
Yeah, I've heard that the machine doesn't like the chips on top of it, like Ahmed's is now, but we'll see. Yeah, it's picked up Ahmed's card still, so escape.
Like Darren's going to take that one down.
Or we might ask him to move his chips to the side, maybe.
I think Darren claiming he's got...
10 Sunbet.
I thought Darren was claiming he had ace king.
Yeah, don't lie, Darren. See your cards.
I know, but you can't think about ace king all the time. You've got to get something else. Huh?
We've got guaranteed now 115,000, and the next one. Okay, so the increments are going up a bit now.
143,000 rand for 5th place, 200,000 rand for 4th place, 275,000 rand for 3rd place, 400,000 rand for 2nd, and 1st place will take home 550,000 rand.
Yeah. So the jumps were a little bit smaller at the beginning, just 15,000.
Yeah.
Now this next jump is worth
25. Oh, sorry, less, more. 28. 28,000 rand.
And then the next one will be 47. So that's how it generally works in the tournaments.
Yeah.
The big jumps go towards the top. Generally, the biggest pay jump will be between 1st and 2nd, and then smaller as it goes down. So yeah, we're going to start getting some money jumps now, which will affect their decisions because, of course, now they're looking at that board and they know they've got 115,000 guaranteed, but they're all looking at that top prize. So they're sort of thinking, how can I get to that top prize? If someone else drops out, then I'm guaranteed 143 and so on. So they're not going to be rushing their decisions as such.
Yeah. Darren's checking his option ace-4 here. Not much for Darren there. Sean's flopped open-ended.
Not sure where Sean's from. Have you played with him before?
I've not played with Sean before.
Yeah, I played with him for maybe 20 minutes in day 2, and then I was out. So
yeah, that's the problem you have when you're playing poker. When you're not in the tournaments for long and constantly back to the cashier for more bullets. Your meetings are only fleeting with the various players. Although I think you got to play quite a bit with Mark in this series. He sent you to the rail to the cashier several times.
yeah, Mark was an interesting character to play with. It's the first time I met him actually. Obviously see him again. Him and Richard, 2 really nice guys. See them in Cape Town.
Yeah.
And yeah, played with Mark quite a few times actually. Very, very active player. Not scared to put the chips in the middle.
A lot of gamble there.
Yes. Although when I played with him in this main event, he didn't really gamble, to be honest.
Yeah.
He got me actually on my 4th entry. I had a Queen Jack and he had an Ace Jack, and the board was 9-6-3, and I think it was a Jack on the turn. So he had a better kicker than me.
No escape.
And no escape for that one, so I sent my chips to him.
Yeah,
see them guys in Cape Town.
Hammer's open cutoff here. Sean's looked down at a nice strong hand, King Queen on the button.
But generally I've not seen Sean before, so I would guess he's from Cape Town as well.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I've not seen him playing in Johannesburg.
And I mean, you do see a lot of the same faces. Of course, you see new people like when we were saying earlier about they had the big free roll on, getting people into poker. It's good. Of course, all the new faces. You get the local people that are coming from here that play.
Yeah.
And it's not too far to travel to Cape Town, for example, in November. It's just a quick flight. I think Darren said to me it's 45 minutes from here.
Yeah, something like that. Very, very easy to get around.
And I'm pretty sure they're running all the satellites and stuff, and even some free rolls. I think they're running into the main event on the next one.
Yeah.
And they're doing good deals on the accommodation and things like that. They're really trying to make it boom and get as many people there as possible. So it's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to be anything but fantastic there.
Yeah, it's going to be. Going to be a very large field, I think. A lot of action.
Yes. Still waiting on the schedule of what's going to happen for the tournament-wise, of what order is going to go where and that sort of thing. Generally, they start off with the high rollers near the beginning, and then sort of work in. The Little Slam is obviously one of their most successful events, the 5,000 entry one. Normally gets over a couple of hundred players in that one, which maybe this one will even get 300 players, I don't know. And then you sort of work through the week, like I say, high rollers and sort of a little slam towards the beginning, generally, and then you've got the main event, obviously, at the end as the most prestigious event. But yeah, we'll be interested to see. I mean, for the guys that played here, we added the extra 20,000 tournament in on the Monday. It will be interesting to see if we can get a lot of around that 20 to 30,000 buy-in range.
Yeah.
I'd imagine all the high roller guys. I think that's the sort of level that we want to play at.
Yeah.
There is some players that will want to play, if there's a 60,000 or whatever. But I would say in general, you're going to get a lot more players. I mean, the Sabaya 25,000 had how many players did you play that one?
Oh, I can't remember. There was a lot though, but well over 100, wasn't it?
Was in the 25k, yeah. So it would appear this is the sort of level of buy-in that people want for the high roller, somewhere up to 30,000, and then the main event around 15,000. I think is a good number.
Yeah, I think so too.
It sort of lures people in, and then if if people have a good start to the series, or even win a satellite or something, maybe they choose to play the 25k or something like that.
Yeah. Darren's gone all in here.
Okay.
Cut off. Queen Jack.
Just putting the maximum pressure on there.
Collect the blinds.
Putting big pressure on there, Darren. I think did he just set them all in there? Did he?
He did, yes.
Yeah. So strong play from Darren. And there we go. As the chips are on the top of the pots at the moment.
So Jesse under pressure here with the shot stack.
Yeah, so Jesse now, I think he'll be in the small blind. Yeah, you can see him there.
Yeah.
So he's going to want to get into the mix shortly.
Yeah, he'll be, if it falls to him here, it will have to be shoving some very, very weak cards. And of course, Ahmed will know that.
Yeah. Sean 845, so a comfortable stack there. Sean's not going to want to be risking too many of his chips right now whilst he's seeing Jesse's on 400. And of course all the other players will be aware of that and playing accordingly. They're not going to be risking a lot of their chips with marginal cards whilst Jesse is the shortest stack. Rudolph, how many chips did Rudolph did you see that?
I think he's got 900 or so.
Okay, so Rudolph also in the safe zone. Jesse goes all in with the King 7 in the small blind. He's found a strong king there. So he's prepared to put that in the middle.
Ahmed will be sizing up his stack.
And lets that one go. Jack 8. So nice steal there from Jesse.
Nice strong play.
Up to the 470 mark, so he's going to have just under 12 blinds now. But now he's got the button, so he's got a free rotation. Obviously, there are only 6 players now, aren't they?
Yeah, 6 left. Faisal is
absent.
AWOL.
But he is still there. You can see his chips through the chair. So yeah, we're 6 players. So Jesse's going to have the button now, so he's going to get 3 hands for free, basically. Where he doesn't have to put a chip in the pot unless he wants to. And then he'll be back in the big blind and it will start again. So he's got a little bit of time to see if he can find something good.
Jack 5 not going to work.
This is very impressive. You know, when you discard the card, you just Jack is going it's like this little thing. I don't know.
Jack 10, quite a strong holding for blind versus blind play.
Okay, so here's one for you. Right, Ahmed, he always sits there in the same position. Okay. Now, only Lauren will know this, but how do you think he sits at home? We have to ask Lauren, won't we?
I don't think it's like that, though.
No, I don't think so either. But it's always the same position, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless he's tired, and he leans over the table.
Yeah. I'm sure when he's an old man, sat in the old people's home, he'll have his favourite chair. Be sat there with fingers interwoven.
Yeah. Obviously Ahmed from Cape Town, so he'll be there. Darren obviously as well. Darren's actually having a house party with all the champagne, he's already told me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's invited.
Yeah.
So if you're listening to the stream, just knock on his door.
And Ahmed lives right there in the waterfront, I believe, so.
Yeah, that is a board,
Do we have an address and a date?
Ahmed's house, or Darren's house.
Oh, Darren.
Darren, he told me, lives in, I think it's called Sea Point?
Sea Point. Okay.
Yeah, it's apparently near some lighthouse or something.
Oh, okay.
It's in between Clifton and the waterfront. So, yeah, we'll find the address. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll post it all on the socials. So you'll get there. He's ordered 200 bottles of champagne, French stuff as well.
No JC Leroux, no JC Leroux there. Ahmed showing off his ace, not showing the 6 though.
He had an ace, did he?
He did have an ace.
See, even when you got a big stack, you still got an ace sometimes. And Ahmed's been very smart there, showing the ace, and he's basically shown that. The reason he's done that is he's aware that he's raising a lot of cards, so he just wants to show them I'm not raising with rubbish.
Yeah.
But it's
of
just
course,
purely for an image.
when he raises the rubbish, he throws into the mug. When he has a hand, he'll let the other players know.
Yeah, so he's done that for a reason.
False advertising.
Yeah, exactly. Rudolph coming down a bit, 750, still in there though. Jesse on 470. So now Jesse in the hijack position there, so he's going to get one more hand for free, and then he's going to be back in the big blind. And of course, we're playing big blind ante, so he will be in there for 2 blinds effectively. So he's going to have to at least put in 2 blinds in 2 hands. Folds all the way around, no one's got anything to play with. Gary's there in the background.
Strong hand for the small blind. And a raise.
Darren goes for the raise, yeah.
Faisal will surrender.
Yeah. So I would imagine Faisal might have called, but he chose not to because Jesse's a short stack.
Yeah.
Would be my guess.
Yeah.
Because I've seen Faisal play before and he would normally call there. So I imagine Faisal's thinking Jesse's a short stack. I want to see Jesse go all in before me.
Yeah.
If he doubles up, so be it. But if not, then
automatically get pushed up to 5th place.
Yeah, exactly. And this pay jump is worth 28,000.
Yes, 28,000
Yeah,
extra
so
on top of the 115,000 you get for 6th.
So they're all sort of looking now at the pay jumps and sort of looking around at people's chips and see who's going to be all in first, basically. And of course, Ahmed with 2.9 million.
And a strong holding here.
Nearly half the chips in play. I think it's 6.9 million. I think I was still waiting for confirmation from the team, but I think it's 6.9 million chips there in play.
But you never know. Even with a large stack, you can always get unlucky and end up finishing 5th.
Yeah, it can happen.
Yeah.
Darren here with a 9-7 of diamonds. Just thinking about what to do here. Looks like he's going for a raise here with raising chips.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get a raise.
45.
There you go. So Darren says, I've had enough of this. Of Ahmed raising every hand, and he's going for a re-raise here.
Did we see Ahmed is holding King Queen?
He had King Queen, yeah.
Yeah. I think the chips on the box is confusing the card.
He did have King Queen there because it did flash up, unless it was the last hand. No, it wasn't the last. It's this hand. Yeah, he got confirmation here. He's got King Queen offsuits.
I think so. Yeah, I can't remember.
Not sure what suits, but King Queen offsuit is what he's got. Now, as I know Ahmed, I think he'll go all in. What do you think?
I think he might fold.
He is his friend at the end of the day, him and Darren.
Yeah.
I think he might go all in here. We'll see now. No, he's gone for the fold, you're correct.
Yeah, how much did we bet on that?
No, we didn't bet, luckily.
It's a nice measure from Darren there.
Yeah. Darren up to 1.6. So my horse is on 1.6, yours is on about 500.
Yeah. It's not over until Fat Lady sings.
As they say. Faisal so chilled there, look at him.
You're going to get your job back.
Very laid back.
You're going to get your job back.
Darren making a nice comment there. Saying to Gary, are you going to get your job back? Don't worry, me and Joe can't do it for all day.
Especially after we hand them the invoice for our appearance fee.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we'll be invited back. Rudolph shoved all in. 170,000.
There you go, nice play from Rudolph with the King 8. So
Jesse
he's
would be
not
at risk
actually
if he
all in
calls.
here. Yeah, he would be. Jesse is the short stack here. I would guess Jesse thinking about it here with maybe a queen 10 or something like that. What do you think?
He might have maybe.
So unfortunately,
unfortunately
he hasn't put his cards in the box just yet.
Yeah, so he's got 10 big blinds.
Yes.
So you would normally flick it in quite comfortably here with a small pocket pair, but because the one just slide for a patient becomes a bit more marginal to calling and then flipping when you could be pushing and collecting blinds without getting called.
Nice play from Rudolph, right?
Yeah.
Either way. What do you call it there, Joe? He's folded. We don't get to see Jesse's cards, unfortunately.
I think maybe pocket 5s.
Yeah.
Ace 10. Ace 9. Yeah. Round about that, I think.
Rather, you're 9. 9.
Actually, yeah. Bit
Jesse,
wider than that.
Jesse was in the last position.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit worse cards, maybe Queen Jack or something like that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. If there was another short stack at the table, then obviously you would have to fold a lot stronger hands than you would when you were at the bottom.
I think because Ahmed's got so many chips, that green stack might be covering the box soon. Yeah. But we'll see. We can't have too much longer left on this level, actually. Could we be playing 2040 for some time?
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that,
but we've done quite a nice performance here. We've locked out 3 players, Joe.
Yes.
Ahmed has found it again. Can you believe it? Look at
this. 18 minutes, 20 seconds left until the
18, 20.
The next level.
And Ahmed has found the kings in the big blind again for the second time on this level.
And the players will be going on break after these 18 minutes.
Darren's gone for the raise here.
Oh, here we go.
Ahmed, I imagine, is going to go for the re-raise here. Darren's going to let him have that one.
Yeah.
Good friends, these guys. Can't imagine they'll take any situations that are quite close, but we'll see. There we see on the board, first place, 550,000. 6 players left. There you see chip count there, so 6.96 million chips in play. Ahmed has just over 3 million, so Ahmed has nearly half of the chips that are available.
Yeah,
so
very strong position.
Strong, yeah, very strong with 6 players left.
Another player who'll be looking at that board will be Jesse.
Yes.
Because in 17 minutes the blinds will be going up, which will shorten his stack even further.
Yeah. Did you see what the next level was? Was it 2550? Oh no, it can't be 2050. It must be 3060, right? Because we've taken out.
No, it's 2550.
Was it?
They've still got 5s in there somewhere.
Okay. On Ahmed, still seeing his cards, which is good. Shows that he needs to get more chips to block the box.
Yeah.
And again, you see this. This is the 3rd or 4th time he's raised small blind against Sean.
Lots of pressure.
And okay, Sean hasn't got any good cards to play against, but you know, you see there Ahmed stealing with the 9-4. You know,
constant pressure.
Always applying the pressure, and people just can't do anything back against it because he's got too many chips at the moment. And Sean, even if he had a strong hand there, he would be aware that Jesse is last.
Yeah.
And has less than half of his chips, so he would play very conservatively.
Yeah. Handcuffed in these situations.
It's fun though when you're last. For me, it's the most enjoyable when you're actually in last position because you get to take advantage of everyone else because you get to choose when you go all in.
Yeah. Personally, I like
the big stack.
I
The
like
big stack's the most fun.
The big stack on the bubble is the most fun you can have in poker, where it's like you've got magic powers where you can just make people fold at will. And Jesse's going all in here with pocket 9s.
Yeah, nice strong hand for Jesse. Good time to pick one up because he would be in the blind shortly. I imagine Jesse would like a call here.
Yeah, I think he would. Someone pick up pocket 7s.
Well, here we go. We're going to get a quick call here from Darren, I imagine.
It's going to be a quick call.
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
He's in. and they'll be flipping.
And you see the percentages there. Jesse with a slight lead, 52%. Of course, the pair always has a slight lead, but it's basically 50-50.
And it's your horse versus mine.
There we go.
And obviously a 9 on the flop is coming.
Good
Nice
start
flop.
for Jesse.
An 8 on the turn with Seal It.
And it's a 5, so Jesse's going to double up unless it comes an ace or a queen. And it's a 4.
Double up.
So Jesse doubles up to 800 and Darren goes down to 1.1. So unfortunate for Darren there, that would have pushed him up to nearly 2 million.
Yeah.
So he'll get back on the horse and you know, try and win some more chips back.
Yeah.
But he'll be a little bit deflated about that one because that would have been a jump and a strong player would have gone out.
Yes. Everyone at the table apart from Jesse will be a little disappointed about that.
Yeah, but
outcome.
as Jesse's gone all in there, it's not often you get you know, very strong cards with about 9 blinds.
Yes.
But he would be dreaming of a call there because of course anyone could call with a smaller pair.
Yeah.
And okay, in this scenario,
great chance to double up.
Yeah, in this scenario it was a 50-50 because he had 2 overcards, but you know, he'll be a
lot of hands.
He'll be
way ahead of will be calling as well.
He'll be begging for a call there. And there you go, Jesse just comfortable again now, back up to 20 blinds.
And do we know who's left as short stack now?
So Sean
is starting
is
to look quite
there,
short.
200, 400. He's got about 650 there.
Yeah.
Yeah, 645, good guess. Darren 1 million. Okay, so that might. Oh yeah, because it's in the small blind. That's right. Yeah. So Faisal must be there around 700 as well.
Darren,
wow, this is a big play from Darren.
Very strong play. Basil will get out of the way. Leave the 2 lovers to it.
So what Darren's done here, basically, he's aware that Ahmed is going to be raising a lot of cards. You see Ahmed there with the 5-4. So Darren says, if you've got it, you've got it. And even if he gets called Darren, he's going to have a decent percentage against a lot of the hands.
Even Ace King, you have a very decent percentage chance of winning the pot.
So, and of course, if he goes all in and Ahmed folds, that's an instant. You know, he's up to about 1.3 million now, I think. Yeah. You know, and that's a big swing of the chip stacks there. So nice play from Darren. King knife with Jesse, fold, Ahmed fold.
Nothing for Sean. Darren will look down at Rags, and it'll be Faisal versus Rudolph. Back with the blinds.
Faisal with the short stack there, 580.
Okay.
So short stack on short stack, basically.
Yeah.
Rudolph Queen 7. He'll check that one.
Both have playable hands. Let's see what the flop brings.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there's a queen for Rudolph.
Rudolph taking a big lead.
Not much for Faisal.
Oh, and very sneaky from Rudolph. He checks behind there.
And Rudolph has turned the flush draw to go with it, so that leaves
Extra
Faisal
insurance.
with only 2 kings in the deck. King of diamonds won't work.
Good fold.
Faisal folded.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
The graphics wrong there. Rudolph won that one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Who's is working?
So Faisal getting short now.
Return.
560, and like Joe says, in around about 10 minutes, the blinds will go up, which will mean the blind will be 25 and 50. So Faisal will only have 11 blinds when it gets to the next level.
Yeah,
and
it'll
even for
be,
Sean there, he will only have 13 blinds. So
putting in almost a fifth of his stack when he enters the big blind too, with paying the ante.
Yes.
Which is a large slice of your stack gone without seeing the flop.
Ahmed with another raise, unsurprisingly, with 3 million chips.
Yeah, and Sean has picked up a nice hand here.
It'll be interesting. I imagine Sean will go all in here, but we'll
Yeah.
see. I mean, Ahmed has raised first position.
Yeah.
Whether Sean thinks that Ahmed's stealing a lot or not, and he has got the ace, especially with the suit as well. It's nice.
He's only got.
He's going all in.
18
There you go.
big blinds.
Yeah, nice.
so
Got
he's
nice all
going-
in with Sean there.
Keep the
Now-
pressure up.
Yeah. Now he's just trying to hope that no one finds a better hand behind, basically, and hopes that Ahmed's got nothing. Ahmed quick fold.
Takes it down.
Yeah.
Nice play by Sean.
Didn't get to see Ahmed's cards, but as you can imagine, Ahmed's probably going to be raising a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Because of how many chips he has.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see there, he's got over second. He's got over 2 times what second place as well. So a little bit of a jostling position between second and fourth, and then you've got a couple of shorties down the bottom.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ahmed's stack is so big. Those chips weighing down on the centre. Sometimes we're missing his cards.
On the break, we're probably going to colour some of them up, I imagine.
Yeah, hopefully.
When I say colour up, I mean remove the smaller chips and give him more of the bigger chips.
Rudolph all in here.
Bigger value, sorry. Rudolph all in, 770. Ahmed, quick fold. No, still getting his cards. King 7. There you go. Ace 10 for Rudolph. Nice, all in.
If you call, we check it through.
Rudolph making a joke there. If you call, we check it down. Darren just in second place, but they're all very, very close. Between second and last, there's only maybe 10 blinds. Yeah. Other than Faisal, is a little bit shorter, but good enough for Darren. He says, "I'll raise the ace." This is a strong play from Darren because he knows that Ahmed is in the small blind rather than the big blind. Which means that Ahmed is less likely to defend his small blind because you have to play out of position to Darren.
And also there's a possibility that Sean wakes up with a hand and gets to shove if he wants to call.
Ahmed lays it down. I'm not sure what he folded there, but
so Sean with a playable hand here. I think
you're going to see a flop, I imagine.
Yeah, I think he'll have to defend this.
Don't think he'll go all in. I imagine he'll just call.
Yeah, it's a very handsome hand, very playable.
Ooh.
He chooses to fold.
Maybe decides that Faisal's too short and he just wants to let Faisal go all in first. Yeah. So let that one go for Darren.
I know.
And Darren laughing away because he stole another one.
Yeah.
He stole with the 9-8 against Ahmed. He stole that one there as well.
Yeah.
So he's having a lot of fun there, Darren. And at the moment, it looks like Darren obviously in second place, but it looks like Ahmed's going to get to the last 2 or 3 for sure. Yeah. And then it's going to be a jostle between there, but I would put good money on one of them being Jesse or Darren in the last 3. Nothing against the other players, but I just think that they're a bit more aggressive, so
yeah,
they're going to get a few more steals through.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to be active with, of course, with Ahmed applying so much pressure.
Yeah, we'll see Ahmed raise this one, I would guess. Again, just trying to steal the blinds. There we go. It goes for the raise. And you see this strong play from Ahmed pushing the stack around. Yeah. And Darren will fold this one, and you see going to get Darren to fold a better hand, you see. So Ahmed using the stack well.
Of course, because of the nature of the payouts of the tournament, it's much harder to be calling bets.
Yes.
Then it's always better to be folding or raising rather than calling.
Okay, so we've just got 5 minutes left of this level, guys, and then there will be a dinner break. So unless we lose anyone in the next, let's say, 2 or 3 hands, maybe 4 hands if they're fast. As we say that, Rudolph goes all in.
Here we go.
But yeah, there will be a dinner break after this level of 45 minutes. Get these guys maybe some champagne on the dinner break. Eh? Get Darren to get the champagne.
Rudolph gets it through, nothing.
We don't know what Rudolph got, but something good. Oh, Jacks,
I think he showed Jacks. Did he show Jacks?
Pocket Jacks. Oh.
Shove pocket Jacks.
Nice holding for Rudolph.
There we go.
Yeah.
Rudolph up to about $1 million now. $1 million in chips.
They're all just pushing it around. You just see this now a lot with the tournaments. When you've got one person with all the chips who is playing a lot of the hands, the others are just sort of just holding on. You know, it's a bit like if you line all of them up on one of those what are they called in the playground where you hang on the bars. What are they called? Monkey bars.
Monkey bars, yeah.
Yeah, they're all hanging on the monkey bars, and it's whichever one can hold on for the longest, basically.
Yeah. and Ahmed's on the top with a hammer.
Yeah.
smacking some fingers.
That's basically what it is. Because no one is really close to Ahmed and Chip. You would say Darren is the closest, but he's not that comfortable.
Yeah.
Fairly blind, but it's not.
This hand here, you would be calling a lot usually, but in this particular instance, it's much harder to call that hand.
Yes.
And play against the big stack and put yourself at risk.
Yeah. Ahmed wins another one. So he's lost a few and he's won a few, but he's still at the 3 million. Building his tower. Like I say, they'll probably colour a few of those up so it doesn't go over the box on the break. But everyone else is hanging on whilst Ahmed is beating them with the hammer on top. Yeah. I know there is a tournament still going on outside. Not sure if you can still register, but it was 4,000.
With a nice hand here, and Ahmed's folded, so someone might want to take the chance to get involved while Ahmed is folded.
Ahmed's let them off for one. He's dropped the hammer.
Yes.
Okay, Rudolph makes the call. And Jesse, unsure of his cards, but I think he has put it in the box, so we're just waiting for that.
Just sizing up Rudolph's stack to see if he covers, but I think Rudolph covers him, so Jesse will be at risk.
Goes for the check there, so go to the flop. Jesse with the Queen 7. Rudolph, good for Rudolph this board generally.
Yeah.
Rudolph's going to have a lot of kings. He's going to have a lot of ace highs. Even a hand like Queen Jack for the straight draw or Jack 10. And he bets the flop, and Jesse quickly folds the Queen 7. So I mean, even if Rudolph had low cards there, he would have stole that one away. But most likely Rudolph's going to have quite good cards when it comes King, King 9. It's going to be slight favourite against Jesse there.
It's very hard to make a stand with Queen High in those situations, because you're basically on a hiding to nothing if you want to continue.
Yes, exactly.
Where's the fingers at Coachman?
Oh no, Coachman, they couldn't go. 20 minutes Uber.
No man, it's 2 minutes from here.
And they're all discussing what they're all going to have for dinner.
Uber is a while. The Uber to get here takes a while. Maybe if you get
Ahmed deciding if he's having caviar or not.
Yeah.
And everyone else maybe a tin of beans, maybe.
Yeah.
But no, of course, they're all guaranteed money at this stage, 115,000. So I imagine all of them are in profit for this tournament, but you never know.
Yeah. I don't see anyone doing.
How many is that? How many entries is that?
8 entries.
15. Yeah, that would be 120, wouldn't it? Yeah, so it's 8 entries.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone's in 8 entries. I tried my best.
Yeah,
I only got 5.
Close.
I remember actually in the Times Square, the Pretoria one, I believe Ahmed was in for 9.
That must be a record for...
I think Gio is beaten.
Oh, really?
I think Gio got 11. Or maybe it was the other way around. Only they will know. I can't remember. But I remember it being a lot. And yeah, of course, that was a fantastic event. I think it was 2 million for first, wasn't it? That one?
Yeah, it was a very big prize pool there. I remember Gio was very good at running up a huge stack on day 1 of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then basically finishing day 2 with the same stack he started with. I remember he did that several times.
Yes, he did do that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, got a massive, great big stack on day one, and then he'd play the whole of day two, and he'd have basically the same stack.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
Jesse all in here.
600,000.
No one has anything.
Yeah, Sean will let this one go. I think he's just timing out for the break.
For the
is
break,
what's going on
yeah,
there.
so it looks like it'll be the last hand.
Yeah, he's definitely folding, but yeah, there you go. You can hear the timer. So we'll be going on 45-minute dinner break now. Still 6 guys left.
All to play for.
Blinds after there will be, I think, 25.50 or 30.60.
25.50.
Okay. So they get the updated chip counts for you now, and we'll be back in about 45 minutes. We'll hand probably back over to Mark and Gary, but maybe we'll be along later on. We'll see. But yeah, hope you enjoy, guys, and see you after dinner break.
The race to Vegas continues with the Sunbet Poker Tour. Throughout our first season, we've had 3 stops now. Our first stop was at Times Square, where we exceeded our guarantee and had a prize pool of over 17 million rand. Players rolled in from around the country and around the globe to join us on our very first stop of the Sunbet Poker Tour, and what a great event it was. Next up on the tour, we went to the ever-beautiful Sun City, a fan favorite of poker players from around the country. From the 20th to the 29th of May, we made the most of this beautiful location with our guaranteed prize pool of 7.5 million rand. Players came to race their way up to the leaderboard and onto the third stop in Sibaya. The 5.5 million rand guaranteed prize pool was once again surpassed, and another fantastic event was seen with the beautiful coastal town of KwaZulu-Natal as the backdrop. As players race up and down the leaderboard, who will be in the top 10 will come with us to WSOP in 2023. And now we are on to our 4th stop of the tour for 2022. We are at the gorgeous Boardwalk Hotel and Casino in the city of Port Elizabeth. There's still plenty of chance for you to get your way down to PE and be a part of this action. You can still earn points on the leaderboard. And with one more stop along the way this year, there's still plenty of chance for you to make it into the top 10 to join that team going to Vegas. The action continues here at Boardwalk Casino in Port Elizabeth. Come on down, there's still a week to go, and there's plenty of time for you to get involved.